Chapter 922. Qin Yang attacked in anger. A stream of spiritual qi instantly injured everyone, making them unable to continue fighting. Then he ordered the huge number of golden demon clan monsters to kill these humans with all their might. Just as everyone was feeling hopeless, a voice suddenly resounded through the sky. Then a giant hand instantly reached out and slammed down. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. The golden demon clan monsters that were charging towards Fang Chun and the others were all annihilated. Stop! In an instant, a figure appeared out of thin air. This figure had 2 sword scars on his face. It was extremely terrifying. He stood in front of Fang Chun and the others, staring at Qin Yang at the entrance of the valley with flickering eyes. It's you. Obviously, Qin Yang knew this person. When he saw this person attack, his face was extremely gloomy. Qin Yang, stop, the figure said unhurriedly. This sudden change caused Fang Chun and the others to be astonished. Fang Chun could clearly feel that the cultivator who had saved them was emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Even Qin Yang had a tinge of fear in his eyes. Who is he? Why is Qin Yang afraid of him? Qin Yang was an invincible existence in the mysterious king realm. Why would he be afraid of this person? And why would this person save them? Fang Chen's mind was filled with doubts, but he did not say anything. You actually want to fight against me for these insignificant cultivators, Qin Yang said coldly. Qin Yang, with me here, you can't kill them, the figure said softly after pondering for a moment. Let's wait and see. Hearing the figure's words, Qin Yang snorted coldly. He flicked his sleeves and disappeared from the valley. Many experts, including Fang Chun, felt that it was incomparably surreal. Senior, thank you for saving us. Zhang Jian cupped his hands and thanked him. The other cultivators also looked at them with burning eyes. Saving you is just a casual thing. The god-burying sword prison trip ends here. You can leave, the figure said as he waved his hand slightly. Everyone wanted to ask more, but they found that this person was a little impatient. They looked at each other and then turned to leave in a flash. Except for Fang Chun, everyone had stepped into the mysterious king realm. This trip to the god-burying sword prison could be considered to be quite successful. The god-burying sword prison was extremely dangerous. Everyone had experienced it. This time, being able to leave calmly could be considered a daunting experience without any mishap. Whoosh, 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 14 figures flew quickly and returned to the 9th floor in the blink of an eye. Fang Chun was the last to fly. His speed was neither fast nor slow. In his mind, he was thinking about why that expert had saved him. At that instant, a voice appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Chun was startled when he heard this voice. He immediately stopped in his tracks and looked at his surroundings in confusion. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. There's no need to look. I'm right behind you. Hearing this, Fang Chun turned around and returned to where he came from in a flash. At this time, the other experts had already returned to the 9th floor. No one knew that Fang Chun was still on the 10th floor. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chun returned to the valley. The figure from before stood there quietly with a smile on his face. Senior, were you the one who spoke to me just now? Fang Chun stopped in the valley and cupped his hands slightly toward the expert before asking. The man with the scar nodded and said, That's right. I was talking to you just now. May I know why Senior asked me to stay behind? Asked Fang Chun. Come with me. After the man with the sword mark said that, he grabbed Fang Chun and disappeared into the valley. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt as if the world was spinning, as if he was traveling through time and space. While Fang Chun felt his vision turn white. Then, he opened his eyes and looked around hurriedly. He suddenly realized that he was in a spacious space. The atmosphere was peaceful and there was no evil aura in the spiritual qi. It was very peaceful. Senior, where is this? Fang Chun asked in confusion. The 18th floor of the god-burying sword prison. What 18th floor of the god-burying sword prison? Fang Chen's heart was in turmoil. In his mind, the higher the floor of the god-burying sword prison, the more dangerous it was. However, why was the 18th floor so peaceful? Moreover, Fang Chun was a little shocked. Who was the man with the sword mark? Why did he bring him to the 18th floor of the God-burying sword prison? Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in Fang Chen's mind. As if he had seen through Fang Chen's mind, the man with the sword mark said, "Don't think too much. I'm not the God-burying sword prison." Fang Chun was a little embarrassed that his thoughts were exposed. "Senior, what's the matter with Qin Yang? Why did you bring me to the 18th floor of the God-burying sword prison?" Fang Chen voiced out many doubts in his mind. The man with the sword mark said slowly, "That Qin Yang is also considered an outstanding genius. The people outside all thought that he was dead. However, that is not the case. He has always been in the God-burying sword prison. Back then, he almost defeated me and took my position." Fang Chun did not say anything and listened to the man with the sword mark quietly. "Do you know who I am?" The man with the sword mark asked. Fang Chun shook his head and expressed his confusion. "Actually, I'm one of the guardians of the God-burying sword prison," the man with the sword mark said. When Fang Chun heard this, his face was filled with shock. He looked at the man with the sword mark, dumbfounded. The man in front of him was one of the guardians of the God-burying sword prison. What exactly were they guarding? The God-burying sword prison or the God-burying sword prison? There are more than one guardian. Fang Chen's thoughts were in a mess. He was extremely shocked. Back then, Qin Yang competed with me for the position of guardian. In the end, I defeated him. However, he refused to accept it and led the demonic beasts of the Golden Demon clan on the 10th floor. He tried his best to defeat me. The man with the sword mark continued. "Senior, what are the guardians?" Fang Chen finally asked. No wonder Qin Yang did not want to provoke this man. It turned out that he was one of the guardians of the God-burying sword prison. Although the God-burying sword emperor is dead, his methods are beyond our imagination. The body of the God-burying sword emperor turned into the God-burying sword province and left behind a remnant consciousness to set the rules and select outstanding disciples for him, the man with the sword mark said. Fang Chun gradually came to a realization. The so-called guardians were first to suppress the God-burying sword prison and second to select outstanding disciples for the God-burying sword emperor. The legend of the God-burying sword province being recognized by the God-burying sword emperor was spread by us guardians. The man with the sword mark continued. Fang Chen was shocked. He hadn't expected the God-burying sword emperor to have left behind a remnant consciousness after his death. Furthermore, he had allowed later experts to compete for the position of guardian. "Senior, may I ask if you've accepted any disciples in the past few years?" Fang Chen did his best to calm his shock. The man with the sword mark shook his head. "Over the past few years, we 8 guardians have chosen countless people as our reference. However, not a single one of us has met the requirements." 8 guardians? The man with the sword mark was much stronger than the peak, profound King Qin Yang. And there were actually 8 such protectors. Perhaps the 8 of them were the true peak experts of the God-burying sword province. As for the palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace, he was nothing in front of the 8 of them. "Elder, could it be that you have brought me to this place because—" Fang Chen suddenly realized a problem. Immediately, an excited expression appeared on his face as he asked. "Every once in a while, the 8 of us would fall into a deep slumber. This time, I just happened to wake up from my slumber and met you." The man with the sword scar looked at Fang Chun, and a smile appeared on his face. Fang Chun was a little nervous. "That's right. I brought you here because you've been recognized by the God-burying sword emperor," the man with the sword mark said. Although Fang Chun was prepared for this, his heart was still in turmoil. He had been recognized by the God-burying sword emperor so easily. He had thought that he wouldn't know when he would be recognized by the God-burying sword emperor. Now that his wish had been fulfilled, he was at a loss. "You're the only person who has been recognized by the God-burying sword emperor after his death," the man with the sword mark continued. Chapter 923. After a while, Fang Chen woke up from his shock. His face was filled with an excited smile. "Senior, did I really get the recognition of the buried sword emperor?" Fang Chen asked hurriedly. The man with the sword scar nodded. After Fang Chen confirmed it, he became even more excited. He still remembered that on the ancient sword continent, his wife, Star and Moon, had died at the hands of the demon cloud Lienstate in order to save him. He hated himself for being useless. He had watched his wife die without being able to avenge her. After that, he had tried his best to take revenge, but had died at the hands of the demon cloud Lienstate. Perhaps it was fate, but the head in the cauldron had brought him across the ocean's forbidden zone and to the buried sword continent. Then, he had been successfully resurrected. He had heard from the palace master of the buried sword immortal palace that the buried sword emperor would agree to any request unconditionally as long as he could get the recognition of the buried sword emperor. The buried sword emperor was really powerful. He was considered a famous top powerhouse even in the Outerverse. Although he had died long ago, he was still very powerful. No one doubted the buried sword emperor's promise. At that time, Fang Chun had secretly vowed to get the recognition of the buried sword emperor and ask him to resurrect his wife, Star and Moon. Now he had finally achieved his goal. Fang Chun was very excited, and his body was trembling nonstop. Senior, I got the recognition of the buried sword emperor. Can I ask the buried sword emperor to do me a favor? Fang Chen's voice was trembling. The man with the sword scar looked at Fang Chun in surprise and said, "Come with me." After saying that, the man with the sword scar turned around and left. Fang Chun hurriedly followed behind him. The entire 18th level of the buried sword prison was very quiet. After a while, the man with the sword scar stopped in his tracks and knelt down in front of a statue that was several meters tall. The buried sword emperor has chosen an outstanding young person according to your request, the man with the sword scar said loudly. Strangely enough, as soon as the sword-scarred man finished speaking, all the spirit chi on the 18th floor suddenly surged into the statue. Then, the statue's eyes actually opened in an instant. Fang Chun carefully stared at the statue, his heart filled with shock. This statue gave him a very oppressive feeling. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Is this the statue of Zhong Jian Emperor? Fang Chun was shocked. The eyes of the statue blinked and then stared at Fang Chun. Suddenly, Fang Chun felt that all his secrets had been seen by the statue. Not bad. In less than 20 years of cultivation, you have comprehended the true meaning of space-time. From within the statue, a voice filled with vicissitudes of life sounded. True meaning of space-time. Fang Chun was a little puzzled. What he cultivated was clearly the true intent of void. So why did the statue say that it was the true intent of space and time? Since you've obtained my approval, I can fulfill one of your requests. Speak, what do you need me to do? Asked the statue. The day he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Fang Chun clenched his fists in excitement. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, I want to revive my wife, Fang Chun said excitedly. While speaking, Fang Chun took out the corpse of his wife, Star and Moon, from his interspatial ring. Oh, revive your wife. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely ask for some peerless inheritance or something like that. In short, it was a request that could strengthen their cultivation technique. However, this kid actually only asked for his wife to be revived. One had to know that the promise of Zong Sword Emperor was coveted by countless almighties in the outer realm. However, Fang Chun only had such a request. The path of cultivation was originally against the heavens. Cultivators lived for a long time, and it was normal for them to have several wives and concubines. Wasting a promise to revive a dead wife was not worth it in the eyes of ordinary people. That's right. My request is to revive my wife. Fang Chun clenched his fists, his forehead full of sweat. He suddenly had a trace of fear in his heart. He was afraid that the remnant consciousness of Zong Sword Emperor would say that he could not revive his wife. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, you are a high and mighty god. You will definitely be able to revive my wife, Fang Chun said solemnly. The statue stared at Fang Chun for a long time, and then smiled with satisfaction. It's been a long time since I met a kid like you. That's right, with my means, I can revive your wife. However, Fang Chen's heart sank when he heard the words of Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. He had a bad premonition. Lord Zong, Sword Emperor. Fang Chun was very anxious. How could he not be anxious when it concerned his wife? However, I fell a long time ago. What's left here is just a trace of my remnant consciousness. I can't revive her in a short time, and this small Zong sword province can't bear my power. Fang Chun felt relieved when he heard that. No matter what, as long as he could revive his wife, he was willing to bear any price. Lord Zong Sword Emperor, please revive my wife, Fang Chun said with cupped fists. Zong Sword Emperor nodded and stared at Fang Chun with his deep eyes. He asked, "Are you sure? Once you let me do it, there's no turning back." "I'm sure," Fang Chun said without hesitation. Zong Sword Emperor nodded and said, "It will take a long time to revive her. Please wait here patiently." As soon as Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness finished speaking, Star and Moon's corpse suddenly floated up and was shrouded by a dazzling light. Fang Chun waited anxiously. Since Lord Zong Sword Emperor has taken action, he will definitely succeed, the Guardian said. Fang Chun nodded, but he was still worried. Time passed in a blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Fang Chun was still waiting in the 18th level of the Zong Sword prison. Star and Moon's corpse was shrouded by a dazzling light and could not be seen clearly. Fang Chun was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. It's been a month. Fang Chun paced up and down below. At this moment, the Guardian came. "Don't worry." Hearing this, Fang Chun could only nod. During this time, the Zong Sword prison opened and the 13 surviving martial artists all left. Their return to the Zong Sword prison caused a commotion. When they came out and found that Fang Chun was not there, they did not think much and thought that Fang Chun had quietly left. The 13 mysterious kings were invited by the palace master of the Zong Sword prison. In an instant, they became the focus of the Zong Sword prison. All the major forces came to the Zong Sword prison to rope in the 13 people. This was especially true for Lu Jingyun's group of 5, who were very young and had great potential. As for Fang Chun, he had long been forgotten by everyone. A dead genius was destined to be forgotten no matter how dazzling he had been. All the martial artists in the Zong Sword prison thought that Fang Chun had died in the Zong Sword prison. As for the 13 people who came out alive, they did not come out to explain. Only the palace master of the Zong Sword prison had a lot of thoughts in his mind after asking the 13 people. He even had a bold guess. The Zong Sword prison had opened countless times, but this time was the most rewarding. Everyone had reached the 10th level and obtained the heart of Xiantian. It was a pity that the other quasi-kings had died, or the Zong Sword prison would have risen quickly. After a short moment of excitement, the 13 experts all chose to go into seclusion. This trip to the Zong Sword prison had greatly affected them. A few months after they went into seclusion, the commotion in the Zong Sword prison finally subsided. At this time, half a year had passed since the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness had revived Star and Moon. It's been half a year. Why hasn't he revived yet? Almost every day, Fang Chun waited anxiously. Half a year had passed, but he was still very worried. "Don't worry. The Zong Sword Emperor's methods are not something you can imagine," said the Guardian. However, just as the Protector finished speaking, a 5-colored ray of light shot out from the statue. Then, the 5-colored light wrapped around Star and Moon's corpse and tore through the sky, disappearing from the Zong Sword prison. Crash! The 18th level regained its calm. "Zong Sword Emperor, where's my wife?" asked Fang Chun anxiously when he saw the statue open its eyes. "I overestimated the origin energy of the mortal world," said the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. Fang Chun's heart sank as he looked anxiously at the statue. "Zong Sword Emperor, could it be my wife?" Chapter 924. Fang Chun's heart sank after hearing the words of the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness. He was a little worried about his wife. A mysterious place in the outer verse. Fang Chun asked in confusion. A voice came from the statue. "That's right, Lord Zong Sword Emperor. What should I do if I want to see my wife?" Fang Chun asked anxiously. It was not easy to get the approval of the Zong Sword Emperor and let him revive his wife. He did not expect the Zong Sword Emperor to send his wife to a mysterious place in the outer verse. The more powerful one was, the more Fang Chun knew about it. It was very difficult to step into the outer verse with his own strength. You can see your wife when you have enough strength, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said slowly. Fang Chun had a helpless expression on his face when he heard this. However, he immediately felt relieved. No matter what, his wife had been revived. He would be able to see his wife sooner or later if he worked hard on his cultivation. Lord, do you know where my wife is in the outerverse? Fang Chun cupped his hands and asked. That place is called the place where the gods live. The Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said, and did not say anything else. Fang Chun was shocked, but he chose to remain silent. The Zong Sword Emperor also said that the origin energy in the mortal world was too scarce. It was so scarce that he could not revive his wife. He could only revive his wife if he sent her to the so-called place where the gods lived. Fang Chun did not know what the power of origin was, but he knew that his wife had come back to life. He was very happy. Thank you, Lord. Fang Chun cupped his hands and thanked him. When the guardian heard this, a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness spoke again. When I fell back then, I left behind a remnant consciousness to set the rules and choose a disciple for me to inherit my legacy. I have not found a suitable disciple for a long time. However, your appearance gave me a glimmer of hope, the Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness said. His voice was filled with helplessness. Back then, he had fallen in a hurry, so he had not properly chosen a disciple to inherit his legacy. Who was he? He was the powerful Zong Sword Monarch, whose cultivation was unparalleled. How could he allow his inheritance to be passed down? Therefore, his remnant consciousness set the rules for choosing disciples and chose the 8 guardians. Now that Fang Chun's wish had been fulfilled, he could finally relax. When he heard Zong Jian Emperor's words, his eyes lit up with excitement. It was extremely important for him to obtain the Zong Sword Emperor's legacy. You've only cultivated for 20 years, and you've already comprehended the true intent of space-time. That's beyond my expectations. Zong Jian Emperor said slowly. True meaning of space-time. Fang Chun was puzzled, so he finally opened his mouth and asked. What he comprehended was clearly a transcendent grade, true intent of void. Why did Emperor Zong's sword keep saying that it was the true intent of space and time? Although the true intent of void and true intent of space-time only differed by a single word, the difference was like heaven and earth. I've just watched everything that you've experienced and realized that you're indeed a lucky lad. Emperor Zong Jian Emperor smiled and said, without the guidance of an almighty, the true intent of void might go astray. You're too lucky. Upon hearing this, Fang Chun was stunned and looked at the statue in disbelief. Emperor Zong Jian Emperor, you're saying? Fang Chun asked, dumbfounded. The pair of eyes on the statue blinked before replying. That's right. When you first broke through the true intent of the void, there was a slight change. It actually contained a trace of the true intent of time. When your true intent of the void broke through to the 3rd grade, it directly transformed into the true intent of space-time. Fang Chun was enlightened. So that was how it was. It was no wonder that when he displayed the true intent of void, he realized that the golden demon clan demonic beasts that were close to him would temporarily freeze. Back then, Fang Chun did not think much about it. Now that he thought about it, what he displayed then was not the true intent of void, but the true intent of space-time. From Emperor Zong Jian Emperor's tone, the true intent of space-time was obviously much stronger than the true intent of void. Moreover, the reason why Emperor Zong Jian Emperor acknowledged him was entirely because of his true intent of space-time. Now that the truth was out, all the mysteries in Fang Chun's mind were solved. Why did the Guardian appear so coincidentally and bring him to the 18th level? It turned out that he was chosen by Emperor Zong Jian because he possessed the true intent of space-time. You probably don't know what the true intent of space-time means, right? Emperor Zong Jian Emperor said. Fang Chun shook his head and expressed his confusion. The true intent of void is a supreme true intent. It's almost non-existent in the countless mortal continents. Although it's rare in the outerverse, there are still quite a few. However, the true intent of space-time is a supreme true intent that's above the true intent of void. Not to mention the outerverse. There are only a few people who possess such a true intent even in the place where the deities reside, Emperor Zongjian Emperor said in a deep voice. When he mentioned the true intent of space-time, his tone was filled with excitement. Clearly, the true intent of space-time had surprised him. The places where the deities reside can be counted on one hand. Fang Chun was thoroughly shocked. The true intent of void was already abnormal enough. He didn't expect the true intent of space-time to be even more abnormal. When the true intent of space-time is cultivated to the peak, not only can it accelerate time, but it can also reverse time, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen's ability to lie was filled with shock. Time acceleration, time stopping, and time reversal. This was the highest achievement in the Tao of time. When the true intent of space-time was cultivated to the peak, it could actually do all this. How could Fang Chen not be shocked? Even the guardian at the side was shocked. He had underestimated Fang Chen's potential. He didn't expect Emperor Zongjian Emperor to think so highly of this child. You've comprehended the true intent of space-time, so you should be my inner disciple. However, your cultivation is too low, so you can only be my personal disciple for now, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. The status of a personal disciple was definitely inferior to an inner disciple. Emperor Zongjian Emperor's name had shaken the outerverse in the past, and he had seen countless geniuses. Although Fang Chen's potential had shocked him, Emperor Zongjian Emperor still held back. This was also a kind of experience. When you become my inner disciple one day, you'll be qualified to step into the outerverse, said Emperor Zongjian Emperor. Fang Chen's face lit up with joy when he heard this. His only wish now was to step into the outerverse to find his mother and wife. Becoming Emperor Zongjian Emperor's inner disciple would be qualified to step into the outerverse. This disciple will definitely work hard, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Then, Fang Chen went through the apprenticeship ceremony and finally became Emperor Zongjian Emperor's personal disciple. While a ray of light shot out from the statue and directly drilled into Fang Chen's glabella. This ray of light contains some of my inheritance and some of my understanding of the true intent of space-time. Comprehend it well. Emperor Zongjian Emperor said, when you have enough strength, enter the God-burying sword prison and reach the 18th floor with your own strength. At that time, you'll be my inner disciple. Thank you, Master. Fang Chen cupped his hands and thanked him with a joyful face. With Emperor Zongjian Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chen's strength would rise to another level, and he might even step into the Mystic King realm. Then, Emperor Zongjian Emperor gave Fang Chen a token. With this token, he could enter the God-burying sword prison at any time. All right, you can leave, Emperor Zongjian Emperor said slowly. Fang Chen glanced at the statue and asked, Master, I want to return to the ancient sword continent. Do you know, the token that I just gave you can let you return to the ancient sword continent. With that, Emperor Zongjian Emperor's remnant consciousness fell into a deep sleep again. Fang Chen bowed to the statue and turned to leave. Young Master Fang, congratulations, the guardian said with a grin. Fang Chen was now Emperor Zongjian Emperor's personal disciple. His position was much higher than the palace master of the sword-burying immortal palace. He was only the guardian of the God-burying sword prison. His position was incomparable to Fang Chen's. Fang Chen chuckled and did not say anything. Young Master Fang, Emperor Zongjian Emperor just gave you some inheritance. I suggest you comprehend it on the 18th floor. The cultivation environment here is incomparable to the outside world, the guardian said. Chapter 925. Everyone thought that the most dangerous level in the buried Godsword prison was the 18th level. Since ancient times, no one had been able to step into the 18th level. No one knew what dangers lay in the 18th level. However, when the 18th level was mentioned, everyone's facial expression changed drastically. That was because the 18th level was a taboo. However, what the world did not know was that the 18th level was not only free of danger, but also contained the remnant consciousness of the buried Sword Emperor. After obtaining the inheritance of the buried Sword Emperor, Fang Chen sat cross-legged and comprehended on the 18th level. Firstly, Fang Chen comprehended the true meaning of space-time from the buried Sword Emperor. The true meaning of space-time was a peerless true meaning. According to the buried Sword Emperor, it was many times more powerful than the transcendent true meaning. By chance, the true meaning of void evolved into the true meaning of space-time. Feng Chun naturally had to make good use of it. Space-time was more mysterious. Feng Chun used a full hour to completely digest the buried Sword Emperor's understanding of the true meaning of space-time. At this time, Feng Chun also had some preliminary understanding of the true meaning of space-time. The true meaning of space-time had a total of 3 steps, and each step was extremely difficult. In the entire universe, there were only a handful of geniuses who possessed the true meaning of space-time. In fact, the true meaning of space-time was divided into 2 parts. The time part had 3 steps, and the space part had 3 steps as well. Therefore, cultivating the true meaning of space-time was many times more difficult than cultivating the transcendent true meaning. The first step of the time part was called time stop, which could be achieved by the 3rd grade space-time, true meaning of space-time. The second step was called time acceleration, which could accelerate the surrounding time and shorten the cultivation time. It could be achieved by the 6th grade space-time, true meaning of space-time. As for the 3rd step, it was also the most difficult step. It was called time reversal, which was especially useful when one was fighting with an enemy. One could instantly perform time reversal and change the flow of time around the enemy so that the enemy would not be able to attack him. This step could only be achieved by the 9th grade space-time, true meaning of space-time. As for the space part, the first step was called space travel, which was similar to the true meaning of void. One could travel through the void temporarily and hide in the void. No one would be able to discover it. One could use it by the 3rd grade space-time. The second step was called space cutting. If he could achieve this step, his attack power would be greatly increased. Using one's own strength to forcefully cut open space was something that most almighties would not be able to do. This required one to reach the realm of rank 6. As for the 3rd step, it was also the most difficult step. It was called space collapse. By raising one's hand, one could destroy space. Once one reached the rank 9 realm, one could do it. Cultivating the true meaning of space and time was actually cultivating 2 transcendent grade true meanings. Although it was extremely difficult to cultivate, once it was successfully cultivated, one's attack power would increase exponentially. In particular, the combination of time and space was an attack that the enemy could not resist at all. Let's ask if he could stop time while using space travel. How can the enemy withstand your thunderous strike at this moment? Feng Chun finally understood the true meaning of the space-time true intent. What a powerful true meaning of space-time. Feng Chun could not help but sigh. As expected of supreme true intent, it was too shocking. Although the current space-time true intent is at the 3rd grade boundary, I have only grasped the surface. Feng Chun muttered to himself. In the following time, Feng Chun began to cultivate the true intent of space-time. However, this cultivation took a long time. First, Feng Chun used a month's time to completely stabilize space travel. Then he used another half a year's time to completely grasp time stop. The reason why time stop lasted longer than space travel was because Feng Chun had the foundation of the true meaning of void previously. After doing all this, Feng Chun began to try to merge time stop and space travel together. Because of the guidance of Zong, Sword Emperor's inheritance, Feng Chun's cultivation progress was very fast. However, even so, it still took a year's time. 1.5 years after Feng Chun received Zong, Sword Emperor's inheritance, he finally completely grasped the 3rd grade true meaning of space-time. Voila! At a certain moment, Feng Chun suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his figure flashed and instantly disappeared into the void. At the same time, the guardian suddenly felt that his body was directly motionless on the ground, unable to move. Not good. The guardian's first reaction was to struggle. However, at this moment, Feng Chun's star-hidden sword was on the guardian's throat. The guardian was a little shocked. After a full 3 seconds, he barely regained his freedom. As expected of the genius recognized by Zong's Sword Emperor, the guardian sighed. In just over a year's time, this lad had improved so much. Although he was careless just now, it also proved this lad's strength. Amazing. The Guardian could not help but praise. If we fight head-on, I'm not your opponent, Fang Chun said. He was very clear that although he had grasped the true meaning of space-time, he could not fight against the Guardian. One should know that the Guardian was an invincible existence in the mysterious King realm. He was only a LV9 true martial realm martial artist. If the Guardian was prepared, his true meaning of space-time would not even be able to confine the Guardian for a second. The Guardian shook his head and said, looking at the outside world, there is no invincible mysterious King realm martial artist. Your true meaning of space-time is more than enough to deal with low-level mysterious King realm martial artists. The more the Guardian came into contact with Fang Chun, the more he sighed. Fang Chun was indeed a monster. At the LV9 true martial realm, he could fight against the LV3 mysterious King realm martial artist. After chatting with the Guardian for a while, Fang Chun continued to sit cross-legged. It took him a year and a half to cultivate the true meaning of space-time. Now, it was time to accept the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. After doing all this, Fang Chun would return to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Balls of light appeared in his mind. Within these balls of light, there were countless words. Third Revolution Radiance Sword Art. This was the sword art that the Zong Sword Emperor had passed on to Fang Chun. According to the classification of the ancient sword continent, this sword art was a peak 9th grade sword art. Before, the strongest sword art that Fang Chun had cultivated was only an 8th grade sword art, the Golden Light Dragon Slaying Sword. Now, he had actually obtained a 9th grade sword art. Of course, this was also because Fang Chun's cultivation base was too low, so he couldn't fully unleash the power of the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword technique. Otherwise, the entire Sword Burial Prefecture would be shocked. The 3rd Revolution Radiant Sword Art was a sword art that the Zong Sword Emperor had created when he was young. The key of this sword art was to revolve. The word revolve had many meanings. In order to cultivate the 3rd Revolution Radiant Sword Art, one had to condense 3 sword lights in their chi vessel. Then, the 3 sword lights had to revolve with each other. After reading the 3rd Revolution Radiant Sword Art, Fang Chun began to cultivate. His body was filled with boundless spiritual energy. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the mysterious King realm, his aura had already surpassed that of an ordinary mysterious King realm expert. The mysterious King realm that used to be so high and mighty now was within reach. Therefore, as long as one worked hard, anything was possible. With the transformation of the Golden Heart, Fang Chun's potential in the Sword Dao was incomparably heaven-defying. Moreover, his sword body had reached the Saint grade. Cultivating the 3rd Revolution Radiant Sword Art went smoother than Fang Chun had imagined. In just 7 days, the first sword light had been condensed in his chi vessel. Fang Chun looked at his chi vessel with an excited smile on his face. Then, he continued to condense the 2nd sword light. Due to the experience of condensing the first sword light, the 2nd sword light only took 3 days to condense. As for the 3rd sword light, it shortened the time to 1 day. The Zong Sword Emperor's remnant consciousness had already fallen asleep. If he knew that Fang Chun had used 11 days to condense 3 sword lights, he would definitely be shocked. This was because he had also used a full month to condense 3 sword lights back then. The 3 sword lights each represented a different aura. The sword light on the far left was filled with domineering sword chi. It was the sword light of flames. The one in the middle was filled with a dark aura. It was the sword chi of darkness. As for the sword light on the far right, it contained a gentle aura. It was the sword light of water. The 3 different sword lights interchanged and finally transformed into the sword light of light. Only then could he perform the 3rd Revolution Radiant Sword Art. Transform. Chapter 926. Flame Sword Light, Darkness Sword Light, Water Sword Light. The 3 completely opposite sword lights could not coexist. They were repelling each other, and none of them was willing to give way to the other. Fang Chun slowly controlled the 3 sword lights according to the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. First, Fang Chun started with darkness sword light. As he had the darkness sword intent, it was much easier to control. Crash! The darkness sword intent emerged and shrouded the darkness sword light in his chi si. Then, Fang Chun used the water essence and fire essence to shroud the other two sword lights. Convert! Fang Chun shouted, and the three sword lights kept closing in on each other. Finally, they were close to each other. Then, it was a long process of conversion. The repelling force of the three sword lights was getting smaller and smaller. Dong! The golden sword light pulsed rapidly. A warm current entered his chi si and shrouded the three sword lights, promoting the conversion of the three sword lights. The golden heart had always been a miraculous existence. Until now, Fang Chun did not know the origin of the golden heart. He only knew that the golden heart was related to the giant golden sword that he had transmigrated to. The golden heart had been changing Fang Chun's body, potential, and other factors. As a result, Fang Chun's strength was improving rapidly. From a most ordinary outer disciple of the Qing Feng sword sect in the Divine Wind Nation, he had progressed step by step to where he was now. Fang Chun's potential had unknowingly become monstrous. Obtaining the recognition of the Zong Sword Emperor and receiving the inheritance of the Zong Sword Emperor was a complete transformation. The conversion of the three revolutions radiant sword technique was finally completed 2 years after Fang Chun received the inheritance of the Zong Sword Emperor. For 2 years, he had been receiving the inheritance in the 18th level of the God Burial Sword Prison. In the outside world, Fang Chun's name had disappeared and people had forgotten about him. The palace master of the Sword Burial Deity Palace had been waiting for Fang Chun's return. At a certain moment, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the three sword lights in his chi si instantly fused together and then spread out. The rich light sword chi spread directly to Fang Chun's limbs and bones. The third revolution of the radiant sword technique was a success. It's been 2 years. Fang Chun stood up slowly with a smile on his face. In these 2 years, not only had he received the inheritance, but Fang Chun's spirit had also undergone a perfect transformation. The current Fang Chun was no longer the Fang Chun of the past. His vision had also improved a lot. His comprehension of the martial way had also deepened. While the guardian appeared, the sword scar on his face was wriggling, and he was full of smiles. Congratulations. The guardian grinned. Fang Chun also cupped his hands towards the protector and said, 2 years have passed. It's time for me to leave. I hope you can return soon, the guardian said. Fang Chun nodded heavily. The day he returned would be the day he became his master's official disciple. A token appeared in Fang Chun's hand. He gently grasped it, and a majestic sword chi instantly spread out and enveloped Fang Chun. He then tore the void and disappeared from the God Burial Sword Prison. The endless ocean was turbulent. Usually, no one would come to the endless ocean. It was too dangerous, especially the terrifying pressure at the bottom of the ocean. Even an ordinary mysterious King Realm expert would not be able to withstand it. Voila! A whirlpool suddenly appeared in the depths of the endless ocean. The whirlpool spun crazily, and a terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing all the sea demons in the endless ocean to tremble. At this moment, a person walked out of the whirlpool calmly. I'm finally back. Fang Chun took a deep breath of fresh air and grinned. 2 years ago, he had received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor, resurrected his wife, and received the inheritance. 2 years later, he had made a qualitative leap. With his current strength, he could return to the ancient sword continent, avenge his wife, and pacify the ancient sword continent. When he first came to the bottom of the endless ocean, the palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace personally led the way. Now, Fang Chun was walking alone at the bottom of the ocean, but he did not feel any pressure. After a while, Fang Chun appeared in the sky above the endless ocean. The next moment, he used the space-time true intent and flew directly to the Sword Burial Prefecture. Sword Burial Prefecture, Sword Burial Immortal Palace. There had been no news of Fang Chun for 2 whole years. This made the palace master very anxious, and in the end, he even felt a little despair. It was not easy to find a genius who had a chance of receiving the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Did he really die in the God Burial Sword Prison? In a garden in the Immortal Palace? The palace master's face was filled with worry. He sat quietly in the garden in the middle of the pond, not saying a word. Palace master. Not long after, two old men appeared. The two city lords of the Sword Burial City came here every day to talk to the palace master, but the palace master's mood was not good at all. Palace master, Fong Chun has endless potential. He has not returned for 2 years. I'm afraid he has already received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor, the tall city lord said with a smile. Yes, palace master, you don't have to worry. According to the description of the other 13 people, Fong Chen's strength has reached the real, true martial realm. He will definitely be able to return safely, the short city lord said. Hearing this, the palace master finally spoke. 2 years. The palace master's voice was full of vicissitudes. The two city lords were a little sad when they heard this. You can go back, the palace master said with a wave of his hand. The two city lords wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, they shook their heads helplessly and turned to leave. However, when they reached the entrance of the garden, they suddenly felt the palace master's strange movement. The palace master, who had been sitting cross-legged in the pavilion, suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, the palace master appeared in the void. Whoosh! A figure was moving toward the Sword Burial Immortal Palace at a speed invisible to the naked eye. That's Fong Chun. The palace master of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was a mysterious king realm expert. Before Fong Chun could get close, he had already sensed the fluctuation of the palace master's aura. Wei saw Fong Chen's face clearly. His face was full of excitement. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chun arrived in front of the palace master. Fong Chun, you're back. The palace master's voice was full of excitement. Palace master. Fong Chun cupped his hands and greeted. 2 years. It's been 2 years. I thought. The palace master stared at Fong Chun and said. Fong Chen's heart warmed. He did not expect the palace master to care about him so much during the 2 years he was in the God Burial Sword Prison. Then, he looked at the palace master apologetically and said, Palace master, to be honest, the reason why I didn't come back is because I received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. What do you mean you received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor? Although he was prepared, he was still shocked when he heard it with his own ears. He grabbed Fong Chen's arm and returned to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The two city lords were wondering where the palace master went when they suddenly saw Fong Chen again. The palace master is back. There's a figure beside the palace master. It seems to be Fong Chun. When the two city lords saw Fong Chun, they were also extremely shocked. The palace master and Fong Chun sat in the pavilion. The two city lords were thick-skinned and did not leave. They were very happy that Fong Chun had returned. Fong Chun, you really received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor? After sitting down, the palace master asked again in disbelief. This time, the two city lords were completely dumbfounded. Received the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor. Although the palace master was very optimistic about Fong Chun, the two city lords thought that Fong Chun would not be able to receive the recognition of the Sword Burial Emperor in a short time. However, Fong Chen's return completely overturned their thoughts. Fong Chun nodded heavily and said, Yes, I received the recognition of my master. I have been receiving my master's inheritance for the past 2 years. When he heard Fong Chun address the Sword Burial Emperor as his master, the palace master was finally convinced. He was extremely excited. If you are recognized, you can ask the Sword Burial Emperor to make a request, the palace master asked. I would like to ask my master to resurrect my wife, Fong Chun said truthfully. The palace master and the two city lords were a little surprised when they heard that. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and Fong Chun only made such a request. After all, for old monsters like them who had lived for tens of thousands of years, they no longer felt anything when their loved ones died one by one. Chapter 9:27. After a brief moment of shock, the three of them calmed down. After changing the topic, the palace master asked Fong Chun, Now that you've obtained the buried Sword Emperor's inheritance, how strong are you now? After pondering for a moment, Fong Chun said, "Low-level profound kings aren't my match." The three of them were shocked once more. From the aura Fong Chun had just released, they could tell that he hadn't reached the profound king realm yet. A ninth-level true martial realm cultivator fighting a low-level profound king realm cultivator? Who in the entire Sword Burial Prefecture could do that? After that, the Palace Master and Fong Chun chatted a lot. In the end, Fong Chun left the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. The reason he had immediately returned to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace was because his master had left something for the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. Although Fong Chun didn't know what that thing was, it was extremely important to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace. Furthermore, it could allow the Sword Burial Prefecture to truly rise. Although the Sword Burial Prefecture was above the mortal continent, it couldn't compare to the Outerverse because of its scarcity of origin energy. Once he obtained that thing, the Sword Burial Prefecture would have hope of becoming comparable to the Outerverse. After leaving the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Fong Chun left the Sword Burial Prefecture as well. "I should return to the five-element Sword City to take a look," muttered Fong Chun. Before returning to the ancient Sword Continent, Fong Chun had to deal with the Sword Burial Prefecture first. The true meaning of space-time of the third grade was simply too overbearing. Previously, it would have taken several hours to reach the five-element Sword City. Now, it would only take a quarter of an hour. The five-element Sword City was still the same as before. Fong Chun glanced at it from afar before entering the city. As soon as he entered the five-element Sword City, Fong Chun discovered that countless martialists were rushing in a certain direction. What's going on? Fong Chun didn't understand. After that, Fong Chun stopped the cultivator and asked, "Brother, what's going on up ahead? Don't you know? The Five Elements Palace Master is fighting the Divine Destruction Palace Master. It's such an important matter, so of course we have to go watch." The cultivator hastily left. Great battle. The corners of Fong Chun's mouth curled up, revealing an imperceptible smile. When they arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people at a glance. On the martial arts stage, there were two people standing facing each other. "The two of them are actually going to fight," Fong Chun said to himself. Fong Chun's spiritual sense was very sharp. He instantly captured the discussions of many warriors. In the past 2 years, the Godly Destruction Palace and the Blood Moon Assassin Organization have reached a new agreement. They have been pressuring the Five Elements Palace. That's right. If it wasn't for the protection of the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, the Five Elements Palace wouldn't have been able to last until now. Today's battle will determine the fate of the Five Elements Palace. Once the Five Elements Palace Master is defeated, the Five Elements Palace will be completely disbanded. If the City Lord is here, there might still be a chance. Hearing this, the others shook their heads. Even if the City Lord is here, there is no turning point. This time, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace are determined to destroy the Five Elements Palace and take control of the Five Elements Sword City. On the square, many martial artists were discussing animatedly. After a while, Fong Chun understood. It turned out that the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace were together again. "Good, let's settle it once and for all," said Fong Chun. As the City Lord, he wasn't competent at all. He had just become the City Lord, but he had already entered the Burial Sword City. While Fong Chun was thinking, the aura on the martial arts stage suddenly rose. Five Elements Palace Master, surrender. The God-destroying Palace Master's aura was thick as he roared. "Divine Destruction Palace Master, my Five Elements Palace is the orthodox sect of the Five Elements Sword City. You are rebelling," said the Five Elements Palace Master coldly. "Five Elements Palace Master, don't you know the current situation? Unless I die, you won't be able to touch the Five Elements Palace," roared the Five Elements Palace Master furiously. Rumble, a shocking battle instantly erupted on the martial arts stage. A battle between profound kings caused a huge commotion. Fortunately, the martial arts stage had been reinforced beforehand. It was able to withstand a battle between two profound kings. On the martial arts stage, sword light flickered. Their attacks were equally matched. Second level, profound, king realm. With Fong Chen's eyesight, he could tell that the Divine Destruction Palace Master's cultivation had reached the second level, profound king realm. On the other hand, the Five Elements Palace Master's cultivation was at the peak of the first level, profound king realm. It was obvious that the Five Elements Palace Master couldn't withstand the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. As expected, after a few hundred moves, the Divine Destruction Palace Master began to take control of the situation. The Five Elements Palace will be destroyed today. The Divine Destruction Palace Master laughed sinisterly. He then stretched out his hand and pressed it down. Pucci, the Divine Destruction Palace Master's all-out attack, pushed the Five Elements Palace Master back. Taking advantage of the Five Elements Palace Master's retreat, the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack instantly swooped down. "Does the heavens want to destroy my Five Elements Palace?" said the Five Elements Palace Master unwillingly. Below the martial arts practice platform, everyone was watching this battle. Everyone from the Five Elements Palace was anxious. They wanted to help, but to no avail. "Palace Master!" The crowd roared loudly. Just as the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack was about to hit the Five Elements Palace Master, a huge hand suddenly appeared and easily grasped the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. Then, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the huge hand gently pushed back the Divine Destruction Palace Master's attack. The sudden turn of events caused everyone to be extremely shocked. Even the Five Elements Palace Master was dumbfounded. An instant later, an uproar resounded through the square. "City Lord!" The Five Elements Palace Master was the first to recognize Fong Chun and shouted. Everyone in the square was shocked. "The City Lord is back." He blocked the Divine Destruction Palace Master's thunderous attack. Everyone exclaimed. Fong Chen's appearance was too inconceivable. The Divine Destruction Palace Master stabilized his body. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fong Chen and said, "Kid, you finally stopped being a coward. City Lord, you're back," said the Five Elements Palace Master excitedly. Fong Chen glanced at the Five Elements Palace Master and said, "You retreat first. Leave this to me." "City Lord." The Five Elements Palace Master was a bit worried about Fong Chen, but when he saw the latter's gaze, he immediately retreated. The Five Elements Palace Master is the acting City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City. While I'm gone, he has full authority over everything in the Five Elements Sword City. Fong Chen paused for a moment and then said, "If you want to destroy the Five Elements Palace, then you're rebelling." "So what if I'm rebelling?" said the Divine Destruction Palace Master arrogantly. "I think you should know the consequences of rebelling," said Fong Chen calmly. "Don't try to scare me." "Kid, since you've returned, then you can die with me," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master coldly. Fong Chen shook his head. "You're not my match." After saying that, Fong Chen raised his head and looked into the sky. "How long are you going to hide?" Hearing Fong Chen's words, the people in the square were a bit confused. But when they saw a figure appear in the sky, they were incomparably shocked. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization had always been hiding in the sky, just in case. Now that he was discovered by Fong Chen, he was also a bit surprised. "You can discover me?" asked the Blood Moon Assassin. Fong Chen sneered. "You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with such little tricks?" He saw disdain in Fong Chen's eyes. Facing two profound kings, he wasn't the slightest bit afraid. "Kid, are you courting death?" said the Blood Moon Assassin icily. Although the Blood Moon Assassin's cultivation base was also at the second level of the Profound King realm, he was far more terrifying than the Divine Destruction Palace Master. The Blood Moon Assassin hadn't fought in a long time. Could it be that he was going to fight today? "There's no need for you to do anything. I alone can destroy the Five Elements Palace and kill these ants," said the Divine Destruction Palace Master arrogantly. The Five Elements Palace's people were very nervous. When the City Lord had left, he had only been a true martial realm cultivator. It had only been a few years. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't be compared to a profound king realm cultivator. "As the City Lord of the Five Element Sword City, I'm responsible for suppressing all disturbances in the Five Element Sword City. Anyone who dares to rebel will be killed without mercy, said Fang Chun. From today onwards, the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Divine Destruction Palace will not be involved. Fang Chen's words were very domineering. His attitude was very clear. He would never back down. His words had thoroughly infuriated the two profound kings. Chapter 928. The current Fang Chun could easily crush a low-level Mystic King realm martial artist with his cultivation. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization and the Godly Destruction Palace Master were only at the second-level Mystic King realm. In Fang Chen's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. Similarly, the two Mystic King realm powerhouses were not afraid of Fang Chun. Moreover, they thought that Fang Chun was courting death. The overlord of the five-element Sword City is my Godly Destruction Palace, the Godly Destruction Palace Master said arrogantly. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin Organization shot out a terrifying hoarse voice from his eyes. His meaning was obvious. Today he must destroy the Five Elements Palace and completely control the Five Elements Sword City. Ignorant, Fang Chun sneered with a calm face. I hate your expression, the Godly Destruction Palace Master said arrogantly with a gloomy face. Just as the Godly Extermination Hall Master's words left his mouth, a boundless aura spread out in an instant. Everyone was stunned. The Godly Destruction Palace Master had made his move. They were all curious whether the City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City could withstand the attack of the Godly Destruction Palace Master. Die! The Godly Destruction Palace Master growled as he stretched out his hand and pressed down. Fang Chun stood still on the martial arts stage without any expression on his face. Is he scared out of his wits? Many of the martialists on the square thought to themselves. Rumble! A wild aura soared into the sky. The Godly Destruction Palace Master's hand contained an extremely powerful force. As long as this palm pressed down, Fang Chun would definitely die. City Lord, the Five Elements Palace Master shouted. He was very worried. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Fang Chun, who was on the martial arts stage. Pretentious. Seeing that Fang Chun did not move, the Godly Destruction Palace Master sneered and said disdainfully. As soon as he finished his words, his hand pressed down on Fang Chen's head. Is he going to die? Many warriors cried out involuntarily. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The entire martial arts stage was instantly filled with majestic spiritual energy. What happened? Many cultivators stared curiously at the sparring ring. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose. Hiss, hiss, hiss under everyone's gazes, the spiritual energy that filled the sky quietly dissipated. The scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes set off a perilous wave. At that moment, Fang Chun was standing quietly on the martial arts practice platform. His right fist had directly punched through the big hand of the Godly Destruction Hall Master. The martial artists in the square were completely stupefied. The Godly Extermination Palace Master attacked in anger, but he was easily defeated by Fang Chun. How is this possible? Following this, a cry of agony could be heard. The God Extermination Palace Master endured the pain all over his body and broke the arm that Fang Chun was controlling. Then he unleashed his strongest attack, wanting to kill Fang Chun. Die! Fang Chun didn't want to waste any more time. He activated his saint-level sword body and punched out. It was a simple and clean punch. The God-destroying Palace Master did not even have the chance to block it and was directly killed. Crack! The God-destroying Palace Master's head shattered and his soul scattered. The entire square was dead silent. All the cultivators stared at the sparring ring with their mouths agape. The powerful God-destroying Palace Master had been killed by Fang Chun, just like that. He killed the second-level Mystic King Realm God, destroying Palace Master with one punch. The Five Elements Palace Master was shocked. He had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Just how powerful was the City Lord? After the slight shock, he was overjoyed. The City Lord was so powerful. Today's chaos in the Five-Element Sword City would definitely be suppressed. As expected, after witnessing the scene of Fang Chun killing the God-destroying Palace Master, the arrogant leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization involuntarily retreated. How can he be so powerful? 3 years ago, Fang Chen's strength was only at the true martial realm. At that time, he could easily kill this man. However, he missed the best opportunity. Now, 3 years later, this man killed the second-level Mystic King Realm God, destroying Palace Master with one punch. It was too shocking. The City Lord of the Five Elements, Sword City, lives up to his reputation. Today's matter is the fault of the Blood Moon Assassin organization. We will compensate for the loss of the Five Elements Palace. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization tried his best to remain calm and said with a smile, "From today onwards, the Blood Moon Assassin organization will no longer participate in the matters of the Five Elements Sword City." The Blood Moon Assassin organization was afraid. Fang Chen's strength had exceeded everyone's expectations. With his means, destroying the Blood Moon Assassin organization was a piece of cake. Hearing the Blood Moon Assassin organization's words, Fang Chun sneered and said, "Afraid?" Hearing this, the leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization's heart sank. He forced a smile and looked at Fang Chun. "City Lord, if we really fight, even if the Blood Moon Assassin organization is destroyed, the Five Elements Palace will suffer a great loss. I have said that from today onwards, there will be no Blood Moon Assassin organization or God-destroying palace." Fang Chun had just finished speaking when he used the space-time true intent. The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization wanted to flee, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't move his body. Bang! The leader of the Blood Moon Assassin organization, whose name had shaken the Five Elements Sword City, had fallen. Crash! The entire plaza was in an uproar. The hearts of countless martial artists were filled with shock. They had thought that the Five Elements Palace would be destroyed today. They hadn't expected things to turn out like this. The happiest of all was the Five Elements Palace. They were extremely excited. The City Lord had killed two profound kings with a flip of his hand. From now on, the Five Elements Palace would be the absolute overlord of the Five Elements Sword City. I don't need to do anything else, right? Fang Chun turned to the Five Elements Palace Master and said with a smile, "Don't worry, City Lord. I will definitely eliminate the source of trouble," said the Five Elements Palace Master happily. The chaos in the Five Elements Sword City had been easily suppressed by Fang Chun. After this battle, Fang Chen's name spread throughout the entire Five Elements Sword City. With it as the center, it quickly spread to the entire Burial Sword Province. After disappearing for 2 years, Fang Chen's name once again appeared in everyone's ears. 3 days later, the Annihilation Shrine was completely destroyed. All the survivors were killed. 10 days later, the Blood Moon Assassin organization was destroyed. At this point, the Five Elements Palace was the dominant force in the Five Elements Sword City. Then, City Lord Fang Chen announced that the Five Elements Palace Master would be the Deputy City Lord of the Five Elements Sword City. When he wasn't around, the Five Elements Palace Master would be in charge of everything. After arranging the matters of the Five Elements Sword City, Fang Chen left for the Azure Sword City. Blood Refinement Monarch. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. When he had just arrived in the Burial Sword Province, his body had been refined into a blood puppet by the Blood Refinement Monarch. He had said that he would definitely take revenge. The strongest overlord force in the Azure Sword City was the Azure Sword Sect. Ever since the Blood Refinement Monarch joined the Azure Sword Sect, there had been an endless supply of blood puppets in the sect. The Azure Sword Sect fully supported the Blood Refinement Monarch, and the Blood Refinement Monarch did not disappoint and refined many blood puppets. The Azure Sword Sect's strength had leaped to become the strongest force among the many surrounding forces. Today was the day of the Azure Sword Sect's annual disciple recruitment. If it was in the past, it might not be so lively, but it was different this year, because the Blood Refinement Monarch, who was known as the #1 puppet master of the Azure Sword Sect, wanted to recruit a disciple. Let's go quickly. The recruitment is about to begin. It would be great if I could become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. Dream on. In the Azure Sword Sect, there are countless young people who want to become the disciple of the Blood Refinement Monarch. How could it be your turn? Walking on the street of the Azure Sword Sect, Fong Chun heard the discussions of many martial artists. Recruiting disciples? Fong Chun said with the corner of his mouth raised. Then, he went straight to the square. At this time, the people of the Azura Sword sect were testing the disciples in the square. Fong Chun recognized Xiao Yun and the blood refinement monarch, who had gone to the Golden Sword City. The two of them stood together and stared at the square. Suddenly, Xiao Yun said loudly, "Today, my Azura Sword sect will be recruiting 30 disciples, and the blood refinement monarch will be recruiting 3 personal disciples. If you think you are good enough, you can come and try." Hearing Xiao Yun's words, the square was restless. Many martial artists who thought they were good were eager to give it a try. Fong Chun stood in the crowd and did not rush to make a move. He quietly watched everything. I am willing to become the disciple of the blood refinement monarch. At this time, a voice spread across the square. Chapter 9:29. What kind of person was Bai He? He was the most outstanding disciple of Azura Sword City's younger generation. He was also the most likely disciple to become the blood refining king's disciple. Xiao Yun immediately looked at Bai He as if he was the blood refining king's disciple. Many cultivators began to discuss among themselves. Blood refining king, what do you think of this kid? Xiao Yun asked. The blood refining king observed Bai He for a while before grinning. Bai He, from today onwards, you're my disciple. Bai He was overjoyed when he heard that. Many cultivators in the square were also envious. Becoming the blood refining king's disciple meant that he had a high status in Azura Sword sect. Brother, I don't think the blood refining king can be your master. But at this moment, a strange voice rang out. Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and they immediately turned their heads to look. Fong Chun walked step by step from the crowd towards the white crane. At this time, Xiao Yun and the blood refining monarch, who was about to fly into a rage, noticed Fong Chun. Brat, you dare to cause trouble? Xiao Yun said coldly. The blood refining king's expression was extremely gloomy. He was ready to attack at any time. Brat, do you want to die? Bai He had just become the blood refining king's disciple, and this brat was already causing trouble. Most importantly, Bai He wanted to show off in front of the blood refining king. Thus, he took a step forward and stood in front of Fong Chun. Brat, break one of your arms and kneel in front of my master. Perhaps my master will be magnanimous and let you go, Bai He said coldly. I'm telling the truth. The blood refining king can't be your master, Fong Chun said slowly. Because, before Fong Chun could finish his words, his figure suddenly disappeared like a ghost. Then, above Lord Blood Refining's head, a fist light tore through the void and smashed directly on his head. Crack! The blood refining king's head suddenly shattered, and his soul was destroyed. Blood refining king, Xiao Yun, who was standing beside the blood refining king, cried out when he saw this. The crowd in the square hadn't reacted yet. Fong Chun's body once again appeared before the white crane. Look, I've already said that he might not be able to become your master. Why didn't you believe me? Fong Chun shrugged and said seriously. At that moment, Bai He's body was trembling uncontrollably. His heart was in turmoil. The white crane kept retreating. Because of fear, its legs went soft and it fell to the ground. Its clothes were drenched in sweat. All the warriors looked at Fong Chun as if they were looking at a devil. May I ask who senior is? Xiao Yun suppressed the shock in his heart and cupped his hands. To be able to kill the blood-refining monarch with a single punch, such an almighty was not someone he could provoke. At the same time, Xiao Yun had already sent a message back to Azura Sword Sect's headquarters. Don't be afraid. I'm only here to kill the blood-refining king, Fong Chun said before leaving. After Fong Chun left, the higher-ups of Azura Sword Sect arrived one after another. After they learned about what had happened, the shock in their hearts could not be calmed down for a long time. Sect Master, are we just going to let this matter go? Xiao Yun was unwilling. Nonsense, scolded the Sect Master. This person was able to kill the blood-refining king with a single punch. The latter didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Even I don't have the confidence to deal with him. Xiao Yun's face paled. The Azure Sword sect's people rejoiced that this person had only killed the blood-refining king and hadn't attacked their sect. After killing the blood-refining king, Fang Chun left Azure Sword City and went to Golden Sword City. This was the first city he had visited in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Back then, because of his talent, he had caught the eye of the Sword Battle Arena's Elder Xian. "I wonder how Tang Tianlang is doing," muttered Fang Chun as he stood on the streets of Golden Sword City. Back then, after the blood-refining king had refined him into a blood puppet, Tang Tianlang had spent some violet crystals to buy him back. Then he had sent him on a mission to revive him. Now that he thought about it, Tang Tianlang was his savior. If they met, Fang Chun would be willing to help Tang Tianlang. On a certain street in Golden Sword City, Tang Tianlang and Tang Chensi were shopping. Back then, their cultivations had only been in the lower stages of the true martial realm. After a few years, their cultivation had reached the middle stages of the true martial realm. As Tang Chensi grew more and more beautiful, there were more and more men pursuing her in Golden Sword City. At this time, Tang Chensi was being harassed. "Sister Chensi, no matter what you want, I can agree to it. I just want you to admire the flowers with me," said a good-for-nothing disciple with a smile. "I don't have time." Because the other party had a powerful background, Tang Chensi declined politely. However, the other party was overbearing. "Sister Chensi, I've been pursuing you. Why aren't you even willing to look at me?" asked the good-for-nothing disciple helplessly. "I'm sorry. I'm focusing on my cultivation now. I don't want to talk about love." Tang Chensi turned and left. However, several subordinates of the good-for-nothing disciple blocked her way. "Bingxian, what do you want?" Tang Chensi was a little angry. "Chensi, are you okay?" At this time, Tang Tianlang hurried over. Seeing Tang Chensi's unhappy expression, he hurriedly asked. "I'm fine," said Tang Chensi. "Tang Tianlang, you came at the right time. Persuade your sister to agree to my request," said the good-for-nothing disciple. When Tang Tianlang heard this, his expression became serious. "Sir Bingxian, you're from the Sword Arena. You can find any girl in Golden Sword City. Why do you have to pester my sister?" "Tang Tianlang, you're not giving me face." Bingxuan's expression darkened when he heard this. "Sir Bingxian, I can't make the decision for my sister." Before Tang Tianlang could finish speaking, Bingxian waved his hand and interrupted him. "Tang Chensi, you forced me to do this," said Bingxian. "Capture Tang Tianlang." Bingxian wanted to use Tang Tianlang to force Tang Chensi to submit. When Bingxuan's subordinates heard this, they walked towards Tang Tianlang. Tang Tianlang's expression changed, and he wanted to resist. When did the Sword Arena have such a good-for-nothing disciple? "I feel embarrassed for Elder Xian." Fang Chen knew that it was time for him to appear. "Who are you?" Bingxuan's eyes landed on Fang Chen as he coldly asked. "I'm just someone who saw injustice and decided to help." Fang Chen smiled. "Attack," said Bingxian. His subordinates continued to charge at Tang Tianlang. However, before they could even get close to Tang Tianlang, they were sent flying. At this time, Bingxian finally realized that something was wrong. "I'm from the Sword Arena. May I ask who you are?" Bingxian took out the Sword Arena to pressure Fang Chen. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Chen. Papano once saw Fang Chen's body move, but two red handprints appeared on Bingxuan's face. It was burning. "You dare hit me?" roared Bingxian furiously. "Scram," said Fang Chen coldly. In that instant, a trace of fear appeared in Bingxuan's heart. "Brat, you're dead." Bingxian angrily left. "You are." When Fang Chen turned around, Tang Tianlang's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Chen. He felt that Fang Chen was very familiar. "Thank you for saving my life, young master." Tang Chensi blinked her eyes as she giggled. "It's nothing. Besides, you siblings saved me before," said Fang Chen. Tang Tianlang was a bit confused. Fang Chen didn't explain. After a moment of confusion, Tang Tianlang worriedly said, "Brother, Bingxian is from the Sword Arena. You have offended him, so you must be careful." "Don't worry. I don't care about a mere Sword Arena," said Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, Bingxian returned with reinforcements. "Bingxian, who dared to attack you?" asked an old man in a deep voice. "Elder, you must avenge me." After Bingxian returned, He exaggerated the truth and said that he was bullied. When the elder heard this, he was furious and wanted to avenge Bing Xian. Go back and tell Elder Xian that I will pay him a visit. What happened next shocked all the cultivators on the street. Before Bing Xian and the others could get close, Fang Chan waved his sleeve and sent them flying. Chapter 9:30. Golden Sword City in a brightly lit mansion. This was Tang Tianlong's mansion. Fang Chun and the other two sat quietly in the pavilion. There was a crescent moon in the night sky, and the gentle moonlight shone on the three of them. After learning about the situation, Tang Tianling couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that the blood puppet he casually bought would save his life? Thank you, Brother Fang, Tang Tianlang said with a smile. After hearing Fang Chen's story, Tang Chenxi's beautiful eyes flickered with a complicated expression. It's nothing. Indeed, in Fang Chen's eyes, this was as easy as lifting a finger. In the beginning, Tang Tianlang was still worried that Fang Chen would offend Bing Xian, and the sword arena wouldn't let the matter rest. But now, he wasn't worried at all. Fang Chen's strength was obvious to all. With a light wave of his sleeve, he directly sent the elder of the sword arena flying. This strength was obviously at the Mystic King realm. Tang Tianlang never dreamed that one day he would cross paths with a Mystic King realm cultivator. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that he had once saved this Mystic King realm cultivator. Just as Fang Chan was chatting with Tang Tianlang and his sister, a faint aura suddenly appeared. Fang Chan raised his pitch-black eyes and looked at the darkness outside the pavilion. In the next moment, a figure appeared. Who are you? Why did you injure someone from the sword arena? Elder Xian had arrived. When Fang Chan used the name Gu Jian, he wore a mask. Now that he had taken off his mask, Elder Xian couldn't recognize him at all. Elder Xian, how have you been? Seeing this, Fang Chan grinned. Hearing this, Elder Xian looked at Fang Chan in surprise. After that, he felt a familiar aura. You're talking about Gu Jian? Fang Chan deliberately emitted a familiar aura, and Elder Xian instantly discovered it. At this moment, Elder Xian was extremely shocked. Gu Jian was incomparably monstrous back then. However, it wasn't as profound as this. Standing in the courtyard, Elder Xian couldn't sense Fang Chen's presence. Elder Xian, my real name is Fang Chen. The name of the ancient sword was an alias. Fang Chen explained. Gu Jian, Fang Chen. So it's you. This is all a misunderstanding. Elder Xian chuckled when he found out that Fang Chen was Gu Jian. Then, he took a step forward and entered the pavilion. Greetings, Elder Xian. Tang Tianlang and his sister hurriedly stood up and cupped their fists. At the end of the day, Elder Xian was still one of the most powerful individuals in Golden Sword City. He deserved to be respected. Elder Xian gestured for the two of them to sit down. Then he looked at Fang Chen. The city lord of the 5 elements Sword City, number 1 on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. Elder Xian said slowly. Oh, I should add one more sentence. The most powerful individual of the younger generation in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Elder Xian had heard of Fang Chen's name long ago. However, he never dreamed that Fang Chen and Gu Jian were the same person. Fang Chen's potential was too monstrous. At a young age, he became the city lord of the 5-element Sword City. Then, he entered the Sword Burial Prefecture and ranked first on the Sword Burial Heavenly Wall list. A few years ago, Fang Chen followed Lu Jingyun and the others into the God Burial Sword Prison. After that, 13 powerful individuals appeared, but Fang Chen was nowhere to be seen. Everyone thought that Fang Chen had died in the God Burial Sword Prison. Who would have thought that not only was Fang Chen not dead, but he was also abnormally powerful? Fang Chen, it seems like you've gained something in the God Burial Sword Prison. Elder Xian smiled. At the sword battle arena, he heard that an expert had appeared and sent an elder flying with a wave of his sleeve. Moreover, this person had said that he wanted to visit him. His intuition told him that this person must be a mysterious king realm expert. Hence, he had come personally. Bing Xian. Elder Xian was furious when he thought of Bing Xian. Fang Chen, Bing Xian has offended you. I will definitely punish him. Elder Xian said. Elder Xian also knew that with Fang Chen's current strength, even if he killed Bing Xian, there was nothing he could do. However, Fang Chun did not kill Bing Xian. This was giving him face. "It's over," Fang Chun said. Then, he looked at Tang Tianlang and his sister. "Elder Xian, I owe these two people a favor." Before Fang Chun finished speaking, Elder Xian directly asked the two of them to join the sword battle arena. Fang Chun smiled when he heard this. Tang Tianlang and his sister were the happiest. The two of them had dreamed of joining the sword battle arena one day. However, reality was cruel. With their talent, they could not join the sword battle arena. However, the leader of the sword battle arena, Elder Xian, who was famous in Golden Sword City, personally asked the two of them to join. "Thank you, Brother Fang." "Thank you, Elder Xian." Tang Tianlang was excited and thanked them. The reason why Fang Chun and Tang Tianlang came to his residence was to create momentum for him, so that outsiders would not dare to attack them. Now, they had achieved their goal. Fang Chun and Elder Xian chatted for a while before leaving quietly. The next day, a big piece of news came out of Golden Sword City. Tang Tianlang and Tang Chensi had become the direct disciples of the sword battle arena. Their status was second only to the elders. After this news came out, the entire sword battle arena was in an uproar. Everyone was guessing. The reason for this was probably because of that mysterious expert. Could it be that even Elder Xian was afraid of that mysterious expert? Within Golden Sword City, there were sounds of discussion. As for the main character, Fang Chun, he quietly returned to Burial Sword City. In Buried Sword City, Fang Chun found Fatty Li, He Xuelin, Luo Byron, and Wu Li. Back then in Golden Sword City, they had a good relationship. Now that Fang Chun was strong, he would naturally help the four of them. Under Fang Chen's introduction, the four of them joined the City Lord's mansion and received the appreciation of the two City Lords. Their futures were limitless. The four of them were very happy. "Brother Gujian, oh no, it's Brother Fang Chun. Fatty Li, admire you so much." Fatty Li grinned. Fang Chun didn't hide anything from Fatty Li and the other three. When the four of them learned that Gu Jian was Fang Chun, they were shocked. Now, the five of them gathered in the City Lord's mansion and chatted happily. "I said that Brother Fang Chun is extraordinary." He Xuelin smiled. "Brother Fang, thank you," Luo Byron said. Beside him, Wu Li also nodded his head heavily to express his gratitude. In Buried Sword City, they had no one to rely on. It was very difficult for them to survive. Now that they had joined the City Lord's mansion and received the appreciation of the two City Lords, it would be much easier for them to cultivate. Cultivate well. After making arrangements for the four of them, Fang Chun returned to the Buried Sword Immortal Palace. Seeing Fang Chen's departing figure, the four of them had grave expressions. "I must work hard to cultivate," Fatty Li said solemnly. "That's right. For Brother Fang Chun to have such achievements, it can't be separated from hard work. We should also work hard," Ishualin said. Luo Byron and Wu Li looked at each other and smiled. Inside the Buried Sword Immortal Palace, the Palace Lord and Fang Chun were sitting in a pavilion playing chess. Fang Chen's chess skills weren't very good, but since the Palace Lord wanted to play chess, he naturally had to accompany him. The Palace Lord held the Shirako and landed on the chessboard. Then he glanced at Fang Chun and smiled. "The secular matter has been resolved." "It has already been resolved," Fang Chun said bluntly. The Palace Lord pondered for a moment and then said, "Fang Chun, I originally didn't plan to tell you this matter now. However, your achievements have exceeded my expectations. After thinking about it, I still want to tell you." "Palace Lord, there's no harm in saying it," Fang Chun said. "You have also been to the Buried Godsword Prison, so you should know where it is." The Palace Lord said, "The Buried Godsword Prison is in the depths of the Endless Sea." The Palace Lord nodded and then said, "However, what you don't know is why the Buried Godsword Prison is in that whirlpool." "Why?" Fang Chun frowned slightly, as if he had noticed something. "Because there is an extraterrestrial creature suppressed in that whirlpool." The Palace Lord said, "An extraterrestrial creature?" Fang Chun was a little puzzled. What was the origin of this extraterrestrial creature? Why did it need the buried god sword prison to suppress it? As expected, the palace lord's next words shocked Fong Chun. That extraterrestrial creature is not an ordinary creature. It comes from the legendary place where the gods live. Hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned and his face was filled with confusion. The place where the gods live. This was the second time he had heard of this place. This extraterrestrial creature actually came from the place where the gods lived. No wonder it was suppressed by the buried god sword prison. This extraterrestrial creature is very strong. Fong Chun asked. Chapter 9:31. The place where gods lived was extremely mysterious. Since this creature had come from the place where gods lived, its strength was naturally extraordinary. How did it get here? Asked Fong Chun. The palace master shook his head as if he didn't know much about it. Fong Chun, after you entered the god-burying sword prison, I gathered a dozen profound kings who had experienced the chaos of the darkness to fight that creature, said the palace master. Fong Chun listened quietly, his heart pounding. In the end, all of them died, and that creature also suffered a great price. It can't escape the suppression of the god-burying sword prison for now, continued the palace master. Fong Chun let out a sigh of relief. What do you mean, palace master? Asked Fong Chun. That creature has always been the greatest threat to the sword burial state. I've been thinking about getting rid of it day and night, but its strength is too heaven-defying, said the palace master. The palace master said, my original plan was to nurture batches of experts and use them to exhaust the life of the extraterrestrial life form. However, your appearance has disrupted my plans. It has also allowed me to see hope, said the palace master. Fong Chun was startled and looked at the palace master in confusion. It's a pleasant surprise that you were able to gain Emperor Zongjin's approval. Right now, you're still weak and haven't reached the profound king realm. Once you reach the profound king realm, your strength will definitely soar. You'll be the most promising cultivator to kill that creature, said the palace master. Fong Chun nodded and didn't say anything. The creature wanted to destroy the sword burial state. If he was strong enough, Fong Chun would definitely stop it. After all, the sword burial state was formed by his master's body. It couldn't be desecrated. Don't worry, palace master. As long as I'm strong enough, I'll definitely do my best to kill that creature, said Fong Chun. Hearing this, the palace master laughed in relief. Fong Chun, you're the only martial artist in the last 10,000 years to pass the 12th heaven tribulation. You're only at LV9 true martial realm, yet you're able to kill a mysterious king realm expert. Furthermore, you've become the disciple of Zongjin Emperor. You'll definitely shine in the future. Palace master, may I ask how long it will take for that creature to recover from its injuries? This was the question Fong Chun was most concerned about. The self-destruction of more than a dozen Mystic King Realm commanders is extremely powerful. That extraterrestrial being will need at least 5 years to recover, said the palace master. Fong Chun thought for a moment, then nodded heavily. In Fong Chun's opinion, 5 years was not a short time. He was confident that he could complete the 18th level of the God-burying sword prison within 5 years and become his master's official disciple. By then, the entire God-burying sword prison would be under his control. Most importantly, the 8 guardians would be able to leave the God-burying sword prison. With 8 peak Mystic King Realm experts and Qin Yang, they should have a high chance of dealing with that extraterrestrial being. However, it was still too early to say such things. Many thanks, said the palace master solemnly. To be able to make the palace master express his gratitude, it was enough to show how much hope he had for Fong Chun. After chatting with the palace master for a while, Fong Chun suddenly thought of a problem. Palace master, does the sword-burying immortal palace have any secret soul cultivation techniques? Asked Fong Chun. Now that his soul had reached the late green level, the god-drawing art was no longer able to support his attacks. Therefore, he needed to find a more powerful soul cultivation method. Secret soul cultivation techniques? The palace master thought for a moment and then said, Fong Chun, there are indeed soul cultivation techniques in the sword-burying immortal palace. But what? There's a soul tower in the sword burial immortal palace. There are two secret soul cultivation techniques hidden in the Soul Tower. For countless years, no one has been able to find these two secret soul cultivation techniques. The Palace Master slowly said, "They're hidden within the Soul Tower?" Feng Chen was a bit puzzled. The Palace Master nodded and gave Feng Chen a simple explanation of the Soul Tower. "I want to give it a try." Feng Chen was eager to give it a try. "All right, I'll take you there." The Palace Master stood up and led Feng Chen out of the pavilion. A moment later, the two of them arrived at a place shrouded in mist. Only when they got closer did they discover that there was a tall tower surrounded by dense soul energy. "This is the Soul Tower?" asked Feng Chen. The Soul Tower is an independent space. Every martial artist that enters the Soul Tower will find themselves in a different environment. As for whether or not you can obtain a soul cultivation technique, that will depend on your luck. Feng Chen nodded and stepped into the ancient Soul Pagoda. Crash! After entering the Soul Tower, Feng Chen discovered that he was in a vast expanse of whiteness. Snow was falling from the sky, and the ground was covered in ice blocks that stretched as far as the eye could see. A world of ice and snow. Feng Chen looked around in astonishment. Back in the ancient Sword Continent, Feng Chen had comprehended the concept of ice. He hadn't expected to encounter a world of ice and snow this time. Crash! He released the concept of ice and wrapped it around his body. It instantly blocked the icy aura of this world of ice and snow. After that, Feng Chen quickly walked through the world of ice and snow, carefully searching for a soul cultivation technique. There are two secret techniques in this Soul Tower. I wonder where they are hidden, muttered Feng Chen to himself. The vast world of ice and snow was covered in white. Apart from ice and snow, there was nothing else. Even the air was filled with the aura of ice and snow. After walking continuously for 6 hours, Feng Chen stopped. The aura of ice and snow is a bit different, Feng Chen muttered. With the true meaning of space-time, he was very sensitive to space. He discovered that the air was different. Just like that, Feng Chen quietly stood on the ground. The heavy snow in the sky constantly fell on his body. Not long after, he was covered in snow and merged into the world of ice and snow. At this time, the aura of the concept of ice in Feng Chen's mind was rapidly increasing. The second minor realm of the concept of ice, the third minor realm. The concept of ice was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had reached perfection. At this time, Feng Chen's comprehension of the world of ice and snow had become even deeper. Boom! At a certain moment, Feng Chen's mind exploded. Following that, information drilled into his mind. Secret ice sword. When he sensed this information, Feng Chen's face lit up with joy. This secret ice sword was clearly one of the soul cultivation techniques. I got it. After obtaining the secret ice sword, Feng Chen was very excited. Although he had only scanned it, he already knew that this secret ice sword was countless times stronger than the God Attraction art. As expected of something from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace, Feng Chen couldn't help but praise. I wonder what the other secret technique is, Feng Chen said. Feng Chen wasn't greedy. After obtaining a secret technique, he chose to leave. In less than half a day, Feng Chen came out of the ancient Soul Pagoda. So fast. Seeing this, the Palace Master couldn't help but exclaim. After bidding farewell to the Palace Master, Feng Chen turned and left. In a certain courtyard, there was a Tao-level formation protecting it. Feng Chen was sitting cross-legged, comprehending the secret ice sword. Surrounded by the concept of ice, the temperature of the courtyard was extremely low. This secret ice sword can temporarily freeze a cultivator's soul. Feng Chen muttered to himself. According to the introduction of the secret ice sword, once this secret technique was used, the soul power would condense into an ice sword and stab at the enemy. Of course, it also depended on who the opponent was. If the opponent was a third-level profound King Realm cultivator, the secret ice sword would be ineffective. Feng Chen's soul cultivation was only at the late 4th level. Even if he used the secret ice sword, he could at most fight a first-level profound King Realm cultivator. It would be great if my soul cultivation could reach the early 5th level. Fang Chun thought to himself. At the 5th level, the soul would reach the early blue level. At that time, with the secret eye sword, it would be easy to kill a 3rd-level profound king realm cultivator. If combined with the true meaning of space and time and the 3rd revolution radiant sword art, it wouldn't be impossible to kill a 4th-level profound king realm cultivator. I should think of a way to raise the concept of ice to the true meaning of ice first. Fang Chun said. Using the secret ice sword required the concept of ice. Once the concept of ice was raised to the true meaning of ice, its power would definitely increase again. Chapter 932. The true intent of ice was a low-level true intent. For those ordinary real martial realm martial artists, it was beyond their reach. However, Fang Chun was the only 12th tribulation martial artist in the past 10,000 years. Moreover, he had a golden heart and was exceptionally talented. He could even comprehend the true intent of space and time. What was a mere true intent of ice? Moreover, Fang Chun had the foundation of the concept of ice himself. While comprehending the true intent of ice, the entire courtyard was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. The temperature was extremely low. This lasted for about a month before he finally comprehended the true intent of ice. After comprehending the true intent of ice, Fang Chun began to cultivate the secret sword of ice. While comprehending the true intent of ice, Fang Chun had already memorized the chant of the secret sword of ice. Now, cultivating the secret sword of ice was a matter of course. In less than 2 hours, he succeeded in cultivating the secret sword of ice. Elementary level of the secret sword of ice. At a certain moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes and revealed a trace of a smile. He withdrew his aura, and the true intent of ice instantly disappeared. The pure whiteness in the courtyard also directly dissipated. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trace of movement outside the large array. Immediately, Fang Chun removed the large array. He suddenly discovered that the palace master was standing outside the courtyard. Palace master. Fang Chun looked at the palace master in confusion and cupped his hands. The palace master nodded and smiled. How was it? What did you gain? Not bad, Fang Chun said. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you, the palace master said. Fang Chun was puzzled and wanted to ask who this everyone was. However, the palace master did not give him a chance and directly turned to leave. Fang Chun followed closely behind and soon arrived at a large hall. The palace master took the lead to enter the hall and directly sat on the throne at the head of the table. After Fang Chun entered the hall, he suddenly discovered that there were many martial artists in the hall. Moreover, he recognized all of them. Little friend Fang, how have you been? The taciturn Zhang Jian grinned. Little friend Fang, I knew that you would definitely come out, said Reverend Tianong. Fang Chun, you're back, Lu Jingyan said. Fang Chun looked at them one by one. They were the 13 experts who had fought alongside him back then. Aren't they in seclusion? Could it be that they have come out? Fang Chun, ever since they came back, they have been in seclusion. They came out of seclusion a few days ago. It was their idea to call you here today, the palace lord on the throne said with a smile. Little friend Fang, we owe you our lives. We once heard that the continent you're from is facing some danger. We hope that we can help you, said Wen Chant. The other experts also looked at Fang Chun one after another. Fang Chun was also taken aback when he heard this. His original plan was to head to the ancient sword continent and exterminate the Devil Cloud Lien state after mastering the secret eye sword. But now, after hearing these people's words, he suddenly changed his mind. In that case, thank you very much. Fang Chun cupped his hands and said, with one more person, there would be one more force. The 13 experts were all Mystic King realm experts. If they were to head to the ancient sword continent, they would definitely suppress the ancient sword continent's crisis. Fang Chun, I can't leave the sword burial immortal palace. Let the 13 of them go with you, said the palace lord slowly. After the 13 experts became profound kings, they joined the sword-burying celestial palace. Fang Chun nodded when he heard this. When are we leaving? Sidu Hong's eyes flickered as he asked anxiously. Dugiyun was also anxious because the other 2 continents they were from had also been invaded by experts. Now that they had the strength, they naturally wanted to restore order and quell the chaos. "We can leave now," said Fang Chun. It just so happened that he had mastered the secret ice sword, so he could leave now. "Then let's go." After everyone made their decision, Fang Chun took the lead and flew out of the sword burial immortal palace. On this day, there were 14 strong cultivators flying in the sky above the burial sword prefecture. Many true martial realm cultivators were astonished by this sight. "Star and moon, I will avenge you," said Fang Chun, clenching his fists. After flying for a while, they finally arrived at the border of the sword burial prefecture. There was a huge seal between this place and the Forbidden Ocean. The 14 experts landed on the ground. Fang Chun took out a token and injected his spirit chi into it, activating it instantly. Whoosh! A bright light shot out from the token and blended into the seal. Under everyone's gaze, the seal opened. "Let's go," said Fang Chun. The 14 experts entered the gap in the seal in a single file. Then the seal closed automatically. Fang Chun and the others floated in the sky. Below them was the Forbidden Ocean. "This is the Forbidden Ocean." Swordsman Folding's eyes flickered as he grinned. This was the first time they had left the sword burial prefecture since they were born. They were very excited. "Once we cross the sword burial prefecture, we'll reach the ancient sword continent." With that, Fang Chun transformed into a streak of light. Although Fang Chun's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the true martial realm, the other 13 looked to him as their leader. That was because everyone knew that Fang Chun's strength was the most frightening. Moreover, they had learned from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace that Fang Chun had received the Sword Burial Emperor's approval and become his personal disciple. One could imagine how terrifying Fang Chun's potential was. What fresh air! Everyone cheered, their faces full of smiles. On this day, 14 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. The Forbidden Ocean was called the Forbidden Area because it was the territory of the Sea Demon clan. Humans were not allowed to set foot in it. For the ancient Sword Continent's cultivators, even profound kings didn't dare to enter the Forbidden Ocean. A few years ago, 3 foreign visitors had appeared in the Forbidden Ocean. Their appearance intimidated the overlord of the Forbidden Ocean, the Beast Emperor. After that, the Beast Emperor didn't dare to appear. It wasn't until a long time later that the Beast Emperor realized that the foreign visitors had left. After hearing this news, the Beast Emperor was extremely excited. Every day, he would seek pleasure in the Forbidden Ocean. One day, 14 streaks of light streaked across the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. A Beast King quickly arrived at the Beast Emperor Palace. "Lord Beast Emperor, we found 14 human cultivators in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean," said the Octopus Beast King quickly. "What human cultivators are in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean?" asked the Beast Emperor. "How strong are they?" "I can't sense their strength," said the Octopus Beast King. "I'll go take a look." As soon as the Beast Emperor finished speaking, he appeared in the sky above the Forbidden Ocean. Then, it chased after the 14 streaks of light. Because it was in the ocean, its speed was at its peak. It didn't take long for it to catch up with Fang Chun and the others. At this moment, Fang Chun and the others, who were flying, suddenly discovered a Beast Emperor below them. A Mystic King Realm Sea Demon should be the leader of this ocean. As Darksword spoke, he turned to glare at the Beast Emperor and muttered to himself. The Beast Emperor, who wanted to probe the strength of these human cultivators, was suddenly frightened by Darksword's gaze. 14 Mystic Kings. At this moment, the Beast Emperor was in chaos. He had never seen 14 Mystic Kings at once. Where were these human cultivators going? Splash! Without any hesitation, the Beast Emperor dove into the depths of the ocean in a flash. He didn't dare to provoke 14 Mystic Kings. What's going on? In the past, I haven't encountered a single Mystic King Realm cultivator in 1,000 years. Now, in less than 10 years, I've encountered so many Mystic Kings, said the Beast Emperor doubtfully. The closer they got to the ancient Sword Continent, the more difficult it was for Fang Chun to calm down. Thinking back to the past, although he had transmigrated from Earth. However, as time passed, he developed a strong sense of belonging. In the depths of his heart, he had already treated Black Cloud City's Fong clan as his true home. Then, with the help of the Golden Heart and his own efforts, he had walked step by step to reach his current level. The ancient Sword Continent was his home. He wouldn't allow anyone to destroy it. Demon Cloud Lianzhou, you killed my wife and occupied my home. Your death date has arrived. The current Fong Chun was confident that he could easily kill Demon Cloud Lianzhou. After flying for a few days, the Ice Fire King suddenly said, "There's a continent up ahead." Fong Chun raised his head. A familiar scene instantly appeared. Chapter 9:33. The Ancient Sword Continent. The appearance of the Demon Cloud Lianzhou intimidated the two strongest quasi-kings of the continent. After that, the Skybone King and the Acheron Sect Master became the Demon Cloud Lianzhou's lackeys. The Demon Cloud Lianzhou was focused on refining the heart of the realm and had no time to care about the ancient Sword Continent. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Acheron Sect had been occupying every piece of land on the ancient Sword Continent. Today was the most dangerous day in the history of the Five Elements continent. After being defeated by Dean Wuyun, the Acheron Sect Master went into hiding. Recently, he'd finally recovered his peak combat strength, and his cultivation had stepped into the Mysterious King realm once more. After reaching the Mystic King realm, the Acheron Sect Master's combat strength was unprecedented and became the strongest person on the ancient Sword Continent. The Acheron Sect Master led the Acheron Sect to besiege the Five Elements Academy. At this moment, the Acheron Sect Master stood quietly under the Five Elements Peak with a disdainful smile. The Five Elements Peak was engulfed in a massacre. The remnants of the Acheron Sect were slaughtering crazily. The students of the Five Elements Academy were fighting to the death for the Academy. Seeing the students dying one after another at the hands of the remnants of the Acheron Sect, the upper echelons of the Five Elements Academy were powerless. On the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Dean Wuyun was the leader with Elder Han and the others behind him. "Dean, let me fight. Even if I die, I'm willing." The bloody spearman's eyes were scarlet as he roared. Dean Wuyun was a quasi-king and couldn't fight against the Acheron Sect Master. The Acheron Sect Master relied on his strength to intimidate the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy, making them unable to fight. They could only watch as the students of the Five Elements Academy were slaughtered. "Wuyun, today will be the death of the Five Elements Academy," the Acheron Sect Master said in a low voice. After destroying the Five Elements Academy, they would occupy the Tianzhou and Demon Continent and become the true ruler of the ancient Sword Continent. "Dean, let me fight," Elder Han roared. The other true martial realm experts also requested to fight. Even if they died in battle, it was better than this. Dean Wuyun closed his eyes in pain. After about 3 seconds, he opened his eyes. In his eyes, there was a hint of unswerving determination. "I'll hold back the Yellow Spring Sect's Sect Master. You guys go and slaughter the remaining members of the Yellow Spring Sect." Dean Wuyun made his decision. As soon as his voice fell, Dean Wuyun's figure flashed, and he arrived below the Five Elements Peak. He launched his strongest attack at the Yellow Spring Sect Master. At the same time, the true martial realm experts of the Five Elements Academy also joined the battle. Killing one is enough. Killing two is a profit. The Bone Weapon Saint Sovereign roared as he killed a Yellow Spring Sect member. With the addition of several true martial realm powerhouses, the Five Elements Academy's decline was instantly stopped, and they launched an attack on the Yellow Spring Sect. How laughable! Below the Five Elements Peak, seeing Dean Wuyun's attack, the Yellow Spring Sect Master said these words. Bang Dean Wuyun's all-out attack was actually easily blocked by the Netherworld Sect Master. The difference between the true martial realm and the profound king realm is not as simple as you imagine. The head of the Yellow Spring Sect sneered. He held Dean Wuyun's weapon and directly shattered it. Bang Dean Wuyun's body was sent flying and slammed into the Five Elements Peak. Rumble, the entire Five Elements Peak was shaking. The hearts of several true martial realm cultivators who were fighting sank. A sorrowful atmosphere instantly spread out. Is the Five Elements Academy going to be destroyed? This was the thought in the hearts of many Five Elements Academy disciples. Even the strongest dean was sent flying by a punch from the Netherworld sect master. Who else could stop the iron hooves of the Yellow Springs sect? All the cultivators had a trace of sadness on their faces, and their backs had a trace of loneliness. Even if we die, we have to drag someone down with us. It was unknown who shouted this, but suddenly, the fighting spirit of the Five Elements Academy was ignited. Countless students charged into the battlefield without caring about anything. They were not afraid of death, just to prove that there were no cowards in the Five Elements Academy. Dean Weiyun's eyes were scarlet red, and he fell into madness. Ah! Yang Tian roared, roaring endlessly. He ignited his own blood and launched another attack. However, the heartless truth made his heart turn to ashes. Bang, one punch after another, directly shattered the last trace of hope in Dean Weiyun's heart. From today onwards, the Five Elements Academy will be destroyed, the Netherworld sect master announced. As soon as the Netherworld sect master finished speaking, his body suddenly emitted the aura of a mystic king. In his palm, countless auras instantly gathered into a small ball. Within this small ball, there was an extremely terrifying aura. Everyone knew that if this small ball bombarded the Five Elements peak, the Five Elements Academy would completely disappear. No! All the students cried out miserably. They wanted to stop him, but there was nothing they could do. Die! The more it was like this, the happier the Netherworld sect master was. He threw the small ball in his hand without hesitation towards the Five Elements peak. The 14 experts led by Fong Chun discovered that something was wrong as soon as they entered the Five Elements province. There's the aura of a mystic king realm martial artist. They seem to be fighting, Zhang Jian said in a deep voice. Fong Chun's expression changed greatly. He didn't even have time to speak. His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. This was the first time since Fong Chun comprehended the true meaning of space and time. He had activated it. His body was constantly traversing through space. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Five Elements peak. Not good. When Fong Chun saw the small ball, he cried out inwardly. Then, he activated the true meaning of space and time again. Just as the small ball was about to hit the Five Elements peak, Fong Chun suddenly appeared. Crash! The small round ball was confined for a short while. Then, Fong Chun activated his saint-level physical body and punched the small round ball. Bang! The small ball shattered, and a berserk aura instantly spread out. The sudden turn of events caused the Yellow Springs sect master to frown. Who is it? The Netherworld sect master berated. As for Dean Weiyun and the other true martial realm experts who had fallen to the ground, when they discovered the person who had arrived, their eyes glistened with tears. Fong Chun, he didn't die. Fong Chun didn't die. My Five Elements Academy can be saved. A burst of cheers instantly resounded through the sky. After Fong Chun shattered the small ball, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I didn't come too late. Then, he nodded at Dean Weiyun. Finally, his gaze fell on the Netherworld sect master. Fong Chun, how are you still alive? When a Netherworld sect master saw Fong Chun's appearance, he cried out involuntarily. Back then, he had personally killed Fong Chun in the Devil Cloud Lien province and left his corpse in the wilderness. He didn't expect that after so many years, Fong Chun would actually appear alive. Furthermore, he had managed to block his attack. Sorry to disappoint you. Not only am I not dead, but I'm also going to take your dog life, said Fong Chun. So what if he didn't die? The current me has already stepped into the profound king realm. You're powerless to change anything, said the Netherworld sect master coldly. Even if Fong Chun didn't die, he wouldn't be able to step into the profound king realm in such a short time. I'm powerless to change anything, said Fong Chun. The one powerless to change anything should be the Netherworld sect master. Fong Chun's appearance caused the battle to instantly stop. My Netherworld sect wants to unify the ancient sword continent. A heavenly genius like you won't be able to stop me, said the Netherworld sect master. Fong Chun shook his head. The corner of his mouth rose, revealing a disdainful smile. In my eyes, you're just an ant, said Fong Chun. Fong Chen's words were extremely arrogant, infuriating the Netherworld sect master. Brad, if you want to die, I'll help you out. The Netherworld sect master's wrist shook, and a ray of light shot out. Whoosh! When the ray of light reached Fong Chun, it strangely stopped. Then, Fong Chun directly grabbed the ray of light and crushed it in front of the Netherworld sect master's eyes. This is your attack, asked Fong Chun. Just now, the Netherworld sect master had sensed Fong Chen's aura when Fong Chun attacked. The aura of the true martial realm is deliberately mystifying. Without stepping into the profound king realm, you won't be able to stop me from unifying the continent, sneered the Netherworld sect master. He had thought that Fong Chun was powerful, but it turned out he was just deliberately mystifying himself. You'll never understand the difference between the true martial realm and the profound king realm, continued the Netherworld sect master. Fong Chun nodded when he heard that. He agreed with the Acheron sect leader's words. Chapter 9:34. The Yellow Spring sect master had boasted that the gap between the true martial realm and the mysterious king realm wasn't something that Dean Wu-Yun could imagine. And now, Fong Chun had said the same thing to the Yellow Spring sect master. Although he was in the true martial realm, the Yellow Spring sect master was like an ant in his eyes. What a joke! The Yellow Spring sect master laughed sinisterly, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, Fong Chun did not pay any attention to him. Crash! Fong Chun waved his hand, and a giant palm print hovered above the Five Elements peak and pressed down. Cries of agony could be heard coming from the Five Elements peak. Before the Yellow Spring sect master could react, all the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were exterminated. Brat, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. The Yellow Spring sect master only reacted after the giant palm print had exterminated all the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. The Yellow Spring sect master attacked, and the aura of the mysterious king realm erupted. Let's stop here. Fong Chun punched out. It was a simple punch, but the Yellow Spring sect master couldn't block it. No! When the fist approached the Yellow Spring sect master, the latter's face was filled with horror, and he screamed miserably. At this time, the Yellow Spring sect master realized that Fong Chun's strength was far from what he had imagined. Crack! In a flash, the Yellow Spring sect master's body was sent flying by Fong Chun. Dean Wu-Yun and the others were already dumbfounded. Was Fong Chun so powerful that he could send the Yellow Spring sect master flying with a punch? Your strength! The Yellow Spring sect master quickly stood up, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was filled with shock. Fong Chun walked step by step towards the Yellow Spring sect master. Seeing this, the Yellow Spring sect master cried out in horror, "No! Let me go, and this matter will be over." The Yellow Spring sect master tried to escape, but how could Fong Chun give him the chance? Poochie! With a swing of the hidden star sword, a golden sword light instantly cleaved the Yellow Spring sect master into two halves. His soul scattered, and he died completely. The insufferably arrogant Yellow Spring sect master was easily killed by Fong Chun. This, on the Five Elements peak, many students were completely shocked. In their eyes, the Yellow Spring sect master's strength was heaven-defying. However, Fong Chun was able to kill the Acheron sect master with a single slash. Just how strong was he? Dean Wu-Yun and the other true martial realm experts were all extremely excited. The heavens bless my Five Elements Academy. Dean Wu-Yun laughed loudly. The other genuine martial realm experts also came to Fong Chun's side. Master. Fong Chun cupped his hands towards the Bone Weapon Saint Master and Saint Master Danxing. I'm afraid we're no longer qualified to be your masters, Sage Master Danxing said. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life, Fong Chun said softly. Hearing this, the two old men became even happier. Fong Chun, back then, weren't you? Asked Dean Wu-Yun, trying his best to calm the excitement in his heart. It's a long story, Fong Chun said slowly. Dean Wu-Yun waved his hand, and told the other higher-ups to clean up the mess. Then, he prepared to bring Fong Chun to the Five Elements Peak. Right at this moment, waves of majestic aura suddenly came over. Dean Wuyun's expression changed drastically. There's an expert approaching. The other true martial realm experts also acted as if they were facing a great enemy. Seeing this, Fong Chun smiled and said, "Everyone, there's no need to be anxious. They're on the same side." As expected, as soon as Fong Chun finished his sentence, the other 13 experts immediately arrived. "Yes, Fong Chun, you've already resolved the danger here," Dark Sword grinned. "Possessing a space-type true meaning, your speed is indeed fast," Taoist Tianhong said. 13 profound kings floated in the air, their auras majestic. Below, Dean Wuyun and the others were completely shocked. So many profound kings are Fong Chen's good friends. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just what had Fong Chun experienced to have so many profound kings as good friends? The entire ancient sword continent didn't have a single profound king. Just where had these profound kings come from? "Everyone, please wait a moment." Fong Chun cupped his hands toward the 13 people and then walked over to Dean Wuyun. Fong Chun told Dean Wuyun about his experience in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Dean Wuyun was incomparably shocked. "You went to the Sword Burial Prefecture?" asked Elder Han. Back when Fong Chun had been in the Five Elements Academy, Elder Han had thought that Fong Chun was the genius with the greatest hope of entering the Sword Burial Prefecture. But he hadn't expected Fong Chun to be in the Sword Burial Prefecture all these years. "Dean, I came this time to resolve the ancient Sword Continent crisis. You should deal with the Five Elements Academy first," said Fong Chun. "Fong Chun, you going to deal with the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture?" asked Dean Wuyun. Fong Chun didn't hide it and nodded in confirmation. "Be careful," said Dean Wuyun. After finishing his conversation with Dean Wuyun, Fong Chun led the 13 Mystic King realm powerhouses and headed towards Tianzhou. "Fong Chun, what is the cultivation base of that outsider you spoke of?" asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. "He should be at the low level of the profound king realm," said Fong Chun. Back then, the difference between his cultivation base and the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's cultivation base had been too great. He had been unable to sense his opponent's cultivation base. So he wasn't sure just how strong the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's cultivation base was. "A low-level profound king wouldn't be able to fight back against the 14 of us," said Taoist Tianhong. The 14 of them were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the Tianzhou Prefecture. In a certain region of the Tianzhou Prefecture, there was a towering mountain peak that pierced the clouds. "Back then, I died there," muttered Fong Chun to himself. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the angrier Fong Chun became. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was on this mountain peak. The energy of the world is so dense. Could it be that the outsider is refining the realm core? Said Zhongjian. "Let's go. No matter what, today was the day the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture died." Crash! The 14 of them soared into the sky and flew to the mountain peak that pierced the clouds. At this moment, the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak. His eyes were tightly closed, and his body was filled with incomparably dense energy of the world. Above his head, there was a heart-like thing that seemed to be strongly rejecting him. As expected, "He's refining the realm core," said Zhongjian. Bang! Fong Chun and the others landed on the mountain peak and punched out without hesitation. Fong Chun's attack directly interrupted the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture's refinement. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture that was refining the realm core suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with anger. He turned around and saw Fong Chun. You're not dead." The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture was a bit surprised. He had clearly killed Fong Chun back then. So why would he appear here now? "You're not dead, so how could I die?" asked Fong Chun. The Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture sneered. "Stupid native, so what if you're not dead? You dared to interrupt my refinement of the realm core. Dying 10,000 times won't be enough. A low-level, profound king martial artist has quite the tone." Suddenly, Yin Feng sneered. "Today all of you will die," roared the Devil Cloud Lian Prefecture. He had been refining the realm core for 4 years, and had already reached the most critical moment. Now that he was interrupted by Fang Chun, he was furious. Seeing the realm core merge with the sky of the ancient sword continent, the devil cloud Lian Prefecture emitted a terrifying killing intent. With just your strength, you dare to speak such arrogant words? Apart from Fang Chun, the other 13 experts all unleashed their mystic emperor realm auras. Crash! A dense aura filled the entire peak, causing the devil cloud Lian Prefecture's expression to change. Profound King Realm. At first, the devil cloud Lian Prefecture hadn't noticed it. But now that they released their profound king auras, he finally noticed. Even if the devil cloud Lian Prefecture was conceited, he was still no match for 13 profound kings. Could it be that you're also outsiders? Asked the devil cloud Lian Prefecture. What benefits did he give you? I can give you double, said the devil cloud Lian Prefecture. The demon cloud Lianzhou said, I am a member of the demon cloud family. If you give me some face, I, the demon cloud Lianzhou, will definitely repay you in the future. Hearing the devil cloud Lian Prefecture's words, the 13 experts sneered. Idiot, said Zhang Jian. 4 years ago, my wife was killed by you. Even I almost died at your hands, said Fang Chen calmly. Today, 4 years later, I've come for revenge. Chapter 9:35. The demon cloud Lianzhou's face was ferocious and filled with rage. His eyes were scarlet. He had painstakingly come to the mortal continent and was about to become an overlord. But at such a crucial moment, he was actually killed by an ant that he could easily kill back then. All of you will die. The demon cloud Lianzhou went completely mad. When he discovered the 13 profound king realm experts, he knew that he was no match for them with his own strength. Therefore, the demon cloud Lianzhou did not hesitate to take out his trump card. Crash! As soon as the demon cloud Lianzhou's voice fell, a fiery red starlight appeared in his hand. He then crushed the starlight without hesitation. Go to hell. Seeing this, Taoist Tianhong's face changed and shouted. He released a large amount of world energy. In the process of refining the world core, he absorbed a large amount of world energy and released it all at this moment. Rumble. At this moment, with the demon cloud Lianzhou as the center, a sea of fire instantly appeared. Within the sea of fire, there was a large amount of world energy. Form the formation. Zhang Jian shouted. The 13 of them instantly laid out a combined attack formation and then used their full strength to attack. Seeing this, Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and used the third turn radiant sword technique. Whoosh! A radiant sword light containing a majestic aura shot out from the hidden star sword. It pierced through space and shot towards the demon cloud, Lianzhou. Pucci! Before the power of the combined attack formation could reach the demon cloud, Lianzhou, Fang Chen's sword light took the lead. What sword technique is this? When Fang Chen's sword light pierced towards the demon cloud, Lianzhou, it suddenly exploded and countless ripples appeared in the sky. Crack! The demon cloud, Lianzhou's body, was directly blown apart. At the same time, the fiery red starlight in his hand also exploded. Just wait for the endless pursuit of the demon cloud family. The demon cloud Lianzhou was furious and roared loudly. When the demon cloud, Lianzhou's voice fell, a strange light shot out from the sea of fire. Caught off guard, it directly shot into Fang Chen's forehead. Fang Chun immediately checked his body and found nothing out of the ordinary. Fang Chun. The 13 profound King Realm experts were all shocked. The strength that Fang Chun just now had already surpassed the combined strength of the 13 of them. He was too strong. With this kind of combat strength, he could easily kill low-level profound King Realm cultivators. Thinking of this, they were shocked by Fang's potential to the demon cloud Lianzhou's soul. To demon cloud Lianzhou. Among the people present, only Lu Jingyan noticed that something was wrong with Fang Chun. To Lian Chun, to I tell you, Fang. To the mark? After a long time, Fang Chun opened his eyes. He shook his head. This mark is a bit special. I can't erase it for the time being. It should be some kind of tracking mark. Once you go to the outer universe, you will be sensed by the demon cloud family. Wind Een said, but now that you are in the mortal world, you don't have to be afraid of the demon cloud family. Find a way to erase the mark and go to the outer universe. Zhang Jian said. Fang Chen nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found the demon cloud Lian Zhou's interspatial ring. Interspatial ring. Fang Chen waved his hand and put away the demon cloud Lian Zhou's interspatial ring. It's done, Fang Chen said. Brother Fang. At this moment, Situ Hong and Dugi Yun spoke. Brother Fang, the two of us also came from the other two continents of the Azure Cloud domain. Our home world is also in great danger. Situ Hong said. Hearing this, Fang Chen instantly understood. Yunzhe continent, Shengxian continent? Fang Chen asked. Situ Hong and Dugi Yun nodded. Let's go together, Fang Chen said. It would be difficult for Situ Hong and Dugi Yun to kill the outer universe guests with their strength alone, while Fang Chen and the others were heading to the other two continents, in a mysterious place in the outer universe. This place was heavily guarded, and the mansion was very luxurious. Not good. Young Master Lian Zhou's life tablet has shattered. Suddenly, a guard shouted in horror. Then, the entire mansion was in complete chaos. All the martial artists were filled with fear. Young Master Lian Zhou's life tablet had shattered. The Patriarch would definitely be furious. The Patriarch's fury was too terrifying. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a furious voice came from the Demon Cloud family. Find a murderer at all costs. Who dares to kill my Demon Cloud family's people? There is no place for him in this world. On this day, the Demon Cloud family was shaken. The young master of the Demon Cloud family, Demon Cloud Lian Zhou, had been killed. The Demon Cloud family was furious. All the forces in this area were on tenterhooks, afraid of offending the Demon Cloud family. Of course, Fang Chen and the others in the Qinyan domain didn't know. Among the three outer universe guests, Demon Cloud Lian Zhou was the strongest. The other two were slightly weaker. After arriving at the Yunzhe continent, before Fang Chen could do anything, the outer universe guests were killed by Situ Hong and Dugi Yun. Then, they came to the Shengxian continent and easily resolved the crisis. Now, the crisis of the three continents was resolved. And for Fang Chen, it was the first time he truly understood the Qinyan domain. After resolving the mundane matters, the other mystic kings left and returned to the Burial Sword continent. Situ Hong, Dugi Yun, and Fang Chen stayed in the Qinyan domain to deal with things. Farewell. Fang Chen cupped his hands together. With a flash, he disappeared into the sky. A few days later, Fang Chen returned to the ancient Sword continent. News of Demon Cloud Lian Zhou's death had already spread. Fang Chen's name resounded through the sky. All the martial artists in the ancient Sword continent respected Fang Chen as their leader. Even the quasi-kings of the Tianzhou and Demon continent paid a personal visit to Fang Chen, wanting to submit to him. The entire ancient Sword continent respected Fang Chen as their king, and Fang Chen didn't seem to be willing to deal with mundane matters. However, he was worried that another crisis would occur after he left. Then, he took the lead and established the Ancient Sword Alliance. All the forces in the three continents formed an alliance to resist the foreign invaders. After the Ancient Sword Alliance was established, everyone elected Fang Chen as the alliance leader. The latter didn't refuse. After becoming the alliance leader, Fang Chen made Ding Weiyun the vice leader to manage all the affairs of the Ancient Sword Alliance. No one in the Ancient Sword Alliance dared to disobey Fang Chen's orders. After all, Fang Chen's strength was unprecedented. No one could stop him. After doing all this, Fang Chen prepared to return to the Divine Wind Nation, Nanling continent, outside a mountain range. Fang Chen stood quietly with a smile on his face. How many years has it been? I can finally regain my human form, Fang Chen muttered to himself. Ancestor Bronze was also very excited. After his death, his disciple was framed and turned into a big turtle. Now, he could finally regain his human form. Although Fang Chen hadn't reached the Mystic King realm, he had the strength of the Mystic King realm. It was very easy for him to save Ancestor Bronze's disciple. Coming to the depths of the mountain range, the big turtle woke up from its deep sleep. "Brother Turtle, I'm here to save you." After Fong Chun finished speaking, his palm shook and began to save the big turtle. 6 hours later, the big turtle turned into a stream of light and transformed into a human form. "Thank you." After being a turtle for 1,000 years, he was finally able to regain his human form. He was incomparably excited. "Brat, who was it that framed you back then?" Ancestor Bronze's voice rang out. His voice was filled with fury. "Master, back then." He told Ancestor Bronze that the person who had framed him back then had long since died. Ancestor Bronze chatted with his disciple for a while before following Fong Chun back to the Divine Wind Nation. "I'm finally back." The last time he had come back was when he had married Star and Moon. But this time, he came back alone. Looking down at the Divine Wind Nation, Fong Chun was filled with melancholy. Chapter 9:36. Heavenly Wind Nation, Fong Family. A long time ago, the Fong family had already been the #1 family in the Heavenly Wind Nation. Anyone who mentioned the Fong family would immediately think of the strongest genius of the Fong family's younger generation, Fong Chun. Now that Fong Chun had returned to the Fong family, he sighed. It had been a long time since he had left the Heavenly Wind Nation. His family's power had grown stronger and stronger. Thanks to the resources Fong Chun had left behind, some of the younger generation's disciples had already reached the Qi transformation realm. Of course, that was nothing to a profound king. Fong Chun stood in the sky of the Heavenly Wind Nation, looking down at the Heavenly Wind Nation. His mind was filled with thoughts. On the path of the martial path, as long as you couldn't reach the legendary realm of immortality, you would eventually die. A mortal's lifespan was even shorter. They could only live for 100 years. If you can't transcend heaven and earth, you'll eventually become a pile of dirt, muttered Fong Chun to himself. He thought of his father, his brothers and sisters. After a long time, Fong Chun no longer thought about it. His figure flickered, and he landed outside the Fong family's residence. With Fong Chun's current cultivation base, if he didn't want to be discovered, no one would be able to discover Fong Chun. Noiselessly entering the residence, Fong Chun saw a familiar scene. He smiled. "Fong Yao, you're bullying me." Just as Fong Chun was looking around, an angry voice rang out. With a single thought, Fong Chun's body merged into the void. In the blink of an eye, he saw 2 children of 3 or 4 years old. One was a woman, and the other was a man. The woman was wearing azure robes. She had her hands on her hips and a smile on her face. Across from her was a man. He was very angry. He wasn't Fong Yao's match, but she had bullied him time and time again. "Fong Yu, who told you not to cultivate properly?" said the girl called Fong Yao. You're bullying me. I'm going to tell Dad." After saying that, the boy angrily left. Not long after, Fong Chun discovered the child's father. A smile appeared on his face. The white-robed Fong Sheng's smile grew even wider when he saw the child. Then Fong Sheng hugged Fong Yu. Who bullied you?" "Dad, Fong Yao always bullies me because she's stronger than me." "You have to get justice for your son," said Fong Yu unhappily. Fong Sheng laughed heartily. Fong Yao and Fong Yu were his children. They were twins. Fong Yao was the eldest, while Fong Yu was the second. However, Fong Yu had always refused to admit that Fong Yao was his sister and would often call her by her full name. When Fong Yao was born, her talent was extraordinary and she was recognized as a cultivation genius. As for Fong Yu, his cultivation talent was much worse. Because Fong Yu called Fong Yao by her full name, Fong Yao kept teasing Fong Yu. You have to cultivate properly. Remember your uncle from back then." Fong Sheng placed Fong Yu on the ground. "Dad, you've already told me about Uncle Fong Chen's achievements no less than 10,000 times. I'm already tired of hearing them," interrupted Fong Yu. "That's right, Dad. Is Uncle Fong Chen really that legendary? Everyone who hears Uncle Fong Chen's name is filled with respect. I'm also very curious as to what kind of person Uncle Fong Chen is." At this moment, Fong Yao appeared. Her eyes were shining brightly as she spoke with a smile. "Dad, when will Uncle Fong Chen return?" Fong Qin's younger generation was now all married and had children. From the day they were born, they had been hearing about Fong Qin's legends every day. As for Fong Qin himself, they had never seen him before. Your uncle Fong Qin is a one-in-a-million genius. You'll know when you see him. Hearing his children's words, Fong Sheng's face turned blank for a moment before he replied. But from the day I was born until now, I've never seen Uncle Fong Qin, continued Fong Yao. Fong Qin, who was hiding in the void, immediately revealed himself after hearing Fong Yao's words. You can see him now, said Fong Qin. Hearing this, Fong Yu and Fong Yao turned to look at Fong Qin. They were a bit surprised and asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Fong Yao and Fong Yu knew every single member of the Fong family, but they had never seen this person before. Chunzi, the instant he saw Fong Qin appear, Fong Sheng was dumbfounded. Only after a long while did he recover from his shock. He immediately rushed over to Fong Qin and gave him a bear hug. "Chunzi, you're back." Ha 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 ha. Fong Yao and Fong Yu had never seen their father so happy before. "Cousin Fong Qin, in just a few years, you're already a father." Fong Qin grinned. Fong Sheng removed his arms from Fong Qin's body and shouted, "You two little brats, quickly come over here." Fong Yao and Fong Yu walked over and asked, "Father, just who is he? Why are you so happy to see him?" "Haven't you always wanted to see Uncle Fong Qin?" asked Fong Sheng. "Could it be that he's Uncle Fong Qin?" Fong Yao was smart and quick-witted. She immediately figured it out. Fong Sheng nodded. "Come and greet Uncle Fong Qin." Hearing that this person was Fong Qin, the two of them were a bit shocked. Then, the two of them walked up to Fong Qin with a smile. "Are you Uncle Fong Qin?" asked Fong Yu. "Uncle Fong Qin, I heard from my father that you're very strong," said Fong Yao. Fong Qin intimately stroked the foreheads of the two children. Crash! Fong Qin flicked his wrist, and two medicinal pills appeared in his hand. He handed them to the two of them. "I came back in a hurry, so I didn't bring much. These two medicinal pills are for you," said Fong Qin. "Many thanks, Uncle Fong Qin." News of Fong Qin's return was only known to the upper echelons of the Fong family. No one else knew. Fong Qin also didn't want to be too high profile. This time, he had left behind a large amount of wealth for the Fong family to develop. Of course, the development Fong Qin was referring to was the development of their martial power. As for territory, there was no need to occupy it. As long as Fong Qin wanted to, the entire ancient sword continent would belong to the Fong family. The current Fong Qin hadn't reached the point where he could change the cultivation base of everyone in the Fong family. Their cultivation base could only depend on themselves. Fong Qin could only provide them with some external items. After 10 days in the Fong family, Fong Qin secretly set up a peak Dao-level formation. This formation wouldn't appear under normal circumstances. It would only be activated when the Fong family was in danger. With this formation, even a true martial realm expert wouldn't be able to destroy the Fong family, unless it was a Mystic King realm expert. After setting up the formation, Fong Qin left behind some cultivation techniques. Most of these cultivation techniques were ones that he had practiced before. Finally, after reuniting with his family, he left the Shengfeng country. After leaving behind some trump cards in the Fong family, Fong Qin returned to the Five Elements Academy. In just a month, the Ancient Sword Alliance had begun to take shape. Under the management of Dean Weiyun, the Ancient Sword Alliance was in order. "Fong Qin, you're back." Dean Weiyun led a few true martial realm experts to welcome Fong Qin. Fong Qin nodded to everyone, and his gaze finally fell on Zhang Jingtao. "Fong Qin, the gap between us is getting bigger and bigger." Zhang Jingtao's face was filled with helplessness. "Senior brother Zhang, the path of martial arts is to go against the heavens. If you don't even have confidence in yourself, then what right do you have to go against the heavens?" Fong Qin said slowly. "Buzz." Fong Qin's words shook Zhang Jingtao's mind. Back then, he was the same as Fong Qin. They were both young geniuses of the ancient sword continent. But now, Fong Qin was already the strongest person in the ancient sword continent, and he was still in the true martial realm. As time passed, Zhang Jingtao's confidence grew less and less. But now, after hearing Fong Qin's words, it was as if he had been enlightened. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged from Zhang Jingtao's body. He entered a state of enlightenment. "Ha, he's enlightened." Dean Weiyun and the others laughed happily. Zhang Jingtao was enlightened, and the others personally stood guard for him. As for Fang Chun, after exchanging a few simple words with Dean Weiyun, he arrived before Sky Pass. "Now, I'm probably qualified to completely control the five elements peak," Fang Chun said to himself. Then, Fang Chen's figure flashed and entered the Sky Pass. Chapter 9:37. The heaven-piercing peak was a priceless treasure. Although Fang Chun had passed, he hadn't been able to completely control it. And now, Fang Chun had once again stepped into the heaven-piercing peak. "Master!" The artifact spirit and the demi-beast man instantly appeared and cupped their hands towards Fang Chun. As soon as Fang Chun entered the heaven-piercing peak, he noticed them. "I want to completely refine the heaven-piercing peak," said Fang Chun. "Master, you?" the demi-beast man asked in surprise. "Master, have you reached the profound king realm?" Fang Chun nodded. "Although I haven't reached the profound king realm, I'm confident I can completely refine the heaven-piercing peak." Hearing Fang Chen's words, the demi-beast man and the artifact spirit were both shocked. In just a few years, their master's strength had risen from the condensing reality realm to his current level. Under the gaze of the demi-beast man and the artifact spirit, Fang Chun began to refine the heaven-piercing peak. Fang Chun had already refined it once before. Now that he was stronger, refining it was much easier. In just 15 minutes, Fang Chun had completely refined the heaven-piercing peak. At this time, Fang Chun had truly taken control of the heaven-piercing peak. As expected, it's a big deal. Fang Chun couldn't help sighing. The heaven-piercing peak was a space of its own. Countless martial artists lived here. It was just like a mortal world. It was just that there weren't as many people here as there were in the mortal world. "Master, congratulations on taking control of the heaven-piercing peak." The artifact spirit and the demi-beast man were full of smiles. Fang Chun taking control of the heaven-piercing peak meant that he could take it with him and leave this place. They hadn't left this place in a long time. With the heaven-piercing peak in control, Fang Chun could easily scan the entire space with a single thought. Within the heaven-piercing peak, there was a cultivation technique pavilion, a weapon pavilion, and a secret technique pavilion. "What a fortune," said Fang Chun. "Master, now that you've taken control of the heaven-piercing peak, do you want to take it with you?" asked the artifact spirit. The beastman also looked at Fang Chun anxiously. Fang Chun nodded. The half-beast man and the artifact spirit laughed excitedly. After a long while, the artifact spirit stopped laughing and said to Fang Chun, "Master, before the old master passed away, he left behind two secret techniques. He said that only by completely controlling the heavens link peak can one obtain these two secret techniques." Secret technique. Fang Chen's soul spread out, instantly enveloping the entire space of Tongtian Peak. Then, he discovered a strange place. There was a vine leaf here. It was different from the 5 checkpoints of the heaven-connecting peak. Fang Chun discovered that when the spiritual energy approached this vine leaf, it actually turned into a strange aura. Is the secret technique here? Fang Chun wondered. With a thought, he arrived at the vine leaf. Wallow in midair, the artifact spirit appeared. "Master, the 2 secret techniques are on this vine leaf. However, with Master's current cultivation, you can only cultivate one of them," said the artifact spirit. Fang Chun nodded. His soul had already discovered the 2 secret techniques on this vine leaf. On the vine leaf, there were 2 very small balls of light. Each ball of light represented a secret technique. Void meteor annihilation. Fang Chen's eyes were like torches as he looked at one of the balls of light. On this ball of light, there were 5 large words faintly appearing. This secret technique was called Void Meteor Annihilation. "Master, this Void Meteor Annihilation is a very domineering technique. Even in the outer universe, countless warriors would fight over it." The artifact spirit explained, "Master has the true meaning of the void, so you are the best candidate to cultivate this technique." After successfully cultivating the Void Meteor Annihilation, one blow can destroy a part of the void. Fang Chen's heart trembled when he heard this. The power of the void meteor annihilation was many times stronger than that of the golden light dragon slaying. It seems that these two secret techniques are the lifelong efforts of the master of the Tongtian Peak. Then, Fang Chen looked at the other ball of light. Star Sky Art. Just by hearing the name of this technique, one could feel that it was unusual. Star Sky Art. Fang Chen muttered to himself. His intuition told him that this secret technique must be extraordinary. Master, this Star Sky Art is the master's unique technique. Master is also famous because of this secret technique, said the artifact spirit. If you want to cultivate the Star Sky Art, you must cultivate the void meteor annihilation to the extreme. After a brief understanding, Fang Chen knew that the power of the Star Sky Art was much stronger than that of the void meteor annihilation. When the Star Sky Art was cultivated to a certain level, one could communicate with the stars in the universe and absorb the power of the stars to strengthen oneself. Such a perverted method was truly shocking. However, the cultivation requirements of the celestial heavenly skill were slightly higher. Right now, Fang Chen was still unable to cultivate it. Biting off more than you can chew, said Fang Chen inwardly. With a thought, Fang Chen grabbed the ball of light of the void meteor annihilation and put it into his mind. At this time, the artifact spirit continued. Master, with your talent, if you cultivate the void meteor annihilation, you'll at least have the power to protect yourself in the outer realms. Just the power to protect himself? Fang Chen wondered. Right, do you know about the world core of the mortal world? Asked Fang Chen suddenly. Master, could it be that you want to become the overlord and refine the world core? Asked the artifact spirit. Fang Chen nodded, but didn't say anything. Master, in the vast universe, there are countless mortal worlds. Each mortal world has a world core. The mortal world relies on the world core to operate. As long as you can refine the world core, you'll become the overlord of a mortal world, said the artifact spirit. What are the benefits of becoming an overlord? Asked Fang Chen. Once you become an overlord, it means the mortal world has a master. Outsiders won't be able to enter unless they obtain the overlord's approval, said the artifact spirit. Why is that? Fang Chen didn't understand. The realm core is the core of a mortal world. Once it is refined, the mortal world will become an object with an owner, and the mortal world will be enveloped by the natural laws. This is the universe's protection for the mortal world, the artifact spirit explained. If you don't have the master's approval, you won't be able to force your way in, continued the artifact spirit. Hearing the artifact spirit's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. The laws were supreme existences that reigned above all martial artists. Under the protection of the laws, even peak experts were unable to enter the mortal world. The reason the Heavenspan Peak was able to reach the ancient Sword Continent was because the ancient Sword Continent's world core hadn't been refined, said Fang Chen. That is indeed the case, the artifact spirit said. Master, if you refine the world core, it'll be beneficial to your cultivation. Beneficial? Once you refine the world core, you'll obtain the faith energy of all the continent's martial artists. Faith energy was a kind of illusory energy, but it was incomparably powerful. Almost all of the Outerverse major powers would obtain an endless amount of faith energy. A single person's faith power was very weak, but millions or even hundreds of millions of faith power were very majestic and endless. That faith energy would all enter the world core. Refining the world core meant that he would be able to obtain that enormous amount of faith energy. Faith energy can temper the soul? Asked Fang Chen. The artifact spirit nodded. Faith energy has many uses, but the most obvious is tempering the soul. That's the law of the heavenly Taos that balances the universe's various races. It was much easier for a mortal world's martial artist to refine a world core than for an outsider. Refining the heart of the realm meant that he had unlocked a cheat in his cultivation. After hearing the artifact spirit's words, Fang Chen's heart began to stir. After a short discussion, Fang Chen put away the Heavenspan Peak and left the Heavens Pass, returning to the Five Elements Academy. The Heavenspan Peak had disappeared, But the Heavens Pass hadn't changed at all. No one knew that the Heavens Pass was no longer the Heavens Pass of the past. The Heavenspan Peak had shrunk until it was the size of a palm and was hidden in Feng Chen's spatial ring. Feng Chen took a step forward and arrived at the Five Elements Peak's main peak. At this time, Zhang Jingtao and the others appeared. Feng Chen immediately saw that Zhang Jingtao's cultivation had broken through. Feng Chen, many thanks. Zhang Jingtao cupped his hands in thanks. If he hadn't been enlightened by Feng Chen, perhaps he wouldn't have been so confident in himself. But now, he wasn't just confident, he was extremely confident. Chapter 9:38. The establishment of the Ancient Sword Alliance had completely stabilized the Ancient Sword Continent. Seeing that the Ancient Sword Continent was on the right track, Feng Chen was relieved. After all, the Ancient Sword Continent was his hometown, where his clansmen lived. Standing on the main peak of the Five Elements Peak, Feng Chen looked down at the vast land and sighed. For years ago, he was killed by the Devil Cloud Lien State and entered the Sword Burial State by chance. For years later, he returned and not only resolved the Ancient Sword Continent's crisis, but he also killed the Devil Cloud Lien State. Before leaving the Ancient Sword Continent, Feng Chen had one more thing to do. That was to refine the heart of the realm. Although his cultivation hadn't reached the Mystic King realm, he wanted to try refining the heart of the realm. On this day, Feng Chen left the Five Elements continent and came to the Sky continent. He flew to the peak where the Devil Cloud Lien State had refined the heart of the realm. Let's do it here, Feng Chen muttered to himself. Then he sat down cross-legged and began refining the heart of the realm. In the Devil Cloud Lien State's interspatial ring, Feng Chen found a way to refine the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm was hidden in the sky of the mortal continent. If he wanted to refine it, he had to find it and lure it out. Sitting down cross-legged, Feng Chen's body surged with dense spirit energy. Feng Chen's soul ejected and went to the sky, wanting to communicate with the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm. Feng Chen saw the heart of the realm at a glance. Recognize me as your master, and I can protect the Ancient Sword Continent, Feng Chen said. He was communicating with the heart of the realm. In the sky, there was a bright light. This was the heart of the realm. Around the heart of the realm were complex rules. These were the rules that the heavenly Tao had given to the heart of the realm. The Ancient Sword Continent could only exist if the heart of the realm operated normally. Feng Chen carefully observed the heart of the realm and entered a state of enlightenment. The heart of the realm contained countless different types of energy. First was the Five Elements energy. The formation of a world required the Five Elements energy as the foundation, and then other types of energy. The power of the Five Elements. Feng Chen thought to himself. The five elemental powers were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. They were the polar opposites of each other. In the heart of the world, the five types of energy fused together to support the entire world. Is this how the laws of the Ancient Sword Continent operate? Feng Chen, who was in a state of epiphany, began to comprehend the power of the five elements. Because he possessed the five elements' intent, it was very easy for him to comprehend them. Suddenly, Feng Chen awoke from his epiphany. The power of the five elements surrounded him. It really is worthy of being the world core. Just looking at it can give me such an accomplishment. Feng Chen was shaken. No wonder that profound monarch realm outsider was willing to pay any price to refine the realm heart. After comprehending the power of the five elements, Feng Chen continued to comprehend. He had discovered the power of darkness and the power of light. Darkness and light. These two opposing forces were not too difficult for Feng Chen. That was because he possessed the true meaning of darkness. The three Revolution Radiant sword art contained the aura of light. However, his comprehension speed had greatly decreased. It took him a full 3 days to comprehend it. At this time, Feng Chen sensed that the realm heart's repulsive force had weakened a bit. It really is useful. If he tried to forcibly refine the realm heart, the repulsive force would be extremely strong. This was Feng Chen's method of progressing step by step. Let's continue. Fang Chen's face was filled with smiles as he continued to comprehend. After 3 months, the realm heart's repulsive force towards Fang Chen had weakened by more than half. At this time, Fang Chen sensed that he was about to step into the profound king realm. As long as he found the right opportunity, he would be able to step into the legendary realm. He continued to comprehend. Fang Chen closed his eyes. The power of space and time appeared in his mind. These 2 types of energy were the 2 most important types of energy used to construct a world. They were also the most difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Fang Chen possessed the true meaning of space and time. This was good news. Within the dome of the sky, the realm heart surged with the power of space and time. Once the 2 types of energy shot out from the realm heart, they directly merged with the ancient sword continent. As time passed, Fang Chen's comprehension of the true meaning of space and time became deeper and deeper, and he also deeply understood the ancient sword continent's operation. He sat there for 3 years. Fang Chen was like a statue, quietly sitting on a mountain peak, comprehending the power of space and time. 5 Elements Province, 5 Elements Peak. Dean Wuyun and the rest had anxious looks all over their faces. Fang Chen disappeared for 3 years. Where did he go? Asked Elder Han worriedly. Dean, is Fang Chen in seclusion at the 5 Elements Academy? Asked the Bloody Spearman. At the beginning, no one had paid attention to Fang Chen's disappearance. But now that he had disappeared for 3 years, they finally realized that something wasn't right. During these 3 years, Dean Wuyun had mobilized all the power of the Ancient Sword Alliance to search for Fang Chen. But alas, they hadn't been able to find any trace of Fang Chen. Today, the upper echelons of the 5 Elements Academy had gathered to discuss how to find Fang Chen. With Fang Chen's current strength, he shouldn't be in any danger on the ancient sword continent, said the bow and weapon sage master. How strange. The ancient sword continent is only so big. Even with all the power of the ancient sword alliance, we still can't find him, said Sage Master Danqing. Hearing their words, a strange glint flashed across Dean Wuyun's eyes. Do you remember why the Devil Cloud, Lian Province came to the ancient sword continent? Hearing Dean Wuyun's words, everyone looked at him. It seems they want to refine the ancient sword continent, said Elder Han, uncertainly. Dean Wuyun nodded. In these 3 years, we've searched all over the ancient sword continent. The only place we didn't go was that mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Could it be that Fang Chen also wants to refine the ancient sword continent? The Bloody Spearman was flabbergasted. Just at this moment, everyone's expressions changed. They sensed that the spiritual qi in the air had suddenly become incomparably sparse. What's going on? Sage Master Dan Yun's expression changed. The spiritual qi in the air has become incomparably sparse. What's going on? They were all true martial experts. Their spiritual senses were extremely sharp. The spiritual qi had become sparse. This matter was incomparably serious. Let's go take a look. With Dean Wuyun at the lead, they all rose into the air above the 5 Elements Academy. At this time, their expressions became even more gloomy. The spiritual qi in the entire 5 Elements province has become much sparser. What's going on? Asked Elder Han. On the mortal continent, martial artists relied on spiritual qi to survive. Once the spiritual qi became sparse, martial artists like them wouldn't be able to survive. This was indeed an extremely serious problem. Could it be a crisis that affects the entire ancient sword continent? Asked Sage Master Danqing. Let's go to the Tianzhou. Dean Wuyun's expression was gloomy. In the next instant, everyone quickly left the 5 Elements province and headed to the Tianzhou. At the same time, the experts of the Tianzhou and Demon continents also sensed this change. They were extremely anxious. Just what had happened? Why had the spiritual qi become so sparse? When Dean Wuyun and the others arrived in the Tianzhou, the experts of the other 2 continents also arrived. The 2 quasi-kings stared at the mountain peak that pierced the clouds. Their expressions were grave, and their eyes were filled with confusion. All the spiritual qi in the entire ancient sword continent has gathered on this mountain peak, said the quasi-king of the Tianzhou. Just what's going on? asked the quasi-king of the demon continent. "Let's go up and take a look," said Dean Wuyan. Everyone nodded and flew up the mountain peak. However, before they could reach the peak of the mountain, something unbelievable happened. Rumble, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. In the next instant, a boundless aura surged out of the mountain peak and covered the entire ancient sword continent. The ancient sword continent's experts stared at this scene in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual chi in the air had become at least 10 times denser than before. "The spiritual chi is so dense," cried the three quasi-kings excitedly. Chapter 9:39. The experts of the three prefectures stopped in their tracks, their hearts filled with shock. They had lived for such a long time, but they had never seen such boundless spiritual energy. Ha! The spiritual energy is so abundant. Could it be that our ancient sword continent is about to rise? A cultivator laughed loudly. Spiritual energy was the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. Without spiritual energy, it was impossible to imagine what the cultivators of the ancient sword continent would become. It was said that there had been a rumor that some continents had been damaged by a great battle between experts, causing the spiritual energy to dissipate. Over time, all the spiritual energy in the continent had dissipated, and the continent had become incomparably barren. In the end, the continent had been abandoned. Originally, they were still worried that the spiritual energy would become thin and the continent would be in danger. But now, the spiritual energy had suddenly become more than 10 times denser. At the same time, all the cultivators of the ancient sword continent were celebrating. At this time, on a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds, Fong Chun, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. If someone was here, they would definitely discover that Fong Chen's cultivation had already crossed the final hurdle and stepped into the Mystic King realm. Mystic King realm. A trace of a smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. His every move was able to cause the surrounding heaven and earth power to circulate. Fong Chen could sense every corner of the ancient sword continent with just a thought. This was the overlord of the mortal world. "I didn't expect it to take 3 years." Fong Chen sighed in his heart. The process of refining the realm core was also a process of transformation. During this process, Fong Chen's cultivation had stepped into the Mystic King realm, and his spirit had also undergone a great transformation. Most importantly, the Golden Heart had become even more powerful after fusing with the realm core's power. Traces of light circulated around Fong Chen's body. In an instant, Fong Chen stood up. The spiritual energy has become more than 10 times denser. When Fong Chen had refined the world core, he had already understood. Once the mortal world had an overlord, the realm core would gradually evolve. The most obvious thing was that the spiritual chi on the mortal continent would gradually become denser. As the lord of the mortal continent, Fong Chen could control the entire ancient sword continent as he pleased, even though he had only just entered the Mystic King realm. However, even if he encountered a mid-level profound king realm martial artist, or even a high-level profound king realm martial artist, he was still fearless. This was the strength of the overlords of the mortal world. Of course, he had to be in the ancient sword continent. If they were in the outer realm or somewhere else, with Fong Chen's strength, he would at most be able to contend against a mid-level Mystic King realm martial practitioner. As for high-level Mystic King realm martial artists, they couldn't resist at all. Only by being on the ancient sword continent could one mobilize the natural powers of the ancient sword continent to attack the enemy. While Fong Chen was deep in thought, many of the ancient sword alliance's upper echelons arrived at the mountain peak. "Alliance Head, why are you here?" cried one of Tianzhou's quasi-kings. "Alliance Head, what happened just now?" the quasi-king from the demon province asked. Only Dean Wuyu noticed Fong Chen's aura. "Fong Chen, you've broken through to the Mystic King realm." Only after hearing Dean Wuyun's words did the others notice this. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. With just a true martial realm cultivation, he could easily annihilate the Demon Cloud province. Now that he had stepped into the Mystic King realm, just how strong was he? Fong Chen nodded when he heard this. I refined a realm core and became the overlord of the ancient sword continent. Feng Chen didn't hide anything. After all, this kind of thing will be known sooner or later. They didn't know much about the world heart, but with a flick of Feng Chen's wrist, information was transmitted into their minds. A moment later, the true martial realm's upper echelons were filled with shock. Many people didn't dare to believe that Feng Chen had become the overlord of the mortal world. Overlord. It was unknown who called out, but the other martial artists all followed suit. From the Qi refinement realm to the Mystic King realm in less than 15 years, Feng Chen's growth was a genuine legend. After becoming the overlord, Feng Chen's insight had increased, and his comprehension had deepened. Although he had become the ancient sword continent's strongest expert, it wasn't much in the outer realms. In the outer realms where experts were as common as the clouds, the Mystic King realm was just a low level of power. Everyone, you can return. Feng Chen waved his hand. After becoming the overlord of the mortal world, Feng Chen felt his soul rapidly growing. Feng Chen, I really didn't dare imagine that you would become the overlord. The bronze ancestor's voice entered Feng Chen's ears. His voice was filled with disbelief and excitement. Feng Chen reaching the Mystic King realm meant that he had a chance of being revived. Ancestor, I was just about to look for you. Feng Chen said, Ancestor, with my current strength, I should be able to reconstruct your body. Pass me the information of your life. After returning to the Five Elements province, Feng Chen communicated with Ancestor Bronze. Reviving a Mystic King realm expert seemed unattainable in the past. But for the current Feng Chen, it wasn't that difficult. This was because he wasn't an ordinary Mystic King realm expert, but the overlord of the mortal continent. Feng Chen spent a month searching the entire ancient sword continent and found all the materials to reconstruct his body. He didn't know before, but after becoming the overlord, Feng Chen discovered many mysterious places in the ancient sword continent. Many of these places were unknown to the outside world. There were no secrets in the ancient sword continent in front of Feng Chen. After a full month, the materials were finally prepared. At this time, he could finally begin to reconstruct Ancestor Bronze's body. Feng Chen found a secluded place and began to reconstruct his body. Ancestor, can your remnant will come out? Asked Feng Chen. Ancestor Bronze's remnant will came out of Feng Chen's mind. It floated in the air, its aura a bit weak. Repair the soul, roared Feng Chen. With a flick of his wrist, countless rays of light flashed around him and poured into Ancestor Bronze's remnant will. Hiss! Ancestor Bronze's remnant will was being repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Feng Chen was using the world core to repair Ancestor Bronze's remnant will. Ancestor Bronze was a native of the ancient sword continent. Since birth, his soul had been nourished by the world core. With the world core's repair, Ancestor Bronze's remnant was repaired in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha! This was the happiest Ancestor Bronze had been in all these years. When he had died, he had never imagined that he would be revived one day. Moreover, the world core had personally repaired his soul. In this short period of time, Ancestor Bronze discovered that not only had his soul been repaired, but it had also surpassed when he was alive and reached the peak. Seeing this, Feng Chen knew that the time had come. Reconstruct the body. Feng Chen mobilized the power of heaven and earth, and with the help of the world core, he began to reconstruct his body. The natives of the ancient sword continent were originally restricted by the laws. As the overlord of the ancient sword continent, Feng Chen could control any changes in the ancient sword continent. Using the power of the laws to reconstruct a martial artist's body was incomparably easy. Hiss! A fleshly body slowly appeared. Ancestor Bronze was already overjoyed. 6 hours later, a complete physical body appeared. Feng Chen's forehead was covered in sweat. After continuously using the world core for 6 hours, his body was very weak. Feng Chen gritted his teeth and said, "There's still one last step." In the next moment, his wrist shook and the world core began to spin at high speed. Then it directly enveloped Ancestor Bronze's soul and drilled into the mind of this complete body. Then a law descended from the sky and baptized Ancestor Bronze. Under the baptism of the law, his soul and body were completely merged. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze was perfectly resurrected. Ha ha! I'm resurrected. Ancestor Bronze's face was full of smiles. He was full of energy, and his strength was stronger than before he died. Especially his soul, which had been repaired by the World Core, was abnormally strong. Ancestor. Feng Chun looked at Ancestor Bronze and smiled. Feng Chun, you are my benefactor. Ancestor Bronze grinned. Chapter 940. Ancestor Bronze was very excited to be resurrected. He was very glad that his remnant consciousness had met Feng Chun. Feng Chun, thank you. Ancestor Bronze's words were full of gratitude. Then Ancestor Bronze roared into the sky and released all the pent-up emotions that had been suppressed for countless years. Due to the reconstruction of his body, Ancestor Bronze's cultivation was only at the first level of the Mystic King realm. Even so, he was still considered one of the strongest in the world. After venting for a long time, Ancestor Bronze finally calmed down. Looking down at the entire ancient Sword continent, he couldn't help but sigh. When he was at his peak, the ancient Sword continent was full of powerhouses. Now, there were only a few Mystic King realm powerhouses. Ancestor, let's go back. Feng Chun said. Ancestor Bronze nodded, and then turned around to leave with Feng Chun. Following behind Feng Chun, Ancestor Bronze was extremely excited. Back then, he had made the right choice. The once immature youth had grown to such a level. Overlord of the mortal continent. This was something that Ancestor Bronze didn't even dare to think about before. After a while, the two returned to the Five Elements Academy. The crisis of the ancient Sword continent had been resolved. Feng Chun had also stayed on the ancient Sword continent for a long time. It was time to leave. After refining the heart of the realm and becoming the overlord of the mortal continent, Feng Chun deeply understood the infinity of the universe. With his current strength, he could be considered invincible on the mortal continent. However, it was nothing to the outerverse. He wanted to rush out of the Qingyun domain and step into the legendary outerverse. He wanted to pursue the peak of martial arts and find his mother and wife. Master. After returning to the Five Elements Academy, Ancestor Bronze's appearance attracted the attention of Dean Wuyun and the others. Their faces were filled with surprise. This Mystic King realm powerhouse was very unfamiliar. Could he also be from the Burial Sword Prefecture? Before Dean Wuyun and the others could ask, a figure flashed and hurriedly arrived in front of Ancestor Bronze. Then, he knelt on the ground and sobbed. Get up. After experiencing life and death, old Ancestor Bronze understood the relationship between master and disciple even more. While old Ancestor Bronze was conversing with his disciples, Feng Chun introduced him to Dean Wuyun and the others. Dean, this is old Ancestor Bronze from 10,000 years ago. He perished for some reason and was recently revived by me using the World Core. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Firstly, they were amazed by the origin of Ancestor Bronze. Secondly, they were amazed by Feng Chun's means. To be able to revive a Mystic King realm expert. Such an extraordinary ability was something that Dean Wuyun and the others could only look on in the dust. Old Ancestor Bronze. Clearly, Dean Wuyun and the other older generation powerhouses had heard of Ancestor Bronze's name before. Their faces were filled with shock as they looked at Ancestor Bronze. The ancient Sword continent is no longer in any danger. I'm preparing to leave. As for old Ancestor Bronze, he will replace me as the leader of the ancient Sword Alliance, Feng Chun said. This was what Ancestor Bronze had told him when he came back. After experiencing life and death, old Ancestor Bronze's spirit had also undergone a great transformation. He had seen through life and death and wanted to spend the rest of his life peacefully on the ancient Sword continent. Of course, the position of leader of the ancient Sword Alliance was requested by Feng Chun. Feng Chun had done Ancestor Bronze a favor, so the latter immediately agreed after hearing this. With Ancestor Bronze's cultivation, he was invincible on the ancient Sword continent. Feng Chun was very relieved to hand the ancient Sword Alliance over to Ancestor Bronze. Leader, where are you going? Elder Han was a little surprised and hurriedly asked. I'll return to the Burial Sword Prefecture first, then go to the legendary Outerverse, Fong Chun said casually. Dean Weiyun and the others were filled with hope. They were also very curious about the outer verse. However, they knew that their strength was too low. Even if they went to the outer verse, they wouldn't be able to survive. Leader, you must be careful when you go to the outer verse, the bloody spearman said. Chung, us old fellows also have to work hard to cultivate and strive to go to the outer verse to find you one day. Sage Master Danqing grinned. The bow and weapon Sage Master also looked at Fong Chun with a smile. Because of Fong Chen's existence, the ancient sword continent's crisis was resolved and they were united. Fong Chun shook his wrist, and 3 pills appeared in his hand. He then handed them to Dean Weiyun. I have 3 Heart of Arcane here. I'll leave them to you, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, Dean Weiyun and the others were extremely shocked. They had heard of the Heart of Arcane before. Leader, you should keep a supreme treasure like the Heart of Arcane for your own use, Elder Han hurriedly said. That's right, Leader. You're about to go to the outer verse. The Heart of Arcane will be of great use to you, the bloody spearman said. The 4 great sacred experts also refused one after another. Fong Chun shook his head and said, I've already stepped into the Arcane King realm. The Heart of Arcane is useless to me. I'll leave it to you. Under Fong Chen's insistence, Dean Weiyun finally accepted the 3 Heart of Arcane. At this moment, Ancestor Bronze brought his disciples to Fong Chen's side. Fong Chun, be careful, Ancestor Bronze reminded. I will, Fong Chun said. After bidding farewell to the people of the 5 Elements Academy, Fong Chun quietly returned to the Divine Wind Nation. This time, he returned to the Fong family to ask his clansmen if they were willing to live in the Heaven-Piercing Peak. The Heaven-Piercing Peak was a space-type supreme treasure. There is a space as big as the ancient sword continent inside, and countless warriors live there. Although the scale couldn't be compared to the ancient sword continent, it was still a small living space. If his clansmen were willing, Fong Chun could let them live in the Heaven-Piercing Peak. Fong Chun told his father about the Heaven-Piercing Peak. Then, his father passed it on to the upper echelons of the Fong family. In the end, only a small portion of the Fong family's disciples were willing to enter the Heaven-Piercing Peak. Most of the Fong family's warriors were used to life in the Divine Wind Nation and were unwilling to leave their hometown. Fong Chun didn't force them. In any case, he had left a trump card for the Fong family. Moreover, with Ancestor Bronze overseeing it, unless it was a high-level Arcane King expert, the Fong family wouldn't be threatened at all. Chenner, we old farts won't go. You have to be careful outside. Father Fong looked at his son with a face full of smiles. Father, I will, Fong Chun said in a deep voice. After bidding farewell to his father, Fong Chun took out the token, activated it, and instantly disappeared. Varial Sword State, Tranquil Sword City. Recently, some strange things had happened in the vicinity of Tranquil Sword City. From time to time, warriors would silently disappear. A terrifying shadow shrouded the entire Tranquil Sword City. One day, the disappearance of a low-level Arcane King expert finally attracted the attention of the Tranquil Sword City's City Lord Mansion. The City Lord Mansion sent out a large number of guards to search for this low-level Arcane King expert. Finally, after searching for 3 days, they found this person's corpse. In a pitch-black cave 100 miles away from Tranquil Sword City, there was a corpse. After confirming that this corpse was the Arcane King expert who had disappeared 3 days ago. What's going on? Could it be that someone is targeting our Tranquil Sword City? The Tranquil Sword City Lord paced back and forth in the City Lord Mansion's meeting hall. His face was filled with a gloomy expression. For a month, more than 100 true martial experts had disappeared, and only one Arcane King expert had disappeared. Moreover, this was only the beginning. The other party must be a high-level Arcane King expert. The Tranquil Sword City Lord thought to himself. At this moment, a guard suddenly rushed in to report the news. City Lord, we found a suspicious warrior. The guard hurriedly said, Suspicious warrior? The Tranquil Sword City Lord raised his eyebrows and asked, What's his cultivation? This person's cultivation is profound. We can't see through it. The guard said, He just entered the city. I'll go take a look. Thinking that even a low-level arcane king expert had been silently killed, the Tranquil Sword City Lord was prepared to personally take a look. The streets of Tranquil Sword City were bustling with people coming and going. These ordinary warriors had no idea about the strange things that had happened in Tranquil Sword City during this period of time. Fong Chun stood on the streets of Tranquil Sword City with a trace of a smile on his face. This Tranquil Sword City is much more prosperous than the five-element Sword City. Fong Chun muttered to himself. Chapter 941. Suddenly, a powerful aura enveloped the area. Fong Chun raised his head to look, and a smile appeared on his face. The city lord appeared in the sky, his aura surging and enveloping Fong Chun. The city lord was just about to capture Fong Chun when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Crash! The Anong city lord landed on the street. Immediately, all the martialists on the street retreated. City Lord Fong Chun. The city lord softly asked. City Lord Fong Chun. Fong Chun cupped his hands. Haha, so it's City Lord Fong. I was too impulsive. After learning of Fong Chun's identity, the city lord mischievously laughed, a bit embarrassed. It's fine. Fong Chun waved his hand. He originally hadn't planned on revealing his identity, but he had been discovered by the city lord as soon as he had arrived. City Lord Fong, how about coming to my residence? The city lord laughed. Fong Chun nodded in agreement. After Fong Chun and the city lord left, many martial artists were flabbergasted. Who was that young martial artist just now for the city lord to invite him like that? According to what the city lord said, he seems to be a city lord. What city lord? Such a young city lord. Could he be the five-element Sword City city lord? In an instant, the news of the five-element Sword City city lord, Fong Chun's arrival, spread throughout the entire city. The outside world was incomparably lively, but within the city lord's residence, Fong Chun and the city lord were sitting on a stone bench in the garden, chatting wittily. City Lord Fong, how come you have the time to come here? The city lord laughed. I was just passing by and was preparing to rest, said Fong Chun. So it's like that. Then City Lord Fong can stay in my residence, said the city lord. Fong Chun nodded his head. The character of this Anong city lord wasn't bad. City lord, I just entered the city. How did you discover me? Fong Chun curiously asked. After all, even if it was a profound King Realm expert, it was impossible for him to emit his soul force at all times and envelop the entire Andong Sword City. If that was the case, it would consume a lot of soul power. Hearing this, the Anong City Lord's expression changed slightly before he said, City Lord Fong, you might not know, but recently some strange things have happened in my Anong Sword City. Oh, what strange things? Fong Chun asked. And Anong Sword City's martial artists have mysteriously disappeared. After hearing the detailed explanation from the Anong City Lord, Fong Chun felt that something was amiss. City Master Anong, do you suspect that there are profound kings targeting your Anong Sword City's martial practitioners? Asked Fong Chun with a frown. Other than this, what else is there to explain? The Anong City Lord helplessly shrugged. Fong Chun fell into deep thought. This matter was indeed a little strange. At first, the true martial realm martial artist disappeared. Then the mysterious king realm martial artist disappeared. Can I take a look at the corpse of that profound king realm expert? Fong Chun suddenly asked. Of course. After saying this, the Anong City Lord brought Fong Chun to where the corpse was stored. In the depths of the City Lord's mansion, there was a heavily guarded area. The corpse of the profound king realm expert was stored here. In the past few days, the City Lord's mansion's experts have been studying the corpse, but they hadn't found anything. City Lord. The two guards cupped their hands towards the City Lord. The City Lord nodded his head and brought Fong Chun inside. Within a spacious room, there were quite a few profound king realm experts, and they were currently studying the corpses. Did you find anything? Asked the City Lord. When they saw this, those profound king realm cultivators stopped what they were doing, and then one of them said, City Lord, through our research, we've discovered that he died suddenly from having all the blood in his body sucked dry. Died from having all his blood sucked dry. Hearing this, the City Lord tightly frowned. The opponent should have an extremely tyrannical forbidden cultivation technique that can instantly suck away a martial artist's blood and then cause the martial artist's corpse to fester and quickly turn into bones, said another person. The city lord sank into deep thought. As for Fang Chun, he walked straight towards the corpse. Several Mystic King realm martial artists blocked Fang Chen's path. "He's my good friend," said the city lord. Hearing this, they let him go. Fang Chun arrived in front of the corpse and carefully observed it. "Boss, I sense a familiar aura," the little mouse on Fang Chen's shoulder suddenly said. Hearing this, Fang Chen heavily nodded his head. "That's right. He does have a familiar aura," said Fang Chen. Just as he approached the corpse, Fang Chen discovered that this corpse had a very familiar dark aura. He had once felt this dark aura in the god burying sword prison. Could it be that there's a problem with the god burying sword prison? Fang Chen inwardly thought. However, at this moment, the communication token vibrated. Fang Chen took out the communication token and a voice came out. "Fang Chen, you've returned to the sword burial prefecture, right? Recently, that life form under the god burying sword prison has become extremely active. I suspect that the strange things that have happened in the Sword Burial Prefecture are related to that life form." This message came from the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. The Palace Master had already known that Fang Chun had entered the Sword Burial Prefecture. "I'm leading some profound kings in front of the whirlpool in the depths of the endless ocean to suppress that life form. I can't leave. I'll have to trouble you to investigate those strange things." The Palace Master said a lot, but it was all in one sentence. He wanted Fang Chun to help investigate the strange things that had happened in the Sword Burial Prefecture. The City Lord's expression was incomparably gloomy. He was very unhappy. "City Lord," called Fang Chun. "Yes, City Lord Fang. Have you discovered anything?" asked the City Lord. "I've discovered some clues, but I'll need your cooperation," said Fang Chun. The City Lord was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "No problem. City Lord Fang, just say the word." The sun gradually set and the Sword Burial Prefecture became incomparably dark. There were only a few twinkling stars in the sky. Late at night, there wasn't a single person on the streets of the city. The streets were so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. However, at a certain hidden spot in the city, something suddenly wriggled a few times. Following that, a black shadow instantly appeared. The moment this black shadow appeared, it was discovered by Fang Chun and the Anong City Lord who were secretly watching. As expected, someone did it on purpose. Although the City Lord didn't clearly see the face of this black shadow, he already couldn't wait to kill it. "Wait a bit," said Fang Chun. On the main street, the black figure moved forward rapidly. It didn't take long for it to find a courtyard, after which it entered the courtyard with ease. Rip! The black shadow grabbed a true martial realm expert who was sleeping soundly in the courtyard and enveloped him in a black mist. In the blink of an eye, the true martial realm expert turned into a skeleton. Then, with a gust of wind, the skeleton turned into powder and was blown away by the wind. "Do it!" Seeing this, Fang Chun and the City Lord immediately took action. Voila! A berserk aura instantly filled the air. The sky above the Sword Burial Prefecture was incomparably bright. Fang Chun teleported and appeared on the streets, then rushed towards the black shadow. The black shadow discovered that it had been exposed. Its figure flashed and directly drilled into the ground, then disappeared. Yes, when Fang Chun arrived, the black shadow had already disappeared without a trace. "City Lord Fang, where's the thief?" the City Lord hurriedly asked. "He drilled into the ground," said Fang Chun. "Then what do we do?" asked the City Lord. "Follow me." Fang Chun shuttled through space-time and took a step forward, instantly appearing outside Tranquil Sword City. "Attack the east," Fang Chun roared. Then he waved the hidden star sword. Suddenly, a majestic sword light violently bombarded the eastern land. Seeing this, the Anong City Lord did not hesitate to use his strongest attack. Rumble. The powerful attacks of the two instantly created a large crater outside the Sword Burial Prefecture. A miserable shriek came from the crater. Then, A black shadow flew out and blood splattered across the sky. He's trying to escape. The city lord roared when he saw that the black shadow was trying to escape. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword horizontally. Within his chi sea, three completely opposite sword chi instantly appeared and quickly condensed. The aura around him suddenly rose to its peak. 3 Revolution Radiance Sword Technique. Chapter 942. The 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Technique was inherited from the buried Sword Emperor. Although Fang Chun was unable to fully unleash the power of this sword technique with his current cultivation, it was not to be underestimated. Crash! In the sky, a dazzling ray of light pierced towards the fleeing figure at an unimaginable speed. Rumble! The majestic sword light was like a huge arm of light. When the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Technique was executed, the Dong and City Lord felt his heart palpitate. What sword technique is this? The Dong and City Lord's pupils constricted as he stared at the sword light in the sky in shock. The sword technique that Fang Chun executed was so powerful that it made his heart palpitate. No wonder he's the strongest genius of the Burial Sword Prefecture in the past 10,000 years, the Dong and City Lord thought to himself. While the Dong and City Lord was thinking, the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Technique's light shot towards the black figure with a thunderous force. Poochie! The fleeing black shadow suddenly stopped in its tracks. In the next instant, his eyes were filled with disbelief. No! Then, the black silhouette let out a miserable scream. Crack! The 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Technique pierced the black figure's body, but it did not leave a single mark. Instead, it destroyed the black figure's body from the inside, causing the latter's body to explode. Whoosh! Seeing this, the corners of Fang Chun's mouth curled up into a smile. The 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Technique is extremely powerful. It can destroy a cultivator's body from the inside. If it's cultivated to the peak, it'll be even more powerful, Fang Chun said to himself. The Dong and City Lord landed at the spot where the black figure's body had exploded. At this moment, the black figure's body had already shattered into pieces. How is it? Fang Chun asked the Dong and City Lord. It doesn't look like a human, the Dong and City Lord said softly. Let's go, Fang Chun said after pondering for a moment. This time, he had executed the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Technique in a moment of desperation and destroyed the black figure's body. After returning to Tranquil Sword City, Fang Chun discussed with the Tranquil City Lord and decided to continue waiting. That night, another ghostly shadow silently appeared on the streets of Dong Sword City. I don't know where Hei San went. The black silhouette muttered to itself. Then, he sneaked into a house and prepared to commit murder. Looking at his proficient appearance, it seemed that he had done some scouting during the day. This time, Fang Chun didn't give him a chance and attacked together with the Anong City Lord. A moment later, the black shadow was captured by the 2 men. All of you will die, the black silhouette said crazily. Fang Chun flicked his wrist, and a majestic aura instantly shot toward the black shadow. Immediately, the black mist around the black shadow was blown away. At this moment, the face of the black shadow was finally revealed. When he saw the face of the black shadow, the Anong City Lord was astonished. The black shadow's body was the same as a human's, but its brain was very different. There were 2 horns on its head, and its nose was as big as a pig's nose. Its ears were also very big, and its eyes were red. City Lord Fang, do you know what it is? The Anong City Lord asked. Fang Chun shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Who are you? Why are you attacking the cultivators of Dong Sword City? Fang Chun asked in a deep voice. Humph. The black shadow coldly snorted, and a terrifying light shot out from its red eyes. Crack! Seeing this, Fang Chun grabbed the black shadow's neck and activated his saint-level strength. The black shadow was choked by Fang Chun, and it couldn't breathe properly as it constantly struggled. However, Fang Chun was too strong, and it couldn't resist. Who are you? The Anong City Lord asked. Don't even think about it. The black shadow's attitude was still very unyielding. Poochie! Fang Chun grabbed the black shadow's arm and pulled with force, breaking the Black Shadow's arm. Ah! The Black Shadow let out a miserable cry, and blood flowed out continuously. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. However, its eyes were filled with anger. It lowered its head, ignoring Fong Chun. Interesting. The corners of Fong Chen's mouth curled up as he laughed coldly. He grabbed the two horns on the black figure's head and used his strength to pull them out. At this moment, the Black Shadow finally moved. Countless strange auras were emitted from his forehead. As the strange auras poured out, the cultivator's aura became incomparably weak, as if he were about to die. "You only have one chance," Fong Chun said coldly as he grabbed the Black Shadow's neck. The Black Shadow's body was incomparably weak, and it finally stopped resisting. "I said you have to promise not to kill me," said the Black Shadow. "All right," agreed Fong Chun straightforwardly. "We were all born by Lord Meng. It told us to infiltrate the Sword Burial Province and absorb the blood of human cultivators to strengthen ourselves and listen to its orders," said the Black Shadow hastily. "Lord Meng?" asked Fong Chun after exchanging a glance with the Anong City Lord. "Where is Lord Meng?" asked the Anong City Lord. This matter seemed a bit unusual. "Lord Meng is in a secret place." "I don't know. We were born by Lord Meng, so we can only listen to Lord Meng," continued the Black Shadow. Actually, Fong Chun had already guessed that the Lord Meng that the Black Shadow mentioned should be the extraterritorial creature that was suppressed under the God Burial Sword prison. How did Lord Meng give birth to you? If he wanted to deal with Lord Meng, he had to thoroughly understand its situation. Lord Meng is a very powerful extraterrestrial being. It's very powerful. As long as it absorbs enough energy, it can give birth to countless beings, said the Black Shadow. We're the child bodies, while Lord Meng is the mother body. As long as the mother body doesn't die, we'll continue to give birth. Hearing this, Fong Chun and the Anong City Lord's hearts sank. A queen mother? Legend had it that there was a very powerful being in the extraterrestrial universe called the Dark Queen Mother. Under normal circumstances, powerful warriors wouldn't dare to provoke the Dark Queen Mother's tribe. This was because as long as a member of the Dark Queen Mother's tribe reached adulthood, they would have a special ability to give birth to an endless number of child bodies. As long as the mother body didn't die, the child bodies would continue to be created. This way, every being in the Dark Queen Mother's tribe seemed to have an army of their own. It was very intimidating. Dark Queen Mother, it's actually the Dark Queen Mother. Fong Chun was shocked. He didn't expect that the extraterrestrial being suppressed by the God-burying sword prison was actually the Dark Queen Mother. I've already told you what I know. You can't kill me, said the Black Shadow as it stared at Fong Chun with its blood-red eyes. I won't kill you. Fong Chun glanced at the Anong City Lord as he spoke. The latter smiled knowingly and took a step forward. He raised his sword and chopped off the Black Shadow's head. City Lord Fong won't kill you, but I didn't say anything. The Anong City Lord looked at the Black Shadow and slowly said. After killing the Black Shadow, Fong Chun and the Anong City Lord returned to the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Fong, as long as the mother body doesn't die, the child bodies will continue to appear. This will be a disaster for our sword burial prefecture. What should we do? Asked the Anong City Lord as he anxiously paced around. Fong Chun sank into thought. These child bodies weren't strong, and their offensive power wasn't high. With the power of the various city lords, they could definitely deal with them. Right now, the biggest threat was the Dark Queen Mother suppressed by the God-burying sword prison. Palace Master, what's the situation on your side? Fong Chun sent a message to the Sword Burial Immortal Palace's Palace Master. A moment later, the Palace Master replied, I don't know what kind of energy those extraterrestrial beings have absorbed, but they're extremely active. The God-burying sword prison is almost unable to suppress them. Upon hearing the Palace Master's reply, Fong Chun's face was filled with helplessness. Palace Master, the strange things that are happening all over the Sword Burial Prefecture are caused by the Dark Queen Mother's child bodies. If we don't kill the mother body, the child bodies will continue to appear, continued Fong Chun. What method do you have? Asked the Palace Master. Fong Chun pondered for a moment and then asked, Palace Master, how long can you last? According to this situation, the most I can last is half a year, said the Palace Master. I want to try going to the God-burying sword prison, said Fong Chun. The palace master directly replied, "Perhaps that's the best method." Chapter 943. After a simple conversation with the palace master, Fong Chen made up his mind to enter the god-burying sword prison after notifying the city lord of Tranquil East. However, he discovered that the city lord of Tranquil East was not in the city lord manor. Fong Chen ejected his soul and scanned the Tranquil East Sword City. He instantly discovered that the city lord of Tranquil East was in the sky above the city. There seemed to be a mystic king realm cultivator beside him. Crash! With a thought, Fong Chen traveled through space and arrived in the sky. "City lord of Tranquil East, what are you doing?" Fong Chen asked. "City lord Fong, this is an array Saint Master. I invited him here to set up a Dao-grade array to protect the Tranquil East Sword City. If a shadow appears, I will immediately discover it," said the city lord. Hearing this, Fong Chen suddenly thought of an idea. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared. Within the city lord manor, in a hidden courtyard, Fong Chen's body was filled with a majestic aura. In this courtyard, there was one array after another. Fong Chen was currently trying to break through to the divine array master realm. In the ancient sword continent, the divine array master realm was the strongest realm in the Tao of arrays. Fong Chen had long since reached the peak of the divine array master realm in the Tao of arrays. Today, he had gained some inspiration and was preparing to break through to the divine array master realm. "If I can set up a divine array master realm and cover all the major cities, the Dark Knight Mother's child body will not be able to break through," muttered Fong Chen. Fong Chen was very confident in breaking through to the divine array master realm. At this moment, he was constantly trying to break through. Rumble. One array after another quietly appeared. These arrays were mixed together by Fong Chen, and he was constantly studying and setting them up. In 3 days, Fong Chen had completely mastered these arrays and broke through to the divine array master realm. Divine array master. A large number of arrays around Fong Chen were removed. He stood up with a smile on his face. "City Lord Manor, Conference Hall. City Lord of Tranquil East, I have something I need to talk to you about," said Fong Chen. "City Lord Fong has been cultivating for the past 3 days. Did you break through?" asked the City Lord of Tranquil East. Fong Chen nodded and said, "I've already reached the divine array master realm, and I can set up a divine array master realm. I've already reached divine array master realm. I've as my divine array master." After hearing Fong Chen's words, the Anong City Lord understood Fong Chen's intentions. His face was filled with excitement. "Tranquil, tranquil, tranquil, tranquil palace hall of tranquil, tranquil array master realm, tranquil realm. The tranquils, tranquil, 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 s of divine, tranquil heaven. City Lord Fong, when do you plan to set it up?" The Anong City Lord asked with a smile. "How about now? The tranquil, tranquil. I've made a fool of myself in front of City Lord Fong." After learning that Fong Chen was a divine array master, the alchemy Saint Master respected Fong Chen even more. Fong Chen took a step forward and flicked his wrist. Immediately, countless purple crystals were scattered all around in Dong Sword City. Crash after the purple crystal drilled into the ground. A majestic aura surged around Fong Chen's body. He began to set up a divine-level formation. Setting up a God-grade array formation wasn't as simple as drawing an array formation model. Instead, one had to go deep into the core of the array formation and operate it thoroughly. Ordinary people would never be able to see a divine-level array formation. And now, Fong Chen was actually setting up a divine-level array formation. Swoosh after the 108 purple crystals were all in place. With a flick of his wrist, Fong Chen activated his saint-level sword body. Majestic sword chi soared into the sky and turned into 108 sword lights. Bang bang bung 108 streaks of sword light swooped down and stabbed into the 108 violet crystals. Hum with a deafening sound, the array foundation was formed. Next, it was time to set up the core of the array formation. For this, Fong Chen and the City Lord of Indong City brought a piece of purple crystal soul stone. With the purple crystal soul stone as the core of the array and the 108 streaks of sword chi as the array foundation. The divine level array formation was instantly formed. Crash! After the formation of the divine level array, the entire Indong Sword City was filled with an oppressive aura. 108 streaks of sword light were faintly discernible. What a powerful array formation! The City Lord of Indong City and the Alchemy Saint Master couldn't help but sigh. City Lord of Indong City, this is the chant to control the array formation. Fong Chun passed the chant to the City Lord of Indong City before bidding farewell and leaving. In the following time, Fong Chun shuttled through one city after another. He constantly set up the divine level array to protect these cities. On a certain day, Fong Chun arrived at the five-element sword city. The City Lord is back. No one knew how the news spread, but the entire five-element sword city was in an uproar. The current Fong Chun was the god of the five-element sword city, the faith of the five-element sword city. All the cultivators were loudly shouting Fong Chen's name. That's the City Lord. On the streets, the eyes of some cultivators were filled with fervor. An imposing figure was floating in the sky, setting up a peerless array formation. Before long, the array formation was complete. What a terrifying array formation! Many cultivators in the five-element sword city were shocked. After setting up the divine level array, Fong Chun left a few words for the five elements palace lord before leaving. After that, Fong Chun went to the Azura Sword City, Gold Sword City, and other places. Half a month later, all the cities in the Burial Sword Province were enveloped by the divine level array. And at this time, Fong Chun hurriedly headed to the Endless Ocean. In the depths of the Endless Ocean, in front of a huge whirlpool, with the palace lord at the lead, over 10 profound kings were standing there with grave expressions. Palace Lord, the alien life form struggle is getting stronger and stronger. What should we do? Asked a profound king. Do your best to suppress it, said the palace lord. After the palace lord finished speaking, his heart stirred. He turned his head and saw that Fong Chun had arrived. Palace Lord, what's the situation? Asked Fong Chun. It's not too optimistic, said the palace lord simply. Fong Chun frowned and said, Palace Lord, all the cities in the Burial Sword Province have been enveloped by the divine level array formation I've set up. There's nothing to worry about for now. The other profound kings looked at Fong Chun with surprise when they heard this. You've stepped into the divine master realm? Asked the palace lord. Fong Chun nodded and went straight to the point. Palace Lord, time is of the essence. I need to enter the God Burial Sword Prison now. Before the palace master could speak, the expressions of the other profound kings turned grim, and they directly spoke out to stop the palace master. Palace master, we're utterly unable to open the God Burial Sword Prison in our current state. That's right, Palace Lord. If we forcefully open the God Burial Sword Prison, the alien life form might escape. Palace Lord, you can't do that. Once the alien life form escapes, the Burial Sword Province will be bathed in blood. The Mystic Kings all refused. What's going on? Asked Fong Chun. To open the God Burial Sword Prison, we need to make it float. That way, the seal will loosen a lot. The God Burial Sword Prison suppressed the alien life form. Once it floated, the seal would loosen, and the alien life form would escape. They couldn't take that risk. Everyone's expressions were grave. Even the palace lord was hesitating. A medallion appeared in Fong Chen's hand. Palace Lord, I think you've misunderstood me. There's no need for you to open the God Burial Sword Prison. I can go in myself, said Fong Chun. You, all the profound kings, including the palace master, were shocked when they heard this. A medallion bestowed by the sword-bearing emperor? Asked the palace lord. Fong Chun nodded. The palace lord's eyes were blazing. All right, Fong Chun. Even if we have to risk our lives, we'll buy time for you. You just need to go in, said the palace lord. The other profound kings nodded heavily as well. Only the palace lord knew that Fong Chun had received the sword-bearing emperor's approval. Now that these mystic kings knew about it, they were extremely supportive of Fong Chun. Perhaps Fong Chun was the only one who could resolve the Burial Sword Province's crisis. Fong Chun activated the medallion and disappeared. He entered the God Burial Sword Prison. Palace Lord, Fang Chun really received the sword-burying emperor's approval? Asked one of the profound kings in disbelief. That's right. Fang Chun already received the sword-burying emperor's approval. That's why I placed all my hopes on him, said the palace lord. After all, the burial sword province was formed from the sword-burying emperor's body. Chapter 944. God-burying sword prison. This was the second time Fang Chun had entered this place. With his current strength, there was almost no resistance in the first 10 floors. When he arrived at the 11th floor, Fang Chun was still unstoppable. Roar! A large number of Mystic King Realm beasts appeared on the 11th floor. Most of these beasts were low-level Mystic King Realm beasts. To Fang Chun, they were nothing. Break! The 3-revolution Radiance sword technique was executed. With one slash, a large number of beasts were killed. Then, he used the space-time, true meaning, and disappeared from the 11th floor. Then, he entered the 12th floor. There was still not much danger on the 12th floor. When he entered the 13th floor, he finally forced Fang Chun to use his strongest attack. The 3-revolution Radiant sword technique was executed to the extreme. The Saint-class sword body was also fully activated. The space-time true meaning was executed continuously. However, he still managed to kill his way out and entered the 14th floor. The 14th floor was peaceful. Fang Chun felt a little strange. Crash! Suddenly, the ground on the ground loosened, and a huge skeleton appeared instantly. Human, if you want to enter the 15th floor, you'll have to pass through me. A voice came from the skeleton. The skeleton was a human expert when he was alive. After he died, his skeleton mutated and became what it was now. 3-revolution Radiance sword technique. Fang Chun attacked without any hesitation. A wild sword light immediately shot out from the hidden star sword. Ding! Ding! In a flash, the hidden star sword and the skeleton clashed a few times. The skeleton's body retreated a few steps. Fang Chun's body was also pushed back a little. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chun stared at the skeleton with a complicated look in his eyes. You dare to challenge me with such strength? The skeleton laughed eerily. He did not attack Fang Chun. Instead, he stood quietly and sneered. The skeleton was very strong. It was at least a 4th-level Mystic King Realm expert. From the fact that it could easily block his 3-revolution Radiance sword technique, it could be seen that he could not pass through with his current strength. Crash-activating the true will of space-time, Fang Chun returned to the 13th level, sat down cross-legged, and began cultivating Void Meteor Annihilation. He had obtained a secret art from the heaven-reaching peak, but he had yet to learn it. Now, Fang Chun had no choice but to cultivate Void. Fang Chun's mind was filled with information about the Void Meteor Strike. Because Fang Chun was proficient in the space-time true intent, cultivating the space-time meteorite strike was much easier than expected. In order to unleash the full power of the Void Meteor Strike, it required the assistance of the true intent of Void. On the other hand, Fang Chun's true meaning of space-time was much stronger than the true meaning of Void. Naturally, it was more compatible with the Void Meteorite Strike. Dawn the Golden Heart beat rapidly. In an instant, Fang Chun felt as if he had fallen into a dream. He saw a little golden man in his mind, holding a long sword and brandishing a messy sword technique. Swoosh! Suddenly, the little golden man waved the long sword in his hand. Immediately, a majestic sword chi condensed in the air above his head. The majestic sword chi fused into the void and turned into a transparent longsword. On the transparent longsword, majestic sword chi was constantly dissipating. Void Meteor Annihilation. Following the little golden man's loud roar, the transparent longsword suddenly pierced out with a loud rumble. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard. The transparent longsword pierced into the void far away, tearing the void apart and forming a spatial turbulence. Phew! When the power of the Void Meteor Annihilation dissipated, Fang Chun suddenly woke up. What a powerful Void Meteor Annihilation! Fang Chun stood up, holding the hidden star sword in his hand, and began cultivating the Void Meteor Annihilation. Half a month later, In the 13th level of the God Burying Sword Prison, Fang Chen's figure was faintly discernible. The true intent of void around him spread out. Spiritual energy surged, and the hidden star sword in his hand contained a majestic power. Void Meteor Annihilation. When performing the Void Meteor Annihilation, Fang Chen pushed the true intent of space-time to the extreme. Swoosh! The transparent, long sword suddenly took shape, and then it directly pierced out. Rumble! Under the control of Fang Chen, the transparent long sword bombarded a mountain in the distance. Suddenly, the mountain was annihilated. What a strong power! Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. The power of the Void Meteor Annihilation was stronger than the 3 Revolution Radiant Sword technique. It's worthy of being the master of Tongtian Island's unique skill, Fang Chen secretly exclaimed. The previous owner of Tongtian Peak was known as the master of Tongtian Island, an extraterrestrial overlord. The power of his lifetime's ultimate skill was extremely powerful. Fang Chen had only learned a little, but he felt that his strength had increased a lot. If the Void Meteor Annihilation is so powerful, I wonder how strong the Star Sky skill is. Fang Chen was looking forward to the Star Sky skill. But right now, the most important thing was to reach the 18th floor and become the inner disciple of Zhongjian Emperor. Then, he would save the Burial Sword State. Zhongjian Emperor was definitely stronger than the master of Tongtian Island. It wasn't that the 3 Revolution Radiant Sword technique wasn't strong, but that Fang Chen couldn't unleash its full power. As for the Void Meteor Annihilation, it could unleash even more power with the assistance of the true intent of space-time. In the future, when Fang Chen's cultivation increased, he would be able to unleash the true power of the 3 Revolution Radiant Sword technique. With my current strength, I wonder if I can deal with withered bones. Fang Chen muttered to himself. When he entered the 14th floor again, he was immediately discovered by withered bones. Kid, you're here again. Fang Chen realized that withered bones seemed to have some restrictions and couldn't attack him. This gave him plenty of time to prepare. 3 Revolution Radiance Sword Technique. Fang Chen shouted and executed the 3 Revolution Radiance Sword Technique. A majestic sword light shot towards withered bones. Ding ding ding, as Fang Chen expected. The 3 Revolution Radiance Sword Technique couldn't defeat withered bones. Insignificant skill. Withered bones sneered and shattered the majestic sword light. At this moment, the true intent of space-time was executed. Swish! Fang Chen's body instantly disappeared. When he disappeared, time actually stopped for a short moment. This is the power of time. Withered Bones, who was originally disdainful, suddenly exclaimed. In the next moment, a transparent, long sword appeared and pierced towards Withered Bones. Rumble! The Void Meteor Annihilation attacked with full power, causing the earth to tremble. One of Withered Bones' arms was chopped off. Ah! Withered Bones cried out in shock. Fang Chen's secret technique was too powerful and chopped off one of Withered Bones' arms. Still not enough? Seeing that Withered Bones had entered a frenzied state, Fang Chen curled his lips and executed the true intent of space-time, hiding in the 13th floor. Damn it! Fang Chen couldn't help but curse. Withered Bones' strength was stronger than he had imagined. Continue to cultivate. Fang Chen didn't have much time left, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate. While Fang Chen was immersed in cultivation on the 18th floor of the God Burying Sword Prison, the 8 guardians stood side by side. In front of them was a bright mirror, and there was a clear image on the mirror. This kid's potential is really incredible. Yeah, to be accepted as a personal disciple by the God Burying Sword Emperor, it's enough to show how outstanding he is. I wonder if he can enter the 18th floor this time. The 8 guardians were paying attention to Fang Chen's every move. Due to the restriction of the rules, they couldn't help Fang Chen. On the 13th floor, after another half a month, the Void Meteor Annihilation had been cultivated to the extreme. According to the classification, he had reached the Transcendent Realm. At this moment, Fang Chen was very familiar with the use of the Void Meteor Annihilation. One strike could destroy a mountain. Even a level 4 profound king realm martial artist couldn't withstand it directly. So powerful. When the void meteor annihilation was cultivated to the extreme, Fang Chun realized that this secret skill could really break the void. This time, Fang Chun was full of confidence. Let's try again. On the 14th floor. Kid, I'm going to kill you this time. Withered Bones said eerily when he saw Fang Chun. His face was filled with anger. I'm afraid you'll be the one to die. Fang Chun sneered and disappeared. At the same time, he executed the void meteor annihilation. A long river like the Milky Way appeared instantly. Sword Chi rolled in the long river, and its aura shook the heavens. Rumble. Chapter 945. In the void, the long river surged, and the majestic Sword Chi rolled. The skeleton was trapped in the long river, and it let out a miserable cry. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton was corroded by the Sword Chi and finally shattered into pieces. Splash! After the skeleton shattered, the Sword Chi stopped rolling, and the long river gradually disappeared. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. When the void meteorite strike was cultivated to the extreme, it could transform into a long river. It was extremely powerful. Let's go. After passing the 14th level, they entered the 15th level. On the 15th level, there were densely packed creatures on the ground, and in the sky, there was a leader. Cold Mooncat Demon. Suddenly, a gust of cold air invaded, and Fang Chen's face changed slightly. The Cold Mooncat Demon was a terrifying demonic beast. However, it also had its weaknesses. It was extremely fast, and its attack power was also very strong, but its defense was weak. Boss, let me do it. Little Mouse had wanted to take action for a long time, but Fang Chun did not let it do so. Now, it was finally time for it to take action. Little Mouse stood in the air with its paws on its waist and said arrogantly, "How dare a cat demon show off in front of me? Hurry up and make way for my boss." Hearing this, the Cold Moon Cat Demon in the sky was furious and roared loudly. Roar! Following the cat demon's loud roar, the black mass of creatures on the ground all rushed towards Fang Chun. "Boss, I'll leave this little minion to you." Little Mouse grinned. Fang Chun nodded and used the 3 Revolution Radiant Sword Art. At the same time, he used the true meaning of space-time, and all the creatures near Little Mouse were all imprisoned. Roar! Little Mouse used its special ability, and a purple light surged, and the shadow of a purple mouse condensed behind it. Then a majestic attractive force spread out. And the Cold Moon Cat Demon was about to attack when it was suddenly frightened by the attractive force. No! The terrifying attractive force instantly enveloped the Cold Moon Cat Demon, and it was unable to resist. Your special ability is even stronger. Fang Chun looked at Little Mouse and nodded slightly. Even the Cold Moon Cat Demon could not resist Little Mouse's special ability. Swoosh! The Cold Moon Cat Demon was unwillingly sucked into Little Mouse's bloody mouth. Crack! The Little Mouse's tough teeth crushed the Cold Moon Demon Cat. After the Cold Moon Demon Cat died, the countless creatures on the ground retreated in fear. In the blink of an eye, they all disappeared. Boss, this cat demon isn't challenging at all. Little Mouse jumped on a Fang Chen's shoulder and grinned. The Cold Moon Cat Demon's defense was not strong enough to withstand the Little Mouse's innate divine ability. If it was a creature with a strong defense, it would be more or less the same. Fang Chun was already used to the Little Mouse's innate magical powers, but the 8 guardians on the 18th floor were shocked. "Didn't you notice that this innate divine ability is very familiar?" asked one of the protectors. It instantly released a powerful suction force. The Cold Moon Cat Demon was sucked into its mouth without any resistance. This Little Mouse's teeth can actually crush the Cold Moon Cat Demoness. This little mouse reminded me of something. Are you talking about the heaven-devouring god mouse that once accompanied Emperor Zongjin? The 8 guardians were shocked. Outside 5 Elements Sword City, the god-slaying sword formation released a majestic aura that tightly enveloped 5 Elements Sword City. The 5 Elements Palace Lord was very happy. Ever since he obtained the god-slaying sword formation, he had already easily killed several of the Dark Knight Mother's princes. Palace Lord, with this god-slaying sword formation, 5-element Sword City will not be in any danger. That's right. Just as the Palace Lord finished speaking, he suddenly felt the god-slaying sword formation tremble. Voila! The 5-elements Palace Lord stood in the sky and looked down. Palace Lord, there's a creature attacking from the southwest corner. An elder hastily said. Palace Lord, there's a creature attacking from the west. Palace Lord, there's a creature attacking from the north. One after another, the elders continued to report the situation. The god-slaying sword formation was facing so many powerful attacks at the same time. The 5-elements Palace Lord sensed that something was wrong. What's going on? The 5-elements Palace Lord's expression was grave. Dong! Deafening sounds came one after another. The creatures outside the god-slaying sword formation seemed to have grasped a method to break the god-slaying sword formation. Outside the god-slaying sword formation, north, Boss, with this void-breaking pearl, will definitely be able to break this formation. A Dark Knight Mother's princes grinned, continued to increase the attack. The leading creature held a pearl that emitted a resplendent light in its hand. Because of this pearl, the god-slaying sword formation seemed to not be so stable. The god-slaying sword formation is spreading. In the blink of an eye, the 5-elements Palace Lord realized that something was wrong. Attack with all your strength. The 5-elements Palace Lord roared. The 5-elements Sword City began a crazy counterattack. However, not long after, the 5-elements Palace Master discovered that their counterattack was simply useless. What should we do? What should we do? The 5-elements Palace Lord was extremely anxious. At this moment, in the sky 100 miles away from the 5-element Sword City, 11 cultivators were flying rapidly. Zhang Jian and the others had already returned to the Sword Burial Province and had been in seclusion. As soon as they came out, they learned of the crisis in the Sword Burial Province. Then, they prepared to head to the Endless Ocean to support the Palace Lord. However, they happened to pass by the 5-element Sword City and were prepared to solve the crisis of the 5-element Sword City. Feng Chun, the city lord, Dark Sword said. We're almost there, Taoist Tianhong said. When 11 of them arrived, the god-slaying sword formation shook and was about to shatter. The leader of the Dark Knight Mother's princes held the void-breaking pearl in his hand and was extremely excited. Increase the attack. The formation is about to shatter. Inside the formation, the 5-element Palace Lord was extremely anxious. Once the god-slaying sword formation shattered, a huge number of creatures would attack. With his strength alone, he would not be able to resist at all. How could this be? The 5-elements Palace Lord was very distressed. However, at this moment, the 5-elements Palace Lord suddenly heard a trace of something wrong. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The shaking of the god-slaying sword formation gradually stopped. Through the formation, the 5-elements Palace Lord discovered that there were powerhouses killing the princes of the Dark Knight Mother. 8 extreme powerhouses. The 5-elements Palace Lord recognized Dark Sword and the others and was extremely excited. Outside the formation, Zhang Jian and the others began to kill. Miserable cries continued to ring out. In the blink of an eye, a large number of the princes of the Dark Knight Mother died. Zhang Jian found the leader, and a brilliant light shot out from his body, instantly enveloping the leader. Crack! The leader's arm was instantly shattered. Zhang Jian waved his hand and held the void-breaking pearl. Return my void-breaking pearl. The leader roared loudly. Die! As soon as Zhang Jian finished speaking, he killed the leader. With the death of the leader, a large number of the princes of the Dark Knight Mother were all killed. The crisis of the 5-element Sword City was finally resolved with the arrival of the 11 powerhouses. Zhang Jian, what is this thing? The 11 powerhouses gathered together and discovered the void-breaking pearl in Zhang Jian's hand. I'm not sure either, Zhang Jian said as he played with it. Let me see, the Ice Fire King suddenly said. Zhang Jian casually threw the void-breaking pearl to the Ice Fire King and carefully observed it. No one noticed that when the Ice Fire King held the void-breaking pearl, a trace of heat flashed across his eyes. This pearl seems to be a little extraordinary. Can I study it? The Ice Fire King asked. Everyone nodded. In any case, this thing wasn't of much use to them. In the end, the Ice Fire King put away the void-breaking pearl. Thank you for your help. At this moment, the 5 Elements Palace Master flew out and cupped his hands to thank the 11 people. This is Fong Chen's territory. We naturally won't leave you in the lurch, said the Dark Sword. The other powerhouses nodded. Everyone, do you want to go to the 5 Elements Sword City for a visit? Asked the 5 Elements Palace Master. We still have urgent matters to attend to, said Taoist Tianong. In that case, we won't disturb you, said the 5 Elements Palace Master with a smile. The 11 of them looked at each other, then turned around and disappeared. After flying for a while, the Ice Fire King suddenly stopped. Everyone, I have some urgent matters to attend to. You can leave first. I'll catch up later. Ice Fire King, what's the matter? Do you need our help? Asked the ox-nosed old Taoist. No need. I can handle it myself. The crisis of the Sword Burial Province cannot be delayed, said the Ice Fire King. Chapter 946. The God-Burying Sword Prison was full of mystery. Everyone thought that the God-Burying Sword Prison was a prison that held the resentment of the Almighties who had fallen during the dark turmoil. However, one would only realize that the God-Burying Sword Prison was not as simple as a prison after experiencing it for themselves. As Fong Chun went deeper, he vaguely felt that the God-Burying Sword Prison was meant to nurture top experts. Every level of the God-Burying Sword Prison seemed to be dangerous, but there was still a chance of survival. Moreover, there were very few resentment of the Almighties in the Sword Prison, but there were many extraterritorial creatures. Fong Chun suspected that these extraterritorial creatures were meant to train the warriors who entered. Although the Cold Moon Cat demon on the 15th level was powerful, it posed no threat to Fong Chun at all. The Cold Moon Cat demon's physical defense was strong, but soul defense was weak. Therefore, it could not withstand Little Mouse's gifted superpower attack. Now, Fong Chun finally stepped into the 16th level. Soon, I just need to persevere for 2 more levels, and I will be able to reach the 18th level safely. Fong Chun's heart skipped a beat. As soon as he entered the 16th level, Fong Chun discovered a large number of demonic beasts. Seeing these demonic beasts, Fong Chun was completely shocked. The demonic beasts on the 16th level were all mutant golden demons. How is this possible? A great storm took place in Fong Chun's heart. Mutant golden devils were extremely rare to begin with. And now, Fong Chun had encountered so many golden demon clan monsters. Mystic King realm mutant golden demons. Little Mouse, who was on Fong Chun's shoulder, also narrowed its eyes. A mutant golden demon was nothing to Little Mouse, but there were so many of them that even his gifted superpower could not help. Boss, what should we do? Little Mouse asked anxiously. Run. Without hesitation, Fong Chun activated the space-time true meaning to the maximum and disappeared into the void. Roar. Countless mutant golden demons roared and chased after Fong Chun. Swoosh every time Fong Chun revealed his true form, he would swing his sword. The power of the 3 revolutions radiant sword technique was abnormally strong. However, there was no reaction from the mutant golden devil. He's immune to physical attacks to this extent? Fong Chun couldn't help but click his tongue. These mutant golden devils' immunity was too strong. Bang, after fleeing for a while, Fong Chun was finally stopped by a mutant golden fiend. The 3 revolutions radiant sword technique was displayed, and the hidden star sword directly pierced towards the mutated golden devil. Ding, 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 the sound of metal colliding instantly rang out. The mutant golden devil's body was forced back. Taking advantage of this time, Fong Chun used a soul attack's secret art, Ice Secret Sword. Swoosh, a majestic soul emerged in an instant and then condensed into a long sword of ice. Carrying a majestic power, it pierced towards the mutant golden demon. Dongwen, the Ice Secret Sword, stabbed towards the mutant gold devil. The latter's body paused for a moment, and then it let out a miserable cry. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a fiery light. The attack of the ice secret sword is effective. In the following time, Fang Chen used the true meaning of space and time while using the ice secret sword. Every time he used the ice secret sword, a mutant golden devil would fall to the ground. Time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During this time, Fang Chen had been fleeing, but in the process of fleeing, the mutant golden devils were also being killed. After 6 hours of fleeing, Fang Chen finally grasped the knack of it. The mutant golden devils are afraid of the ice secret sword. Fang Chen said to himself. Fang Chen's soul was very strong. It had reached the late stage of the green class and was only 1 step away from the cyan class. The ice secret sword was a soul attack secret art, and its attack power was very strong. Moreover, coupled with Fang Chen's true meaning of ice, no mutant golden devil could get close. At this time, on the 18th floor, the 8 guardians looked at the mirror and let out a sigh of relief. It seems that we all underestimated this kid. Yeah, the mutant golden devil's weakness is their soul. His soul secret art is so strange, and it just so happens to counter the mutant golden devils. This kid's soul is continuously using soul attack secret arts. It seems like his soul is about to break through. Look, his soul is breaking through. One of the guardians suddenly yelled. On the mirror, a large number of mutant golden devils were constantly rushing towards Fang Chen. The latter's eyes flickered, and his soul was enveloped. Swish, swish. One by one, the mutant golden devils fell to the ground. At a certain moment, the soul around Fang Chen's body suddenly underwent a change. Rumble. The late stage of the green class, soul broke through to the early stage of the cyan class. I broke through. Fang Chen, who was attacking, revealed a smile. He didn't expect that his soul would break through under continuous high-intensity attacks. The later stages of soul cultivation, the harder it was to break through. This breakthrough wasn't inferior to breaking through from the true martial realm to the mystic king realm. Fang Chen was extremely excited. When his soul broke through to the early stage of the cyan class, he no longer feared the mutant golden devils on the 16th floor. You weak ants. After being chased for several hours, he could finally hold his head high. Fang Chen quietly floated in the sky, the space-time aura around him flashing. Thousands of mutant golden devils were constantly converging, crazily roaring at Fang Chen. Secret Sword of Ice. A substantial light shot out from Fang Chen's eyes. Then, a majestic cyan soul instantly appeared like a long river. Soul power surged in the river, and at a speed invisible to the naked eye, it instantly condensed into one secret sword of ice after another. A cyan-class soul could activate the strongest power of the secret sword of ice. The current Fang Chen could condense 100 secret swords of ice in one go. Bang! Bang! The mutant golden devils who were hit by the secret sword of ice fell to the ground one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 100 mutant golden devils closest to Fang Chen were all dead. The mutant golden devils behind immediately rushed forward, but what greeted them was still the terrifying secret sword of ice. Whoosh! His soul cultivation had reached the early stage of the 5th stage, and the power of the secret sword of ice had reached its peak. Although the mutant golden devils were immune to physical attacks, they were no longer a threat to Fang Chen. Indeed, only on the verge of life and death can one comprehend the fastest, Fang Chen said as he used the secret sword of ice. The little mouse on his shoulder also grinned. In the blink of an eye, thousands of mutant golden devils died. The remaining mutant golden devils finally felt fear. Fear appeared in their eyes, and their bodies kept retreating. Roar! One of the mutant golden devils roared at the sky. Countless mutant golden devils behind also roared at the sky, as if responding. In the end, under Fang Chen's gaze, these mutant golden devils all retreated like the tide. They retreated. The little mouse's eyes flickered. Although they are immune to physical attacks, my secret sword of ice is extremely powerful. I can kill hundreds of them at once. I'm not afraid of them taking turns to fight me, Fang Chun said with a smile. On the 18th floor, the 8 guardians couldn't help but shake their heads. Fang Chun's potential was too monstrous. In the pursuit of life and death, his soul had reached the early stage of the cyan level. He has cultivated for less than 20 years, and his soul has reached the early stage of the cyan level. Even a younger generation of some large forces outside the domain can't compare. As expected of a martial artist who was accepted as a personal disciple by the buried Sword Emperor, it seems that we are about to leave the buried God Sword prison. The 8 guardians discussed with each other. They sighed in their hearts. Fang Chen's appearance gave them great hope. At this moment, a figure floated over. Qin Yang. The 8 guardians saw Qin Yang and nodded slightly. Although Qin Yang wasn't a guardian, his strength was on par with theirs. Furthermore, when Qin Yang had competed for the position of guardian, he had lost to one of the guardians by a small margin. They respected Qin Yang very much. Qin Yang, why are you here? Asked one of the guardians. Humph, only you can look, but I can't, sneered Qin Yang. The 8 guardians understood Qin Yang very well and were used to his attitude. Chapter 9:47. After passing the 16th level, it was time for the final hurdle, which was the 17th level. Many people thought that the 18th level was the most dangerous. Little did they know that there was no danger at all on the 18th floor. After entering the 17th floor, Fang Chun looked around. Yeah, there's nothing. Fang Chun was puzzled. Logically speaking, the 17th floor should be very dangerous. Boss, something's wrong, Little Mouse suddenly said. Fang Chun frowned and asked, "What did you find?" "I can feel my bloodline moving," the Little Mouse said. Just as Fang Chun was about to speak, the Little Mouse's figure suddenly flashed, and then it leaped away. Seeing this, Fang Chun followed closely behind. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the 17th floor, the spirit chi was extremely dense. The faster he moved, the more Fang Chun felt that something was wrong. What happened? Why is there a purple aura in the air here? The purple aura in the air was exactly the same as the purple luster emitted by the Little Mouse. Could it be that the sky-devouring godly rat that followed Monarch Zhang Jian was buried here? As he thought of this, Fang Chun felt a little excited. After flying for about an hour, the Little Mouse stopped in its tracks. When Fang Chun arrived, he was surprised to find a bottomless cliff in front of him. The sky above the cliff was filled with an extremely dense purple aura. When the Little Mouse saw these auras, its body kept trembling. "Boss!" Little Mouse's voice was trembling. He had long known that he was a member of the heaven-devouring Divine Rat clan. However, when the Little Mouse sensed the purple aura in the cliff, it still felt strange. "Boss, my ancestor might have perished here," the Little Mouse continued to say. "What did you find?" Fang Chun asked. "I want to enter this place," the Little Mouse said. "It won't be dangerous, right?" Fang Chun was a little worried. "I have to go in," the Little Mouse said, and entered the cliff. Rumble, the majestic purple aura instantly enveloped the Little Mouse and then disappeared. As Fang Chun stood on the cliff, he could clearly sense that the purple aura was obstructing him. "I hope you're all right," Fang Chun muttered to himself. Outside the God-burying sword prison, in the whirlpool, the Dark Knight Queen's activities were getting more and more intense. Bang, at a certain moment, a cracking sound could be heard. Then a vast aura suddenly spread out. After that, all the profound kings, including the Palace Master, were instantly blasted flying. Poochie, everyone spat out mouthfuls of blood as their faces turned extremely pale. "Palace Master, what's going on?" asked one of the profound kings. "The Dark Knight Queen seems to be coming out." The Palace Master's face was extremely ugly. "Then what should we do?" The group of people was extremely anxious. Once the Dark Knight Queen came out of the God-burying sword prison, it would be the end of the sword burial state. "We must work together to seal it," the Palace Master said in a deep voice. Dong, suddenly, the God-burying sword prison trembled more and more violently. It seemed like the Dark Knight Queen was about to come out. "Palace Master." At this moment, 11 experts suddenly appeared in the distance. "Yes." The Palace Master was overjoyed. "Palace Master, what's going on?" asked Zhang Jian. The Dark Night Queen is about to break out of the seal. We must seal it again. Palace Master, do you have any ideas? Asked Taoist Tianhong. There's only one way now. The Palace Master was expressionless. It seemed like he had made a very big decision. Palace Master, could it be? The ox-nosed old Taoist seemed to have discovered something and asked in shock. The Palace Master nodded. The God-burying sword formation. Hearing the words God-burying sword formation, everyone's expression changed greatly. Palace Master, once the God-burying sword formation is used, we'll all be devoured, said a profound king. The God-burying sword formation is too dangerous. Once it's used, it'll harm others and ourselves, said another profound king. The expressions of Zhang Jian and the others also changed. The God-burying sword formation was the sword burial state's forbidden formation. It was the sword burial immortal palace's trump card. It would only be used when the sword burial state was in the most danger. Because the God-burying sword formation was too dangerous, it would consume a lot of energy. If it weren't for the fact that the Palace Master had no other choice, he wouldn't have used it so easily. There's no other way. The Palace Master smiled bitterly. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. For the sword burial state, we'll go all out. After reaching an agreement, everyone's gaze fell on the Palace Master. I'll activate the God-burying sword formation. All of you, pour all your energy into the formation, said the Palace Master. As soon as the Palace Master finished speaking, his body trembled. Countless tiny rays of light shot into the whirlpool. Rumble. Immediately, the boundless sword energy in the sword burial state was sucked dry. A ball of light appeared in the Palace Master's hand. The sword energy contained within the ball of light was 10 times more than the spirit energy in the sword burial state. Activate the God-burying sword formation. The water in the endless ocean instantly evaporated. The whirlpool was exposed to everyone. At this moment, the ball of light in the Palace Master's hand shot toward the whirlpool. Dong! The earth trembled, and the water in the whirlpool in the dried-up sea suddenly stopped flowing. Then, the boundless sword energy within the ball of light spread out. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the vortex. The sword energy enveloped the whirlpool, and its movements became smaller and smaller. Ha ha! Has it been sealed? Laughed a profound king. The whirlpool is shattering. The extraterrestrial has been sealed. The faces of the mystic kings were filled with smiles. The God-burying sword formation was too powerful. It almost sucked all their energy dry. Fortunately, they'd managed to persevere. Dong! However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. The sword energy enveloping the whirlpool suddenly cracked. Not good, shouted the Palace Master. He immediately poured all his energy into the God-burying sword formation. Rumble. More than 20 profound kings poured all their energy into the God-burying sword formation. Immediately, the God-burying sword formation erupted with resplendent light, continuing to suppress the whirlpool. Crack! The whirlpool struggled, and cracks appeared on the God-burying sword formation. Uft! Some of the weaker profound kings spat out blood, their faces pale. Their bodies were trembling, and they couldn't hold on any longer. The God-burying sword formation had sucked all their energy dry, and their vitality was fading. Is the sword burial prefecture about to be destroyed? Asked Zhang Jian expressionlessly. There's no other way. Some mystic kings had already given up. The God-burying sword formation had sucked all their energy dry, but it still couldn't suppress the extraterrestrial. The Dark Night Queen's birth was unstoppable. All the cultivators, including the Palace Master, had gloomy expressions. They were the top experts of the sword burial prefecture. They were usually high and mighty, but they couldn't protect their home. Even if we die, we have to use our last bit of energy. Suddenly, Zhang Jian roared. The other profound kings also let out their last shouts. They used all their energy to continue pouring energy into the God-burying sword formation. For the sword burial prefecture, I have no regrets even if I die. A profound king roared loudly, and then charged into the God-burying sword formation. Dong! The entire ground was shaking. This Mystic King realm expert had self-destructed. The self-detonation of a profound king was extremely powerful. In an instant, the god-burying sword formation absorbed the power of the self-detonation and grew stronger. The cracks on the sword array were gradually disappearing. Another Mystic King realm expert was exploding. 5 profound kings self-detonated in a row, stabilizing the god-burying sword formation. At this moment, the atmosphere around the whirlpool was incomparably heavy. Everyone's hearts were heavy. Their bodies were extremely weak, and their faces were pale, but they used their last bit of energy to protect the sword burial prefecture. Crack! The god-burying sword formation only lasted for the blink of an eye before cracks appeared again. At this moment, all the cultivators were thoroughly disappointed. The heavens want the sword burial prefecture dead. The palace master laughed miserably. Dong! Another profound king self-detonated, using his life as the price to suppress the extraterrestrial. "Let me do it," said the palace master hoarsely. Chapter 948. Palace Lord, you can't. Many profound king realm experts shouted to stop him. The palace lord was the symbol of the sword burial prefecture. Once he died, the prefecture would be destroyed. No matter how many profound kings died, they wouldn't be able to damage the foundation of the sword burial prefecture. Once the palace lord died, the sword burial immortal palace would stop operating. The palace lord resolutely walked toward the whirlpool as he looked at the swaying god burial sword formation. His figure was incomparably lonely. The entire endless ocean was filled with a strong aura of sadness. The faces of Zhang Jian and the others were also filled with helplessness. Damn it! Some people clenched their fists, hating that they weren't strong enough to kill the Dark Knight Queen. Rumble. When the palace lord approached the whirlpool, his aura rose to the peak. This was the aura of self-destruction. Spiritual energy surged in his sea of chi. Palace Lord. All the martial artists cried out loudly, their hearts filled with grief. But it didn't help. In the end, the palace lord stepped into the whirlpool. "I'll use my body to return peace to the sword burial prefecture." The palace lord's hoarse voice came from the whirlpool. "Let's do it." Sensing the palace lord sacrificing himself to suppress the alien, everyone's emotions were stirred. They released their strongest auras and charged toward the whirlpool. It seemed that these warriors were about to self-destruct. At this moment, the whirlpool suddenly began to tremble. Dong! The whirlpool shook faster and faster until the last person was sent flying out. Palace Lord. Seeing the person on the ground, everyone was shocked and hurried to the palace lord's side. "Palace Lord, are you all right?" asked Dark Sword. "What's going on?" The palace master's face was filled with astonishment. He was clearly about to self-destruct when he was suddenly sent flying out of the vortex by a tyrannical force. Is the Dark Knight Queen about to be born? Thinking of this, the palace lord's face darkened and his heart was filled with sorrow. Daoist Tianhong helped the palace lord up. The palace lord took a step forward and stared at the whirlpool. "Is the heavens going to destroy the sword burial prefecture?" asked the palace lord. "I'm not late, right?" Just as everyone's expression turned solemn, a series of clamorous voices suddenly rang out. Then, 8 figures appeared in front of the vortex. This sudden turn of events caused all the profound kings present, including the palace master, to turn pale with fright. The palace master's face was extremely solemn as he stared at the 8 people. "You are the current palace master of the sword burial immortal palace?" One of the guardians asked. "That's right. May I ask, sir?" the palace master asked. At this moment, another figure emerged from the vortex. Qinyang. Seeing this person, Dark Sword and the others were completely shocked. The newcomer was actually Qinyang. At this moment, Dark Sword and the others looked at the 8 guardians again. They finally understood. Among the 8 people, one of them was the expert who had forced Qinyang to retreat. The sword burial prefecture is saved. The 8 ultimate powerful beings burst out laughing. The powers of these powerful beings were so strong that they could not detect them at all. "Qinyang, it's you." The palace master also recognized Qinyang. "Palace master, These 8 people are the guardians of the God-burying sword prison. Step back and let us deal with them, Qin Yang said. He was also a cultivator of the sword burial prefecture. Since the sword burial prefecture was in danger, he would naturally step forward. Hearing this, the palace master and the others nodded heavily and hastily retreated. Their eyes were blazing with desire. The sword burial emperor really did leave behind a backup plan. Everyone laughed. The 8 guardians joined forces with Qin Yang. The 9 of them attacked together. Immediately, the starlight in the sky became dazzling and a majestic aura spread out. Suppress. When the 9 of them said the word suppress, they directly stretched out their palms. 9 giant handprints, carrying with them an extremely majestic power, came crashing down. Rumble. The God-burying sword prison above the vortex instantly shattered. Then, the 9 large palms pressed down on the vortex. Dong. Under the suppression of the 9 large palms, the struggling vortex slowly sank into the ground. The dangerous aura that had spread out gradually disappeared. Everyone was incomparably excited. With the vortex suppressed, the Dark Knight Queen was unable to come out. The crisis of the sword burial prefecture was over. Seeing this, the 9 of them withdrew their auras and turned to look at the palace master and the others. Thank you for your help. The palace master cupped his hands and said with a grin, No need to thank us. If you want to thank someone, thank Fong Chun, one of the guardians said with a grin. Fong Chun. Hearing the guardian's words, many martial artists, including the palace master, were shocked. May I ask where Fong Chun is? The palace master asked. Whoosh. A ripple appeared in the space, and then a figure appeared. Palace master. Fong Chen's figure appeared. Golden light flowed around his body, and his aura was very powerful. Fong Chun, the palace master, was very excited when he saw Fong Chun. After greeting the palace master, Fong Chun turned to look at the 9 of them. How is it? The vortex is temporarily suppressed by the 9 of us, and the Dark Knight Queen is unable to come out. However, this is not the best plan, the guardian said. Hearing this, Fong Chun nodded. His deep eyes looked at the place where the vortex disappeared. Leave the rest to me. After Fong Chun finished speaking, he took a step forward and stood in the air above the vortex. He muttered, Let's end it here. When everyone saw Fong Chen's imposing figure, they were speechless. Whoosh! A token appeared in Fong Chen's hand. This token was the token that the Zong Sword Emperor had given to Fong Chen before. This token had not been completely activated by Fong Chen before. It was only activated after Fong Chen became the Zong Sword Emperor's inner disciple. The 8 guardians were completely under Fong Chen's command. They were sent by Fong Chen to rescue the palace master and the others, while he was accepting the inheritance. Now that he had accepted the inheritance, it was time to completely kill the Dark Knight Queen. Whoosh! Sword chi and spiritual energy surrounded it. A strange aura shot out from the token and directly into the vortex. Dong! A deafening sound rang out, and a tall tower that reached into the clouds appeared from the vortex. This was the God-burying sword prison. Under Fong Chen's summon, the God-burying sword prison slowly appeared. In the blink of an eye, it was standing above the vortex. There was a terrifying aura around the God-burying sword prison. Fong Chen's wrist shook, and the strange aura in the token directly integrated into the God-burying sword prison. Crack! Then, the God-burying sword prison gradually turned into specks of starlight under everyone's gaze. The God-burying sword prison is broken. How is this possible? The God-burying sword prison is broken. Could this be the means left behind by the Zong Sword Emperor? Many Mystic King realm experts roared. The God-burying sword prison had existed for a long time, but now it was completely broken. Under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, the God-burying sword prison turned into countless specks of starlight and integrated into the token in Fong Chen's hand. After doing all this, Fong Chen put the token into the vortex. Retreat! Fong Chen bellowed. His figure flickered as he flew out of the endless ocean. Seeing this, everyone flew away quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! When everyone flew above the endless ocean, there was a heart-wrenching roar from the vortex. The Dark Knight Queen was making a final struggle, but she couldn't resist the power of the token. How could the Dark Knight Queen resist the means left behind by the Zong Sword Emperor? Roar! The entire Sword Burial Prefecture shook. All the martial artists were panicking, not knowing what was going on. Is this the end? Someone roared. The source was in the sky above the endless ocean. As Fang Chun looked at the gradually collapsing, boundless sea below, his heart trembled. Even though he had fallen for such a long time, he was still capable of such a feat. It was truly shocking. As expected of Master, Fang Chun said to himself. After Fang Chun accepted the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance and became his inner disciple, the remnant consciousness of the Zong Sword Emperor completely disappeared. Roar! The roar of the beast became weaker and weaker. In the end, the endless ocean collapsed and turned into nothingness. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The Dark Knight Queen that threatened the Sword Burial Prefecture was finally dead. Everyone was overjoyed and looked at Fang Chun. Chapter 949. The Zong Sword Emperor's methods were too powerful. Just a remnant consciousness was enough to destroy the endless ocean and turn it into nothingness. The Dark Knight Queen, who had been suppressed by the vortex, had also disappeared completely. Everyone returned to the Sword Burial Prefecture when they heard Fang Chun's words. The 8 guardians and Qin Yang also returned together. Fang Chun's eyes flickered when he saw everyone leave. He stared at the empty space below and reached his hand down. Crash! When Fang Chun's hand returned, there was an egg in his hand. Master's words are indeed true, Fang Chun said with a smile. The egg wasn't simple. It was the inner core of the dead Dark Knight Queen. Back in the God Burial Sword Prison, the remnant consciousness of the Zong Sword Emperor had told Fang Chun that the Dark Knight Queen would leave behind an inner core after her death. It told Fang Chun to get the inner core no matter what. If he got the inner core, he might be able to give birth to a new Dark Knight Queen. Fang Chun put the inner core into his interspatial ring and returned to the Sword Burial Prefecture. In the Sword Burial Palace, the 8 guardians obeyed Fang Chun's orders and lived in the Sword Burial Palace to protect the Sword Burial Prefecture. The palace master was excited when he heard the news. 8 peak mystic kings guarding the Sword Burial Prefecture. Who would dare to offend them? As for Qin Yang, he returned to the sect with the ox-nosed old Taoist. With the Dark Knight Queen's death, the Sword Burial Prefecture's crisis was resolved. The entire Sword Burial Prefecture was completely peaceful. After a few words with the palace master, Fang Chun chose a secluded place and began his seclusion. When he received the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, Fang Chun's cultivation had already reached the 2nd level of the Mystic King realm. Now, he needed to digest the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. Fang Chun sat cross-legged in the secluded place. My soul has reached the peak. My eye's secret sword has also reached the peak. Fang Chun muttered to himself. His soul couldn't be improved anymore. In terms of physical body, his sword body had already reached Saint tier. While it might seem like he had reached the pinnacle, there was still room for improvement. Fang Chun had obtained a new body refinement method from the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. Great accomplishment sword body. Although it was similar to minor success sword body, its power was incomparable to that of a minor success sword body. It was said that if one cultivated the greater success sword physique to the pinnacle, one could shatter the stars and annihilate the starry sky with a single punch. Let's first cultivate the great success sword body. There was no longer any danger in the Sword Burial Prefecture. Soon, he would be able to leave the Sword Burial Prefecture for the Outlands. But before that, he had to arm himself. He would try his best to make himself stronger. Fang Chun's skin gradually turned bronze as he recited the chant for the greater success sword physique in his mind. Sword chi surged around him, and the sword body was activated. The power unleashed by the saint-level sword body was extremely powerful. Physical body, Fang Chun muttered. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During this period of time, Fang Chun had been practicing his great success sword body. After 3 months, he finally cultivated the great success sword body to the beginner level. as expected of the cultivation method left by Master. It's so powerful. Fangchen opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. It took him 3 months to cultivate the great success sword body to the beginner level. It was enough to show how powerful the great success sword body was. After cultivating the great success sword body to the beginner level, Fangchen's skin became more bronze, and his power became more powerful. His sword body had reached the pinnacle of the saint level. His sword body seemed to have reached a bottleneck, so Fangchen temporarily gave up on cultivating it and turned to other cultivation methods. In the following time, Fangchen cultivated the 3 revolutions radiant sword technique and the void meteor annihilation to the extreme. His strength also skyrocketed as a result. Master didn't leave me many cultivation methods, but they contain his life's comprehension, Fangchen said. The disciple of the Zong Sword Emperor was definitely different from ordinary people. Although he had accepted the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, he didn't obtain any powerful cultivation methods. The most important thing was his life's comprehension. The Zong Sword Emperor's comprehension was very profound. Fangchen only had a slight comprehension, but it had greatly improved his understanding of the sword principle. Moreover, Fangchen felt that the Golden Heart was also absorbing the Zong Sword Emperor's comprehension. Thump, thump, the Golden Heart's beating trajectory was very strange. Half a year later, the space-time true intent had reached the peak of the 4th grade, and the other true intents had also improved greatly. The biggest improvement was his sword intent, which had reached the 7th grade. As for the darkness intent, it was slightly weaker, reaching the 3rd grade. As for the ice true intent, it was the same as the darkness true intent, reaching the 3rd grade. Fangchen was very happy that his strength had improved. After cultivating in the Sword Burial Immortal Palace for a year, Fangchen finally stopped cultivating. One day, he opened his eyes, and a sword-shaped token appeared in his hand. This was given to him by his master, the Zong Sword Emperor. Before his master completely disappeared, he said that when he had the strength to step into the place where the immortals lived, he could use this token to find his wife. In short, this token was useless in the early stage. If I go all out now, I won't be afraid of a 6th-level Mystic King realm martial artist. Fangchen thought to himself. The thing that made him the happiest was the space-time true intent. The space-time true intent was mentioned in the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance. This kind of true intent was very powerful, and there weren't many who had this kind of true intent in the entire universe. It was very difficult to increase the grade of a true intent. Through the guidance of the Zong Sword Emperor's inheritance, the space-time true intent had reached the peak of the 4th grade. He had completely grasped the time stop, and he had already touched a trace of the concept of time acceleration. He had also completely grasped the space shuttle. Once the space-time true intent was used, low-level Mystic King realm martial artists wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even a mid-level Mystic King realm martial artist would be caught off guard and fall for it. After cultivating in seclusion for a year, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Fangchen, you've come out of seclusion. The palace master immediately sensed that Fangchen had come out of seclusion and came to ask. Fangchen nodded. How was the Sword Burial Prefecture? After a year of recuperation, the Sword Burial Prefecture has recovered to its previous state. In fact, it's even stronger than before. If this continues, the Sword Burial Prefecture will definitely grow stronger, said the palace master. What about the 8 protectors? Asked Fangchen. The 8 protectors are in seclusion, said the palace master. Fangchen nodded, and then notified the 8 protectors to come to the Immortal Palace. A moment later, the 8 protectors came out of seclusion. Fangchen, you've come out of seclusion. The 8 protectors had called Fangchen their master, but Fangchen had tried his best to dissuade them, telling them to just call him by name. Although they called him by name, there was a clear master-servant relationship. The 8 protectors were completely loyal to Fangchen. I've already received my master's inheritance. I'm about to leave the Sword Burial Prefecture for the Outer Realms, said Fangchen. Once I leave, I hope the 8 of you can protect this Sword Burial Prefecture. The only thing Fangchen was worried about was Qin Yang. If Qin Yang wanted to seize power, Only the 8 protectors would be able to stop him. Don't worry. With the 8 of us here, unless it's an expert surpassing the profound king realm, they won't be able to pose any threat to the immortal palace. Fang Chen nodded when he heard this. Fang Chen, are you really going to leave the sword burial prefecture? Asked one of the protectors. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Asked another protector. Actually, with your talent, once you reach the peak of the profound king realm, it'll be easier for you to go to the outer realms. Although none of them had gone to the outer realms, they knew how dangerous it was. With Fang Chen's potential, he could definitely reach the peak of the profound king realm before leaving. Fang Chen shook his head. The martial path is a path that defies the heavens. Once you lack passion, you'll gradually lose yourself. But now, there was no danger in the sword burial prefecture. Fang Chen stood at the peak of the sword burial prefecture. Without the slightest pressure, Fang Chen's cultivation base had stagnated. If he wanted to get stronger, he had to compete with other geniuses. If he continued to stay in the sword burial prefecture, his cultivation base would definitely continue to grow. But that wasn't the life Fang Chen wanted. He still had to find a wife and a mother. He couldn't afford that. Fang Chen, I've long since seen that your stage won't be limited to the sword burial prefecture. I hope you'll be able to shine in the outer realms, said the palace master. Chapter 950. The burial sword state had a very strong seal. When the burial sword emperor died, his body turned into the burial sword state to protect it. The burial sword state had existed for countless years, but no cultivator had ever been able to leave the burial sword state. It would be very difficult for Fang Chen to leave the burial sword state. Of course, as the direct disciple of the burial sword emperor, how could he not have a way to leave? When Fang Chen received the burial sword emperor's inheritance, he already knew the way to leave the burial sword state. However, it would be very difficult for Fang Chen. Even with his current strength, it would take a lot of effort. However, Fang Chen was almost invincible in the azure cloud domain. There was no point in continuing to cultivate. Fang Chen told the palace master of the burial sword immortal palace to merge with the 3 continents of the azure cloud domain. The palace master immediately decided that the burial sword state would head to the 3 continents every once in a while to take in disciples with great potential. Somewhere in the sky of the burial sword state, a few cultivators stood on a white cloud. The leader was the palace master of the burial sword immortal palace. Behind him, the 8 guardians stood side by side. Even Qin Yang had come. As for the 8 extreme powerhouses, Lu Jingyun and the others, they didn't come. Everyone present, be it in terms of strength or status, was superior to them. Fang Chen, you must be careful when you go there. The palace master looked at Fang Chen, who was at the end of the clouds, and warned him. I will. Fang Chen nodded. Since the burial sword emperor has chosen you, we believe that you will be able to restore the burial sword emperor's glory, the 8 guardians said. Qin Yang's eyes were strange, and he exuded a strange aura. However, he didn't say a word. Everyone stood there quietly as they sent Fang Chen off. Farewell, Azure Cloud Domain. Fang Chen took one last look at the Azure Cloud Domain before his figure flashed and disappeared into the clouds. The palace master and the others waved at the clouds before turning around and leaving. The burial sword state was at the edge of the Azure Cloud Domain. As long as they could break through the seal of the sword burial prefecture, they would have a chance of entering the outer realm. This time, Fang Chen was heading to a star in the sky of the burial sword prefecture. The star was formed by the eyes of the Zong, Jin monarch. Normally, it would emit a blinding glow. While displaying the space-time true intent, Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he approached this star. So hot. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. His forehead was full of sweat, and his whole body was soaked. The stars formed by Zong Sword Emperor's eyes were extremely hot. Fang Chen's body was enveloped in black flames, but he still felt hot. However, it was a good thing that his sword body had reached the peak of the saint level, so he was able to withstand it. Whoosh! Finally, after much effort, Fang Chen arrived at the star. The huge star was like a desert, stretching as far as the eye could see. Everywhere on this piece of land was filled with scorching hot flames. A small mortal continent, Fong Chun said softly. The size of the star was beyond the imagination of mortals. The star in front of him was formed by the eyes of the Zongjian monarch. It was a fake star. Strictly speaking, it couldn't be considered a star. The exit is on this star, Fong Chun muttered to himself with a thought. The flame aura on this star was extremely strong. Even a high-level Mystic King realm martial artist couldn't get close to it. If he hadn't received his master's inheritance and had his master's aura, he wouldn't have been able to get close to it. Boss, I'll look for it with you. Little Mouse suddenly appeared and said with a smile. When they were on the 17th level of the God Burying Sword Prison, Little Mouse merged with the skeleton of the Zongjian monarch's heaven-devouring divine rat and absorbed its inheritance. Until now, Little Mouse was the only heaven-devouring divine rat in the universe. After receiving the inheritance, it activated its bloodline. As a result, Little Mouse's strength skyrocketed. After stepping into the Mystic King realm, Little Mouse's body was so tough that it could easily block Fong Chun's full-strength attack. This made Fong Chun even more shocked. Of course, it wasn't just its body that was tough. Little Mouse's innate ability was even more heaven-defying. If one wasn't a soul cultivator who specialized in soul cultivation, it would be even more difficult to block Little Mouse's innate ability. Fong Chun nodded when he heard this. Then, the man and mouse split up and quickly searched. There was no one on the star. It was endless. While Fong Chun and Little Mouse were searching for the exit, a figure quietly approached the star. Who would have thought that the Void Breaker Pearl would contain such a treasure? The Ice Fire Monarch revealed a sinister smile. Back in the Five-Element Sword City, he had obtained the Void Breaker Pearl. After that, he bade farewell to everyone and left in a hurry. Now, the Ice Fire Monarch had an evil aura and his eyes were scarlet. Splash! The Ice Fire Monarch stepped onto the star. I hope I can leave this godforsaken place, the Ice Fire Monarch said sinisterly. Then, the Void Breaker Pearl appeared in the Ice Fire Monarch's hand, and he squeezed it hard. Suddenly, a wild aura spread out and enveloped the Ice Fire Monarch. If anyone was here, they would definitely be shocked. The Ice Fire Monarch disappeared into the void, and no one could detect a trace of his aura. Hiding in the void, the Ice Fire Monarch quietly moved forward. After a while, he saw Fong Chun and Little Mouse. Fong Chun, when you find the exit, I will kill you, the Ice Fire Monarch thought to himself. At this moment, Fong Chun, who was looking for the exit on the star, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Boss, what's wrong? Little Mouse walked over and asked. Fong Chun frowned slightly, and his eyes were filled with doubt. When he heard Little Mouse's question, he shook his head slightly and said, Nothing. Let's continue looking. In the following time, Fong Chun and Little Mouse searched the entire star. Finally, at the edge of the star, they found a dry well. Boss, this dry well is emitting a strange aura. It seems to be different from the aura of the Burial Sword Prefecture, Little Mouse said in a deep voice. Fong Chun stood in front of the dry well and could clearly feel that there was an aura coming out of the dry well. Could this be the aura of the extraterritorial region? Fong Chun had never seen such an aura before. The spiritual qi contained in this aura was countless times stronger than that of the Burial Sword Prefecture. It must be here. Fong Chun was overjoyed. Boss, are we going in directly? Little Mouse asked. Just as Fong Chun was about to speak, the Ice Fire Monarch suddenly appeared out of thin air. Fong Chun, it's time for you to die. As soon as the Ice Fire Monarch finished speaking, the true intents of ice and fire spread out. Then, an evil aura emerged from the void-breaking pearl, and a powerful attack shot toward Fong Chun, courting death. Seeing the Ice Fire Monarch appear, Fong Chun sneered. He used the 3 Revolutions Radiant Sword Art, and a majestic Radiance sword light fiercely collided with the Ice Fire Monarch's attack. Crack! The Radiant sword light was actually destroyed by the Ice Fire Monarch's attack. At this moment, Fong Chun realized that something was wrong with the Ice Fire Monarch. Are you surprised? The ice fire monarch paused for a moment, then looked down at Fang Chun and sneered. "You're not the ice fire monarch," Fang Chun said in a deep voice. "That's right, I'm not the ice fire monarch. Back then, I was lucky enough to not die. Then I possessed the ice fire monarch's body and snuck into the sword burial prefecture. Because I was too heavily injured, my cultivation base dropped. After these years of cultivation, my cultivation base has finally recovered to the profound king realm. And now, it's time for me to return to the outer firmament." Fang Chen's heart sank when he heard the Ice Fire King's words. He hadn't expected this person to be able to endure for so long. It seemed he had some secret technique to extend his lifespan. "If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay the price," said Fang Chen. "You have a spatial true intent, but so do I. What advantage do you have in front of me?" sneered the Ice Fire Monarch. The void-breaking pearl activated, and the Ice Fire Monarch instantly vanished. "What advantage do I have?" Fang Chen sneered and used his true intent of space-time. Dong! Time stopped. With Fang Chen as the center, the surrounding time stopped. The Ice Fire Monarch's body gradually appeared, his face filled with shock. "You!" The Ice Fire Monarch struggled. He had never expected Fang Chen's spatial true intent to be able to seal space. "Even so, what can we do?" Chapter 9:51. Whoosh! The Ice Fire King struggled out of time stop and quickly retreated. Fang Chen's time stop had a limited range. As long as he wasn't within its range, he wouldn't have to fear it. But this made it impossible for him to get close to him. "Brat, I didn't expect you to have time-type true intent. I'll have to kill you." Time-type true intents were at least high-grade true intents. There might even be transcendent grade true intents. Fang Chen came from the sword burial prefecture. He couldn't let such a monstrous talent live. "You'll be the one to die." Fang Chen didn't know how the Ice Fire King's cultivation had suddenly risen to the 6th level of the profound king realm. But Fang Chen wasn't afraid. "Die!" The Ice Fire King roared and used a long-range attack. A spear appeared in the sky and pierced through the void, shooting toward Fang Chen. Void Meteor Annihilation. Fang Chen used the Void Meteor Annihilation. He only raised his hand slightly, and the void was torn apart. The Void Meteor Annihilation's power reached its peak at this moment. Crack! The Ice Fire King's spear was shattered by the Void Meteor Annihilation. The Ice Fire King couldn't help but retreat a few steps. He turned his head and saw dry well behind him. Damn it! The Ice Fire King roared in his heart. He was incomparably crazy, wanted to kill Fang Chen. Void Meteor Annihilation. When Fang Chen used the Void Meteor Annihilation, the little mouse also used its innate ability. Roar! A bestial roar resounded through the sky. In the next moment, a terrifying suction force spread out and enveloped the Ice Fire King's body. No! The Ice Fire King instantly felt fear. This suction force was forcefully pulling his body and absorbing his soul. How is this possible? The Ice Fire King had never dreamed that Fang Chen's spiritual pet would be so strong. "No, I can't die." He was about to regain his freedom. At this crucial moment, how could he let all his previous efforts go to waste? Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Ice Fire King chopped down with his palm and cut off one of his arms. While the attractive force of his innate ability instantly enveloped the severed arm. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ice Fire King jumped directly into the dry well. "Not good," Fang Chen exclaimed inwardly. Using the true meaning of space and time, he arrived in front of the dried well in an instant. The dry well trembled, and a majestic aura was emitted from it. "Retreat!" Fang Chen yelled as he quickly retreated. When Fang Chen and the little mouse retreated to a distant peak, a deafening voice resounded in the sky. Dong! There was an explosion in the well. The power of the explosion was even stronger than the self-destruction of a profound king realm martial practitioner. Crack! The dry well was instantly submerged in the sea of fire. Fang Chen's face twitched when he saw this. The dry well was the path to the outer realm. How could it be destroyed? "Boss, what should we do?" After a long while, the explosive force in the well gradually dissipated. The area within 100 miles of the dry well was a complete mess. Fang Chun and the little mouse arrived in front of the dry well. They saw that the dry well had already collapsed into ruins. They could vaguely see a five-colored altar inside the dry well. There were a few bones on the altar. Could it be that after the baptism of time, something happened to the dry well? Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt a wave of lingering fear. If the Ice Fire King hadn't appeared, perhaps he and the little mouse would have already entered the dry well. But now the Ice Fire King had rushed into the dry well and wanted to go to the outer realm, but he had been blown to pieces. The dry well has been destroyed. How are we going to leave? Asked the little mouse anxiously. Fang Chun stared at the five-colored altar in the ruins and pondered. After a long while, Fang Chun walked into the ruins and cleaned up the ruins around the five-colored altar. That explosion just now would have killed even a peak profound king. But this five-colored altar is completely fine. Just what kind of material is it made of? The little mouse opened its mouth and prepared to gnaw on one of the stones on the altar. Don't! Fang Chun hastily stopped it. This five-colored altar should be the path to the outer realm. It couldn't be easily touched. Boss, this five-colored altar seems to be damaged, said the little mouse. Fang Chun also noticed that one of the corners of the five-colored altar was missing a small piece. Could it be that something like that happened because the five-colored altar was damaged? Fang Chun was puzzled. In the end, Fang Chun and the little mouse decided to search for materials to repair the five-colored altar. Boss, the materials on the five-colored altar are so hard. Where are we supposed to find them? Fang Chun felt a headache coming on. Even such a powerful explosion hadn't been able to damage the five-colored altar. Where are they supposed to find such materials? Let's give it a try, said Fang Chun. But right at this moment, the little mouse's paw touched the damaged corner of the five-colored altar. Crash! The five-colored altar's corner was too sharp. It immediately cut through the little mouse's paw. A drop of blood fell onto the five-colored altar. Are you all right? Fang Chun and the little mouse hadn't noticed the changes to the five-colored altar. I'm fine. Let's go, said the little mouse. Fang Chun and the little mouse left the five-colored altar and began to search for materials. After searching for half a month, they didn't find anything. This made Fang Chun and the little mouse speechless. Boss, how about we try it? The little mouse whispered as it held a nimble bird in its paw. Fang Chun nodded. Apart from this, there was no other way. This nimble bird was a mutated nimble bird. It lived on this star all year round, and its body contained the aura of the true meaning of fire. While the little mouse was searching for materials, it caught the nimble bird and prepared to let it test the five-colored altar. Before long, the two arrived in front of the five-colored altar. The scene in front of them shocked Fang Chun and the little mouse. At this moment, the small disc on the five-colored altar was actually spinning on its own. What's going on? The little mouse asked in surprise. The five-colored altar was damaged and couldn't be activated. Why was it spinning on its own now? Even Fang Chun was a bit puzzled. Fang Chun walked forward and stared at the five-colored altar. He found that it was operating normally. What's going on? Fang Chun whispered. No matter what, let's give it a try, said the little mouse. Fang Chun nodded. The little mouse threw the nimble bird into the small disc on the five-colored altar. Crash! With a flash of white light, the nimble bird disappeared. Seeing this, Fang Chun hastily released his spiritual force to check on the nimble bird. Success! Fang Chun's face was filled with excitement. His spiritual force was unable to detect the nimble bird's aura. Ha ha, it really worked. The little mouse was extremely excited. Boss, let's go. The little mouse was already impatient to step onto the five-colored altar, but Fang Chun was incomparably cautious. Boss, since the nimble bird was able to succeed, the five-colored altar should be operating normally, said the little mouse. Fang Chun hesitated for a long time and then looked for several more mutated nimble birds to test. The 6 mutated nimble birds were all successful. At this time, Fang Chun finally made his decision. Let's go, said Fang Chun. At this time, somewhere in the outer region of the universe, suddenly a ripple appeared out of thin air, followed by the appearance of a nimble bird. Poochie! The nimble bird appeared in an unfamiliar place and was a little alarmed. However, it was immediately stunned by the extremely dense spiritual chi. "Where is this place?" The nimble bird excitedly shouted in its heart. It then spread its wings and flew into the distance. After the nimble bird flew away, the other 5 nimble birds appeared. The 6 nimble birds were supposed to live their entire lives in the star formed by the Zongjian Emperor's eyes. However, they were accidentally thrown into the 5-colored altar by the little mouse, allowing them to come to a place with such dense spiritual chi. The 6 nimble birds secretly remembered Feng Chun and the little mouse in their hearts. On the 5-colored altar, Feng Chun and the little mouse slowly stood on the altar. However, at this time, the altar's speed slowed down a lot. "What's going on?" Feng Chun's heart sank. He was a little worried. "I'm not sure," said the little mouse. Buzz! A soft sound came from the altar. In the next moment, a white light flashed and the man and the mouse disappeared. Chapter 952. When a man and mouse disappeared from the 5-colored altar, the altar instantly stopped operating. Then, cracks began to appear on the incomparably hard 5-colored altar. Crack! The cracks grew bigger and bigger until the 5-colored altar exploded. Bones scattered on the ground as if they had existed since ancient times. If the little mouse was here, it would definitely be shocked. That was because these bones had the same aura as its body. It didn't even need to think to know that the reason why the 5-colored altar was so hard was because the materials used to create it were the bones of the heaven-devouring god rat that had followed Emperor Zongjian. The 5-colored altar seemed to have completed its mission. The bones on the ground disappeared from the star. The entire star returned to its desolate state. At this time, a man and a mouse suddenly appeared in a certain space in the outerverse. "Boss, is this the outerverse?" The little mouse hastily looked around and asked excitedly. The outerverse was a place that countless cultivators from a mortal continent yearned for. And now, they had relied on their own efforts to finally arrive at the outerverse. Feng Chun carefully looked around and said, "The spiritual chi is very abundant, and the laws are complete. This is the outerverse." The little mouse asked, "Boss, where are we going now?" This place was a void that stretched as far as the eye could see. They didn't know where to go next. Before Feng Chun could finish speaking, a tyrannical aura enveloped this place. Then a cold voice rang out in Feng Chun's ears. "The 2 of you, quickly come and report." Hearing this voice, Feng Chun's heart shook. "Boss!" The little mouse also heard this cold voice. It raised its guard and looked at Feng Chun worriedly. "Let's go." Feng Chun pondered for a moment, then brought the little mouse and quickly flew forward. The gravity is so strong. After flying for a while, Feng Chun felt that his body was incomparably heavy and he was gasping for breath. He had comprehended the space-time true intent, so flying was nothing to him. In the mortal continent, he could even use the space-time true intent to teleport. But in the outer verse, it was so difficult for him to fly. As expected of the outer verse, Feng Chun couldn't help but sigh. The outer verse wasn't something the mortal continent could compare to. Here, the laws were complete, the spiritual chi was abundant, and the gravity was countless times stronger than the mortal continent. Profound King Realm experts would probably only possess the lowest level of combat strength here. While Feng Chun was deep in thought, he unknowingly arrived at an empty land. Feng Chun and the little mouse's figure. "Interesting," a man in armor said thoughtfully with a smirk on his face. Feng Chun carefully observed his surroundings and discovered that there was a void teleportation door here. There were 4 men in armor standing in front of the void transfer gate. Their auras were extremely sharp. According to Feng Chun's guess, these 4 people were at least high-level Mystic King realm martial artists. "Brat, this is Scar Island. Since you've rushed out of the mortal continent and come here, you have to abide by the rules here," the slightly plump armored man said in a deep voice. Scar Island. Feng Chun knew nothing about the outside world. This was the first time he had heard of Scar Island. However, he still nodded. "Senior." Just as Feng Chun was about to ask, he was stopped by the armored man. "Shut up. Don't talk nonsense when you're not supposed to." Hearing this, Feng Chun obediently shut his mouth. Even the little mouse quietly stood on Fong Chen's shoulder. The four of us are the guards of the Void Transportation Gate. Every martial art practitioner from the mortal continent will come to Mark Island through the Void Transportation Gate, the skinny armored man explained. When Fong Chun heard this, he frowned slightly, feeling a little confused. According to this person, every martial art practitioner from the mortal continent would pass through the Void Transportation Gate. Why didn't he pass through here? However, the armored man's next words resolved the doubts in Fong Chen's heart. Although it's an iron law that one can only leave the mortal continent through the Void Transportation Gate. However, every once in a while, there will be some amazing geniuses who can rely on their own strength to break through the restrictions of the mortal continent and come here, the skinny armored man said. Fong Chen understood when he heard this. It seemed like they didn't know about the method left behind by Emperor Zongjian that led to the outside world. According to the rules of Scar Island, if you discover a genius who relied on his own strength to break through the restrictions of the mortal continent and come here, you will receive a reward of 10,000 purple crystals. As he spoke, the armored man handed over 10,000 purple crystals to Fong Chun. Fong Chun was overjoyed when he saw this. He had already spent all his purple crystals. He had just come to the outside world and needed purple crystals. Thank you, seniors. Fong Chun put away the purple crystals and thanked them respectfully. The expressions of the four eased a little when they saw this. Which domain are you from? The armored man with a pointed mouth and ape-like chin asked. I'm from the Qingyan domain, Fong Chun said. Hearing this, a trace of astonishment flashed across the faces of the four people. Obviously, they didn't expect Fong Chun to be from the Qingyan domain. However, their expressions calmed down in an instant. They nodded, and the armored man took out a small booklet. He handed it to Fong Chun and said, This booklet is an introduction to Scar Island. Read it carefully. The rules of Scar Island were strict. Once one violated the rules, death was inevitable. Many martial art practitioners from the mortal continent died because they accidentally violated the rules. After that, the four registered Fong Chen's name and identity information and gave Fong Chen a token. Okay, with this token, you can freely move about Scar Island. What happens next depends on your luck, the plump armored man said. Fong Chen cupped his hands in thanks and left with Little Mouse. Looking at Fong Chen's departing figure, the four armored men looked at each other. Boss, it's been a long time since a martial art practitioner came out of the Qingyan domain. This kid is so young and can rely on his own efforts to come out. If he doesn't die prematurely, he will have great achievements in the future. The four armored martial art practitioners chatted with each other. After flying for a while, Fong Chun saw a city. Sky Sword Mansion. Above the city, there was a golden plaque with the words Sky Sword Mansion written on it. It was powerful and imposing. Boss, the Sky Sword Mansion is so big. I can't see the end of it, Little Mouse said with a smile as he looked into the distance. Let's go. Let's go in first, Fong Chun said. Then, Fong Chun and Little Mouse easily entered the Sky Sword Mansion through the token. The streets of the Sky Sword Mansion were filled with Mystic King realm martial art practitioners. What a strong aura. The martial art practitioners walking on the streets had strong auras. Fong Chen's arrival did not attract their attention at all. A Mystic King realm martial art practitioner is already considered a top expert in the mortal continent. In the extraterritorial domain, he's at the bottom, Little Mouse said with a smirk. Fong Chen sighed. However, at the same time, his heart was burning with passion. To pursue the peak of martial arts, one had to constantly fight with geniuses. On the edge of life and death, one had to comprehend the true essence of martial arts. The extraterritorial domain was obviously more suitable for Fong Chun. As a newcomer, Fong Chun wanted to find a place to stay and study the rules in the booklet. The rules of Scar Island were strict. Fong Chun did not want to be killed for violating the rules. Therefore, he had to thoroughly study the rules in order to survive. Just as Fong Chun was about to leave, a commotion suddenly appeared in front of him. In the next moment, Fong Chun hurriedly walked to the front of the crowd. At this moment, two Mystic King realm martial art practitioners were fighting in the crowd. An ant from the mortal continent dares to attack me? You're courting death. The white-clothed man with a folding fan sneered in disdain when he saw the opponent's attack. Rumble, the battle between the two, was extremely intense. Although the white-clothed man with a folding fan was from the extraterritorial domain, his strength was comparable to the martial art practitioner from the mortal continent. Neither of them could defeat the other. How dare you bully me? I'll definitely destroy you. The martial art practitioner from the mortal continent was in high spirits as he roared. However, at this moment, a large group of guards rushed over. Chapter 9:53. Who dares to cause trouble in the heavenly sword mansion? The leader of the guards scolded loudly. There were over 100 of these guards, and each one of them was a profound king. Their auras were astonishing. Seeing their arrival, the white-clothed man with a folding fan revealed a smile. And it's time for you to die. Humph, people from the outer realms are only SOSO, sneered the mortal continent cultivator. When the guard arrived, the white-robed man hastily cupped his hands and said, Lord Guard, this person is rude and unreasonable. He attacked me. Why did you attack him in the heavenly sword mansion? The guard leader icily asked the mortal continent cultivator. He bullied me. Can't I retaliate? Openly attacking someone in the heavenly sword mansion is a violation of the rules. Only death awaits you, said the guard leader emotionlessly. As he spoke, the guard leader extended his hand and directly suppressed the mortal continent cultivator. He also attacked me. Why is it unfair for me to be punished? The mortal continent cultivator was also a bit anxious. Humph, he has a cultivation rank and can attack in the heavenly sword mansion. But you can't. After saying that, the huge hand pressed down, and the cultivators of the mortal continent were instantly killed. Seeing this scene, Feng Chun sighed. Those who can come from a mortal continent to the outer realms are all outstanding geniuses. How could they be bullied by others? Feng Chun thought to himself. It seems this person didn't carefully read the booklet. Only death awaited those who violated the rules. After this matter, Feng Chun became even more cautious. After the guards left, the spectators all dispersed. Boss, those guards are really tyrannical, said the little mouse. Of course, if these guards were placed in any of the mortal continents, they would be able to reign supreme, Feng Chun said. But in the heavenly sword mansion, they were only guards of the city lord's mansion. But boss, what is the cultivation rank the guard leader spoke of? Can you attack, as you please, with the cultivation rank? The little mouse blinked and smiled. Feng Chun shook his head, indicating that he did not know. After the crowd dispersed, Feng Chun took the little mouse and found a cheaper inn to stay in. A night's stay costs 100 purple crystals. If you rent it for a month, you'll have to pay 3,000 purple crystals, the waiter said. Is there an independent courtyard? Feng Chun asked. It was too noisy here, and he preferred silence. We do, but it's a little expensive, the waiter said. An independent courtyard costs 8,000 purple crystals a month. Feng Chun nodded and paid 8,000 violet crystals before being led to an independent courtyard by the waiter. This, before arriving at the courtyard, Feng Chun's face revealed a look of surprise. Sir, the independent courtyards of our inn all have formations that gather spiritual energy. The spiritual energy is very rich, the waiter said. Feng Chun nodded and entered. Boss, the spiritual energy in this courtyard is more than 10 times richer than in the Burial Sword Prefecture. As expected of the extraterritorial region, the little mouse said excitedly, jumping up and down. Feng Chun suppressed the excitement in his heart, sat on the stone stool, and took out a small booklet. Let's take a look at the contents of the booklet first. In the following time, Feng Chun began to carefully read the contents of the booklet. It took him a total of 3 days to finish reading all the information in the booklet. After 3 days, Feng Chun put down the booklet with a smile on his face. The booklet recorded, in a vast universe, there was a void sea. The various islands in the void sea were the residences of martial artists. Scar Island was a small island in the vast universe. Although it was a small island, it was tens of thousands of times larger than the ancient Sword Continent. A Mystic King Rel martial artist would need a year to cover the entire Scar Island if they flew at full speed. Scar Island had 72 regions, and the Qinyan domain was one of them. Each region was made up of many mortal continents. For example, the Qinyan domain only had 3 mortal continents. As for the other regions, some had more than 10 mortal continents. Scar Island was divided into 24 prefectures, and each prefecture controlled the void portal of 3 different regions. The void portal of the Qinyan domain, where Fangchen was, belonged to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. The Demon Cloud Prefecture was one of the 24 prefectures of Scar Island. Within the Demon Cloud Prefecture, there were void portals of 3 different regions, including the Qinyan domain. Among the 24 prefectures, the Demon Cloud Prefecture strength was considered below average. Within the Demon Cloud Prefecture, there were 8 prefectures. Each prefecture controlled a vast amount of land. The Skysore Prefecture was one of the 8 prefectures of the Demon Cloud Prefecture, and it happened to be one of the prefectures that controlled the void portal of the Qinyan domain. The highest authority of the Skysore Prefecture was the City Lord Prefecture, which directly belonged to the Demon Cloud Prefecture. Within the prefecture, there were 4 major armies that protected the Skysore Prefecture. The army that Fangchen saw before was one of them. Within the Skysore Prefecture, one could not casually attack unless one had a rank. What was a rank? A rank was when some cultivators with boundless potential were chosen by the prefectures of the Demon Cloud Prefecture and absorbed into the Demon Cloud Prefecture. Once they became a member of the prefecture, they would have a rank. Ranks were also divided into high and low ranks. The white-clothed man with a folding fan had only been absorbed by the Skysore Prefecture and had the lowest rank, the 9th rank. Even so, he was still able to act brazenly on the streets and not be punished. The size of the universe outside is simply unimaginable. Fangchen sighed inwardly. In the vast universe, there were countless small islands, and Scar Island was only one of them. If Scar Island was so large, then how big is the universe? At the very least, Fangchen could not touch the level of the universe at this stage. After thinking for a moment, Fangchen's mood calmed down. He had just arrived at the extraterritorial domain, and everything had to start over. He could not bite off more than he could chew. Only by surviving would he have the opportunity to improve his cultivation. If you want to survive in the Skysore Prefecture, the fastest way is to have a rank. Fangchen's eyes shone with a golden light as he muttered to himself. It was very difficult to be absorbed by the Skysore Prefecture. The Skysword Mansion was vast and had countless Mystic King realm martial artists. There were very few geniuses that could be absorbed by the prefecture. The common currency of the universe was purple crystal and purple crystal soulstone. Of course, in a place like the Skysword Prefecture, purple crystal was the common currency and purple crystal soulstone was very rare. However, just as Fangchen was thinking, he suddenly thought of the master of Sky-Piercing Peak, the Sky-Piercing Island Master. Sky-Piercing Island Master, Scar Island. Thinking of this, Fangchen's consciousness entered Sky-Piercing Peak. Master! The half-beastman and the artifact spirit cupped their hands when they saw Fangchen appear. I want to ask you something, said Fangchen. Master, please speak, said the artifact spirit. Why is the master of Sky-Piercing Peak called the Sky-Piercing Island Master? Asked Fangchen. The artifact spirit directly said, Master, there is a small island in the universe called Sky-Piercing Island. The old master was the master of Sky-Piercing Island, and his strength was heaven-defying. As expected, Fangchen's guess was correct. Sky-Piercing Island was the same as Scar Island. It was also a small island in the universe. Master, why are you suddenly asking about this? Could it be that you've left the mortal continent and arrived in the universe? The artifact spirit suddenly asked excitedly. The half-beastman also looked at Fangchen with burning eyes. Fangchen nodded, not hiding anything. I've left the Qinyan territory. I'm currently in a prefecture city in the Demon Cloud State, which is under Scar Island, Fangchen said. Scar Island? The artifact spirit and half-beastman were very excited. Although Fangchen was currently on Scar Island, he had at least successfully left the mortal continent. Master, if you have the chance, you can go to Sky-Piercing Island. The old master was the master of Sky-Piercing Island. Although he has died, the old master's trusted subordinates are still on Sky-Piercing Island. Do you know the distance between Sky-Piercing Island and Scar Island? Asked Fong Chun. The artifact's spirit shook its head. I don't know, but it should be very far. I once heard the old master say that the universe is very vast, and the distance between each island is also very far. The closest island is at least 100 million miles away. Fong Chun was stunned when he heard this. The universe was much larger than he had imagined. I won't be able to leave Scar Island for a while. Chapter 954. Every martial artist who broke through the mortal continent with their own strength would be rewarded with 10,000 purple crystals. Although 10,000 purple crystals wasn't much. However, Fong Chun was only left with 2,000 purple crystals after paying 8,000 purple crystals. I need to find a way to get some purple crystals. Fong Chun thought to himself. Without purple crystals, not only would he be unable to cultivate, but he wouldn't even have a place to stay. If there was no other way, he could only accept some missions. In the Sky Sword Mansion, there were some special forces that specialized in issuing missions. As long as a martial artist completed a mission, they would be able to obtain the corresponding purple crystals. After reading the booklet, Fong Chun had some understanding of the extraterritorial realm. Of course, it was just the Scar Island. Fong Chun didn't know anything about the world outside of the Scar Island. The extraterritorial realm was too vast. Even an almighty wouldn't be able to travel to every place in the extraterritorial realm. Just the Scar Island alone was unimaginably huge. The extraterritorial realm's cultivation system was basically the same as the mortal continents. However, the strongest realm in the mortal continent was the Mystic King realm. It was only the lowest realm in the extraterritorial realm. Above the Mystic King realm, there was the powerful Heaven Star Border realm. It was said that Heaven Star Border realm experts could absorb heaven and Earth's vital energy to strengthen themselves. They could release a large amount of vital energy to attack their enemies invisibly. Of course, the Heaven Star Border realm was still a little far away for Fong Chun. 3 days later, Fong Chun was in the middle of meditating when the waiter suddenly rushed in. "Sir, I've heard some news." The waiter looked at Fong Chun and hurriedly said. For the past few days, Fong Chun had given the waiter some purple crystals as a tip to ask about the City Lore Mansion. When the waiter came in, Fong Chun opened his eyes and asked, "What news?" "Dear customer, just 3 days ago, the Sky Sword Mansion's first army was carrying out a mission and suffered disastrous casualties. Just today, the Mansion Master of the Sky Sword Mansion personally released the news that he wants to recruit some geniuses into the first army," said the waiter. Fong Chun's eyes lit up. The #1 army of the Sky Sword Mansion was recruiting geniuses. Wasn't this an opportunity for him? Soon after, he continued to ask, "When will you recruit them?" "Sir, I've already asked around for you. The registration date is today." Then, the waiter explained the details of the registration to Fong Chun. After that, Fong Chun left the courtyard and headed for the Sky Sword Mansion. Although the Sky Sword Mansion was called a mansion, it had a vast territory and a large area of jurisdiction. Within the Sky Sword Mansion, there was a mansion. This was the City Master's Mansion. Outside the gates of the City Lord's Mansion, there was a small martial arts arena. This martial arts stage was usually used to issue missions. Today, the martial arts practice platform was packed with martial artists. All the warriors' eyes were filled with passion as they stared at the martial arts practice platform. As long as they could join the Sky Sword Mansion's #1 army, it would mean that they would have a higher rank. At that time, even if they made a small mistake, nothing would happen to them. Moreover, they were protected by their ranks. Ordinary powerhouses would not dare to attack them. Other than that, with a rank, one could obtain resources from the Sky Sword Mansion. Just thinking about it made them extremely excited. When Fong Chun arrived, the huge square was filled with a sea of people. Fong Chun could clearly feel that the aura in the crowd was extremely dense. There are so many high-level Mystic King realm powerhouses, Fong Chun thought to himself. With his current strength, he did not feel any pressure when facing a mid-level Mystic King realm powerhouse. Even if he faced a 7th-level Mystic King Realm powerhouse, he was confident that he could escape unscathed with the space-time true intent. However, if the opponent was stronger, Fang Chun would not be able to deal with it. His cultivation was his weakness. If his cultivation could reach the 3rd or 4th level Mystic King Realm, he would definitely be able to join the first army. No matter what, I'll give it a try, Fang Chun thought to himself. At this moment, an old man came out from the city master's mansion. He stood on the martial arts practice platform with an imperial edict in his hand. Everyone, the First Army suffered heavy losses while carrying out a mission a few days ago. We need to recruit new blood to maintain the number of people in the First Army, the old man said slowly. Instantly, there was silence as everyone listened attentively. This time, the First Army is recruiting 200 people. Anyone who wants to join the Sky Sword Mansion can sign up. Of course, there's also a strength restriction. The minimum strength requirement is the mid-level Mystic King Realm. Anyone below the mid-level will not be recruited. After hearing the old man's words, everyone nodded their heads. The members of the 4 armies of the Sky Sword Mansion were all abnormally strong. It was impossible for the Sky Sword Mansion to recruit low-level Mystic King Realm powerhouses. Such powerhouses were at the bottom of the Sky Sword Mansion's territory. Must I be at the mid-level Mystic King Realm? Hearing this, Fang Chun revealed a trace of a smile on his face. If his cultivation did not meet the requirements, but his strength did, he could sign up. First, I want to make it clear to everyone. Don't think that you can live peacefully after joining the Sky Sword Mansion. The old man waved his hand and said, "It's not like that. If you join the Sky Sword Mansion, you'll have to carry out missions for the Sky Sword Mansion at any time. Some missions are so dangerous that even the leader of the army is afraid of them." The old man said this to get some cowardly powerhouses to withdraw. The Sky Sword Mansion did not need cowardly powerhouses. The majority of the powerhouses that had come to sign up this time knew why the First Army was recruiting powerhouses. They were already mentally prepared. Even though the old man said this, no one withdrew. Seeing this, the old man nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Since that's the case, let's begin the registration." On the martial stage, there were several staff members beside the old man. As long as someone went up to sign up, they would record that person's information into a token and give it to the applicant. Just as the old man finished speaking, the first person to sign up went up. He was wearing black clothes and emitted a terrifying aura. There was a sword scar on his face that was incomparably demonic. His appearance caused an uproar. Young Master Jianhen? Why is he here? Seeing this person, everyone cried out in alarm. Young Master Jianhen had a certain amount of fame in the Sky Sword Mansion's territory. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the Mystic King Realm. Most importantly, his father was in the Sky Sword Mansion. With such a prominent status, he actually wanted to join the First Army. With young Master Jianhen's strength, there's no doubt that he'll join the First Army. Young Master Jianhen has come to sign up. I wonder if Genie Dao has come. Young Master Jianhen finished his registration amidst the clamor. Right at this moment, a man wearing golden clothes and carrying a golden saber on his back stepped onto the martial stage. When he saw young Master Jianhen, the corner of his mouth rose, revealing a sinister smile. Genie Dao had arrived. Genie Dao, you also want to join the First Army? Asked young Master Jianhen suddenly. If you can join, why can't I? From their tone, it was obvious that there was some enmity between the two of them. After saying that, Genie Dao no longer paid any attention to young Master Jianhen. After signing up, he turned and left. In the following time, one cultivator after another went up to sign up. Occasionally, some cultivators would cause a stir. After waiting for 4 hours, it was finally Fang Chen's turn. Fang Chen went up to sign up. "Release your cultivation base," said the staff member. Spiritual energy surged around Fang Chen as he released his own aura. Amen. 2nd level of the Mystic King Realm. The staff member frowned slightly and said with a bit of displeasure, "Not up to standard." According to what that senior said, the minimum requirement for strength is the middle stage of the Profound King Realm, not cultivation base, said Fang Chen bluntly. You're saying your strength is comparable to a middle-stage, profound king realm cultivator? Asked the staff member. Fang Chen nodded. Then, he gently threw out a punch. Seeing this, the staff member hastily punched out to block Fang Chen's attack. Then, his expression kept changing. In the end, he changed his attitude and chuckled. Your strength is comparable to a fourth-stage profound king realm cultivator. You can sign up. After saying that, he helped Fang Chen with the registration process. No one cared about Fang Chen's registration. What kind of waves could a second-stage profound king realm cultivator cause? After Fang Chen finished his registration, the registration process ended. The total number of people who signed up was 80,000. Among them, there were 30,000 high-stage profound king realm cultivators. Hearing this number, Fang Chen couldn't help being speechless. Chapter 955. A small army recruitment had attracted more than 80,000 people. Fang Chen sighed. There were too many experts in the Sky Soar Mansion. The registration is over. The official assessment will be held in 3 days. The old man entered the city lord's mansion after he finished speaking. The crowd in the square dispersed, and Fang Chen returned to his courtyard. Boss, out of the 80,000 people who signed up, there are 30,000 high-level Mystic King realm martial artists. You don't have any advantage. The little mouse jumped on a Fang Chen's shoulder and said. Fang Chen shook his head helplessly. I underestimated the Sky Sword Mansion's martial artists. Fang Chen said in his heart. Of course, Fang Chen wouldn't give up so easily. He had carefully observed the crowd when they signed up. Among the 30,000 high-level Mystic King realm martial artists, there were 5 people who were feared the most. These 5 people were known as the strongest in the 8th level Mystic King realm. Among the 30,000 high-level Mystic King realm martial artists, the strongest was in the 8th level Mystic King realm. As for the 9th level martial artists, they were focused on breaking through to the Heaven Dipper realm. Jian Hen Young Master, Genie Dao, Dai Hong Xian, Han Luo, and Fairy Chiyu. These 5 people were the cream of the crop among the 80,000 martial artists who signed up. They were also recognized as the strongest in the 8th level Mystic King realm. If I don't meet these 5 people in the assessment, I might still have a chance. Fang Chen said to himself. His space-time true intent had reached the peak of the 4th grade, and he had completely mastered time stop and space travel. Facing a 7th level Mystic King realm martial artist, it wasn't a problem for him to escape unscathed. After pondering for a long time, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. The competition this time was very stressful. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Fang Chen came to a place called the Sky Sword Square as promised. There was a sea of people here. All 80,000 martial artists were present. Everyone's eyes were filled with a burning desire. At the front of the Sky Sword Square, there were 5 figures. The crowd seemed to be afraid of these 5 people and retreated. After a while, the old man appeared. Everyone, today is the day of the Sky Soar Mansion's #1 Army recruitment test. The old man said loudly, after our City Lord Mansion's research, this examination is divided into 3 stages. If you pass all 3 stages, you can become a member of our Sky Soar Mansion's #1 Army. The old man briefly explained the 3 tests. The first stage was a chaotic battle. The Sky Sword Square could accommodate more than 200,000 people at the same time. The plaza was extremely huge, and these 80,000 people were going to engage in a chaotic battle on the Sky Sword Plaza. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, those who could last until the end would be considered to have passed the test. Those who failed would be eliminated. A smile appeared on Fang Chen's face when he heard that. If it was a head-on battle, he had no chance of winning. However, the chaotic battle was very advantageous to him. I have the true meaning of space-time. It's impossible for others to attack me. Fang Chen thought to himself. As for the other martial artists, they were frowning in distress. Initially, he thought that he could fish in troubled waters, but now there was no other way. In a chaotic battle, if you take the initiative to leave the Sky Sword Plaza, you will be considered to have admitted defeat. Others cannot chase after you. The old man said in a deep voice. His words were filled with a majesty that could not be defied. Subsequently, the old man's wrist shook, and an array appeared on the Sky Sword Plaza, enveloping everyone. Chaotic battle began. As soon as the old man's voice fell, the 80,000 people suddenly moved. Go to hell. The martial artist closest to Fong Chun threw a punch at Fong Chun. However, Fong Chun had used the true meaning of space-time and disappeared. The martial artist's punch missed, and he did not have time to think before he went to deal with the next person. Bang, bang, bang. The people of the Sky Sword Mansion were watching the chaotic battle from the outside. The chaotic battle had just begun, and hundreds of people were eliminated. In a chaotic battle of 80,000 people, even the 5 great experts did not dare to be careless. Once they were surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, the 5 great experts' figures were constantly flickering, not giving the crowd a chance to surround and attack. Everyone attacked Jian Scar Young Master together. Someone shouted in a certain area. Suddenly, hundreds of martial artists surrounded Jian Scar Young Master. Pucci Jian Scar Young Master's figure flickered, and every time he pointed the longsword at his hand, there would be martial artists that were heavily injured or killed. I admit defeat. A martial artist felt that his life was in danger, and he directly jumped out of the Sky Sword Plaza and shouted to admit defeat. The group that surrounded Jian Scar Young Master was instantly disintegrated. In a chaotic battle, Fong Chun was the most relaxed one. The true meaning of space-time was an exceptional true meaning, and it was extremely profound. He could easily dodge everyone's attacks, and it was very satisfying. Outside, the old man finally noticed Fong Chun. This person has a true meaning of space-time. The old man said. True meaning of space-time was very difficult to comprehend. Among the 80,000 people, besides Fong Chun, there was no other martial artist that had a true meaning of space-time. One could imagine how powerful a true meaning of space-time was. However, the old man soon sighed, shook his head, and said, "Unfortunately, this person's cultivation is too low." The chaotic battle was still ongoing. Sometimes, martial artists would be eliminated, and sometimes, martial artists would be killed. When there was only half an instant's time left, the number of eliminated people had reached 10,000. Even the death toll was more than 1,000. The chaotic battle was too cruel. In the plaza, although there were people who noticed Fong Chun, there was no time to waste. However, there was no time to waste. Hence, more people gave up on pursuing Fong Chun. Pucci, the attacks of the 5 experts were very fierce, and as long as someone approached, they would be killed immediately. As time passed, there were actually 5 people who dared to approach the 5 experts. Space freeze. At a certain moment, just as Fong Chun's figure appeared, a 4th-level Mystic King realm martial artist came to kill him. Fong Chun executed the true meaning of space-time, causing the surrounding space to freeze temporarily. Then, he threw out a punch. In an instant, the 4th-level Mystic King realm martial artist was killed. "It's almost time," Fong Chun said. Continuously executing the true meaning of space-time consumed too much energy. Outside, the 5 experts are all very powerful. There's no problem for them to join the army, an old man from the city governor's mansion said. Yeah, the first place will definitely be born from the 5 of them. Thinking of the city governor's words, the few of them felt a slight warmth in their hearts. The old man in charge of recruitment did not mention the reward for the first place to the crowd at all. However, this was said by the city governor himself. The person who won first place in this recruitment would be rewarded handsomely. While the few of them were discussing, the time was finally up. Whoosh! After the incense finished burning, the array on the Sky Sword Square was removed. It's over. The people who were left behind woke up from their nightmares, and their faces were filled with excitement. Fong Chun no longer executed the true meaning of space-time and revealed his true body. The first round of the assessment is over. 40,000 people have been eliminated, the old man in charge of recruitment said. Fong Chun's heart trembled when he heard that. 40,000 people were eliminated in the first round of the assessment, and there were thousands of deaths. It was too cruel. The 5 experts were still standing at the forefront. The remaining 40,000 people will have a day to rest. The second round of the assessment will begin tomorrow. After the first round of the assessment ended, everyone received the news. The eliminated martial artists were depressed. The martial artists who stayed behind were extremely excited. Fong Chun left quietly and returned to the courtyard. However, there were people who noticed Fong Chun. Investigate this person's background for me. Jian Scar young master waved his hand, and a martial artist ran over. Yes, the martial artist disappeared into the crowd. After a while, he came back with news. Jian Scar young master, this person just came to the Sky Sword Mansion recently. He seems to be from the mortal continent and has no background. Jian Scar young master's eyes flickered when he heard that. He then smiled and said, since that's the case, bring a gift and visit this person. Invite him to join my camp. Jian Scar young master saw Fong Chen's true meaning of space-time in the chaotic battle. Although this person's cultivation was at the second level of the profound king realm, his future achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Jian Scar young master wanted to take this person under his command. Young master, don't worry. I'll go now. Fong Chun returned to the courtyard. As soon as he sat down, the waiter ran over. Sir, there's someone outside who wants to see you. Yes. I just came to the Sky Sword Mansion and don't know anyone. Who is it? As he spoke, a person walked in from outside the courtyard. Young Master Fong Chun. I'm Young Master Jian Scar subordinate. I'm here to invite you on behalf of Young Master Jian Scar. After speaking, the person took out an interspatial ring and placed it on the stone table. Jian Scar Young Master. Fong Chun was a little puzzled when he heard that. If you're willing to join Young Master Jian Scar's camp, you will definitely be put in an important position by him. Chapter 956. Fong Chun sank into contemplation. Seeing Fong Chun's hesitation, he continued, Young Master Jian Hen will definitely be able to join the First Army. If you join him, no one in the Heavenly Sword Mansion will dare to attack you. What do I need to do? Asked Fong Chun. You only need to wholeheartedly work for Young Master Jian Hen, said that person. From then on, your life will belong to Young Master Jian Hen. After hearing this person's words, Fong Chun shook his head and rejected. Sorry, but I don't want to join any power for now. Are you openly going against the Jian Scar young master? That person's expression changed, and he icily said, just a moment ago, he had been polite to Fong Chun. But in the blink of an eye, his attitude had completely changed. His words contained a sharp aura. It was as if Fong Chun didn't obey, he would be in danger of dying. I have no intention of opposing Young Master Jian Hen, said Fong Chun calmly. As a newcomer, he was very weak. He couldn't casually provoke an enemy. This Young Master Jian Hen was someone that even Fong Chun was a bit afraid of. Young Master Jian Hen wants to recruit you. This is your fortune. You actually refused, said that person icily. Fong Chun was about to speak when a voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Since when has Young Master Jian Hen become so overbearing? Others don't even have a choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Yi Dao casually walked in. Jin Yi Dao. Seeing this, the man frowned. Scram. You're not welcome here, berated Jin Yi Dao. Jin Yi Dao. I'm working for Young Master Jian Hen. You. That person wanted to use Young Master Jian Hen to pressure Jin Yi Dao. Unfortunately, the other party was Jin Yi Dao. I won't scram. Jin Yi Dao frowned. His aura began to revolve around him. Seeing Jin Yi Dao's anger, that person left in a panic. Many thanks for your help, brother. Fong Chun cupped his hands towards Jin Yi Dao. Jin Yi Dao was very surprised to see him here. However, Fong Chun faintly guessed something. Was this Jin Yi Dao the same as the young master of the Sword Scar, trying to recruit him? Fong Chun, right? Jin Yi Dao stared at Fong Chun and asked. Fong Chun nodded and pointed to a stone stool. Sit. The two of them sat on the stone bench and looked at each other. After a long time, Jin Yi Dao laughed heartily. Who would have thought that a second-level profound king realm martial artist would actually be able to come to the foreign lands, said Jin Yi Dao. Fong Chun didn't say anything. He was trying to figure out Jin Yi Dao's intentions. You don't have to be wary of me. Just like you, I'm also from the mortal continent. Jin Yidao shrugged. Fang Chun was startled. He looked at Jin Yidao in astonishment. It turned out that this person was also from a mortal continent. Those foreign aboriginals look down on us from the mortal continent, so we should be even more united. Jin Yidao said, I have no other intentions in coming here this time. It's just that I can't stand the way Sir Jianhen does things. Hearing this, Fang Chun nodded. This Jin Yidao had a straightforward personality. It seemed like he could make friends with him. In the following time, Fang Chun and Jin Yidao chatted a lot. In the end, Jin Yidao left. He told Fang Chun that if he was able to help during the trial, he would lend a hand. It could be considered as his investment in Fang Chun. It was also to help the martial artists from the mortal continent. After a silent night, the next day arrived. On the Heavenly Sword Plaza, 40,000 people stood quietly. The 5 great experts were still standing at the forefront. When Fang Chun arrived, the sword-scar young master glanced at him, intentionally or unintentionally. Fang Chun felt a flash of killing intent in Sir Jianhen's eyes. This Sir Jianhen wants to kill me, Fang Chun said to himself. Soon, the old man in charge of recruitment appeared. He smiled and said, Everyone, today is the second round of the assessment. The plaza was silent. Everyone was waiting for the old man to speak. I believe everyone knows how cruel the first round was. The old man looked around and asked, I can tell you without exaggeration that the remaining 2 rounds will be even crueler than the first round. You still have a chance to choose. If you want to withdraw, leave the Heavenly Sword Plaza. The old man gave everyone chance. Between life and cultivation level, which was more important. Without a doubt, life was more important. As long as one was alive, anything was possible. Hearing the old man's words, some martial artists were shaken. The sound of discussion instantly spread out. I withdraw. Rather than lose my life, I'd rather withdraw. With the first, there would be a second. In the blink of an eye, over 1,000 people withdrew. Most of these martial artists were at the bottom of the middle level of the Mystic King realm. Their withdrawal did not affect the recruitment of martial artists at all. Apart from these 1,000 people, the others did not have any thoughts of withdrawing. Seeing this, the old man nodded and said, You chose your own path. You will bear the consequences. Next, we will proceed to the second round of the assessment. The second round of the assessment was not at the Heavenly Sword Plaza, but at a mountain range called the Sword Peak. The Sword Peak mountain range is the location of the second round of the assessment. The old man led everyone to the Sword Peak mountain range. There are a large number of Mystic King Realm beasts in the Sword Peak mountain range. Your goal is to seize the beast cores of the Mystic King Realm beasts. The 1,000 people with the most beast cores will enter the third round. Hearing this, there was an uproar. This second round would actually eliminate over 30,000 people. The competition this time was much more intense than the first round's chaotic battle. Moreover, there was no room for negotiation. When encountering danger, there was no way to withdraw. Time is 3 days. Go in, the old man said. Rumble, numerous martial artists swarmed into the Sword Peak mountain range. As soon as they entered the mountain range, they scattered. The danger of this round did not only come from the beasts, but more importantly, from the competitors. The City Lord's mansion wanted to recruit martial artists who bathe in the edge of life and death and constantly fought, not martial artists who reap the fruits of others' labor. To them, the death of over 10,000 martial artists did not affect them much. Outside the Sword Peak mountain range, I don't know how many people will die in 3 days, an old man said. We've already given them a chance. They can't blame others if they die, the old man in charge of recruitment said in a deep voice. The few old men nodded slightly. Recruiting 200 people, but there were 80,000 people who signed up. Before the start, they had already expected that the competition would be more intense than before. Fang Chun entered the mountain range and used the space-time true meaning to fly rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he separated from the others. The purpose of this was to prevent a sneak attack. The Sword Peak mountain range was very large. Fang Chun came to a deep forest. There's the aura of beasts here. Little Mouse stood on Fang Chun's shoulder. Let's go. Even Heaven Star realm martial artists could not release their soul power to observe the Sword Peak mountain range at all times. Therefore, the participants did not have to be afraid. They would be discovered if they killed others. And Fang Chun naturally did not have to worry about Little Mouse being exposed. A man and a mouse quickly entered the deep forest. Roar! Sure enough, there were beasts around. A beastly roar was heard. Then, Fang Chun and the little mouse saw a demonic beast with black scales all over its body walking towards them. The beast did not say anything and directly attacked. Bang! Fang Chun executed the 3-revolution radiant sword art to attack the black-scaled beast. However, it did not leave a single wound on the beast. The defense of these scales is so strong. Fang Chun could not help but exclaim. He had never seen such a beast before. In the vast outer region, there were thousands of beasts. There are all kinds of beasts. This demonic beast attack power is approximately at the 5th level of the Mystic King realm. Fang Chun muttered to himself. The black-scaled beast attack was not enough to threaten Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun's attack was also unable to break through the black-scaled beast's defense. Boss, let me do it. After attacking for a while, it was unable to do anything to the black-scaled demonic beast. Then Little Mouse executed its innate ability. It opened its bloody mouth, and a terrifying suction force enveloped it. The black-scaled beast sensed the danger of death and struggled desperately. However, there was nothing it could do. Crack! The hard black scales were easily crushed by Little Mouse. After the black-scaled beast died, the Little Mouse spat out a black inner core from its mouth. The first inner core. Little Mouse passed it to Fang Chun, who smiled. Your teeth are getting more and more domineering. Fang Chun gently stroked Little Mouse's head. Chapter 9:57. In the following period of time, Fang Chun encountered some demonic beasts that were very weak and were easily killed. In just one morning, Fang Chun obtained 10 cores. There were nearly 40,000 people in the Sword Peak mountain range, and they were all crazily killing demonic beasts to obtain cores. Of course, these competitors would also kill each other. In a certain clearing, there were 2 cultivators working together to kill a demonic beast. Take this core first. When we kill the next demonic beast, the core will belong to me, the man in green said with a smile. The man in black nodded and took the core, preparing to put it away. Right at this moment, a trace of killing intent flashed in the man's eyes. Then, when the black-clothed man was caught off guard, a dagger was stabbed into his chest. When a man in black felt that something was wrong, he was already heavily injured. This time, my goal is to join the army. This core is mine. The man in black fell to the ground unwillingly. Not only did the man in green take back the core, but he also took all the cores in the man in black's interspatial ring. Then, he turned around and disappeared. Things like this were everywhere in the Sword Peak mountain range. This was only a small part of it. Of course, they were weak in terms of speed in killing demonic beasts. No one could compare to the 5 great experts. They were strong, and killing demonic beasts was like playing. The number of cores the 5 great experts had was far ahead when they entered the Sword Peak mountain range. In the morning, Fang Chun didn't encounter any danger. In the afternoon, Fang Chun encountered a competitor. How lucky to encounter this kid. A 5th-level Mystic King realm cultivator's eyes were filled with killing intent when he saw Fang Chun. Fang Chun had the lowest cultivation in the 2nd stage. Although his combat strength was comparable to a 4th-level Mystic King realm cultivator, this person wasn't afraid. Kid, hand over your core obediently, and I can spare your life. Poochie as he spoke, Fang Chun killed the demonic beast with a backhand slash and took the core. At this moment, he turned around to look at this person. I was just worrying about how to get the core, and someone came knocking on my door, Fang Chun said with a smile. The 5th-level Profound King realm martial artist had a wisp of displeasure between his brows when he saw Fang Chun smile. Kid, I hate you. So not only do you have to hand over your core, but you also have to hand over your life. After speaking, this person attacked Fang Chun. What a joke. A 5th-level Mystic King realm cultivator wasn't worth mentioning in Fang Chun's eyes. Bang Fong Chun did not even use the 3 revolutions radiant sword art. Instead, he punched out with his physical strength. Crack. This martial artist's arm was directly blasted off by Fong Chun. A miserable cry came out of the man's mouth. "You hid your strength." This person looked at Fong Chun in horror and shouted. In that instant, he knew that he was no match for Fong Chun's strength. "Now you know how to be afraid." Fong Chun looked at this person playfully. This person continuously retreated. At the same time, he said, "Brother, I was wrong. How about we let this matter go? If you can't beat me, then beg for mercy." Fong Chun replied with a question. "Then what do you want?" asked this person. "Hand over your core," said Fong Chun. Whoosh! This person had no choice but to hand over his core. "I'll give you one last chance. Hand over all your cores. Otherwise," a sinister expression flashed across Fong Chun's face as he said in a cold voice. Hearing this person retreated in terror. Clenching his teeth, he handed over all his cores to Fong Chun and said, "I've also handed over my cores. Can you let me go now?" However, in his heart, he remembered Fong Chun. "Kid, just you wait. After this trial, I'll definitely make you wish you were dead." "Sorry, but I'm afraid you can't leave yet," said Fong Chun. "What are you planning on doing?" This person became vigilant. "Because I never planned on letting you leave alive." After saying this, he used the true meaning of space-time. His fist instantly smashed into this person's head. A miserable scream rang out. This person didn't even have the chance to resist before he was killed by Fong Chun. After that, Fong Chun took the man's space ring and quickly left the place. Not long after Fong Chun left, a group of cultivators hastily arrived. "Fifth brother." The person at the front cried out in grief when he saw the cultivator lying on the ground. "No matter who you are, you kill my fifth brother. I'll kill you." This person roared furiously. Then, he led the crowd in the direction that Fong Chun had left in. 2 hours later, Fong Chun found a safe place. Then he began to take stock of his cores. As expected, robbing other people's cores is faster. Fong Chun said with a grin. The person that he killed must have snatched the inner cores of other people before. In addition to the cores he obtained in the morning, he had a total of 30 cores. "I still need to work harder," Fong Chun muttered to himself. He was at a disadvantage in killing demonic beasts and obtaining cores, so he had to work harder. However, just as Fong Chun was thinking, he suddenly heard some voices. "Boss, what's wrong?" "I feel that the murderer is in this area," said the person at the front. He had a unique method that could roughly determine the murderer's location, but he couldn't find out the exact location. "Search this area. I won't let him go for killing my fifth brother." In the cave, Fong Chun gradually understood when he heard these words. "These people seem to be looking for me." Then he thought of the 5th-level Mystic King Realm cultivator he killed earlier. It seemed that these people were in cahoots with that person. Through the entrance of the cave, Fong Chun discovered that there were a total of more than 30 people in this group. The person at the front was at the 7th-level Mystic King Realm, while the others were mid-level Mystic King Realm cultivators. "Boss, are you tempted?" asked the little mouse. "Since I already have enmity with them, I don't care about anything else," said Fong Chun. "That's great." The little mouse smiled excitedly. Fong Chun used the true meaning of time and space to hide in the void. He quietly walked out of the cave and began to hunt these 30 people. The 30 people quickly spread out and searched the area for the murderer. As for Fong Chun, he had locked onto the weakest warrior. 4th-level Mystic King Realm. "I'll choose you." Under the true meaning of time and space, the others couldn't detect Fong Chun at all. "Boss is really angry this time. If I find the murderer, Boss will definitely reward me," this person muttered to himself. However, he never dreamed that this would be the last sentence he would say in his life. Poochie the Ice secret sword silently pierced this person's head and instantly shattered his soul. His body softly fell to the ground. Fong Chun put away the interspatial ring and disappeared again. In 15 minutes, Fong Chun killed 10 cultivators. Finally, at a certain moment, someone noticed that something was wrong. "There's a corpse up ahead," someone said. Immediately, he hurriedly ran over. Seeing the corpse, his expression changed, and he shouted, Boss, this is bad. Whoosh, 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 the boss flew over and asked, "What's wrong?" "Boss, look." This person pointed at the corpse on the ground. "It must be the murderer. He's in this area." The boss roared, his veins popping out. Not long after, they found the 10 corpses. "Damned murderer! I'll tear you to pieces," the boss roared angrily. The other cultivators looked at each other in fear. "Boss, this murderer is very strong. He killed so many of our brothers without anyone noticing," someone said timidly. "Continue searching. Don't be more than half a mile away from each other. If you find the murderer, notify me immediately," the boss said coldly. The murderer didn't dare to appear directly. This meant that he was afraid of his strength. The boss guessed that the murderer would appear again. The remaining 20 people continued to scatter and look for the murderer. However, the distance between them was very small. If something was wrong, the others would know right away. Fong Chun, who was hiding in the void of space, looked down. "You think you can stop me like this?" Sneering, Fong Chun once again chose a target. After that, he used the true meaning of time and space to imprison a cultivator. Poochie the Ice secret sword attacked, and the cultivator fell to the ground. "The murderer has appeared." At that moment, the nearby cultivators all shouted, "Whoosh, whoosh," but when the boss arrived, Fong Chun had already put away the interspatial ring and disappeared. Where is he? Chapter 958. The boss was furious. The murderer had killed his subordinates right under his nose. "Boss, the murderer had already escaped when we found him," a martial artist said. Hearing this, the boss suppressed the anger in his heart. "You guys continue to search." After that, the boss turned and left in a flash. The remaining martial artists were on tenterhooks as they searched for the culprit. On a towering tree, the boss hid there, waiting for the murderer to appear. "The murderer is too cunning. Please don't let me meet him." This was the thought of one of the martial artists. However, just as he was thinking, Fong Chun appeared. Bang! He killed the martial artist with a punch, and then his body flickered continuously. Finally appeared, seeing that, a trace of madness flashed through the boss's eyes. Then, he leapt down from the enormous tree. "Go to hell." The boss exerted all his strength and launched a powerful attack. After knowing that he had been discovered, Fong Chun made an even crazier decision. He suddenly performed the 3-revolution radiance sword technique. The sword flashed, and a cold light shrouded the area. The remaining few martial artists let out blood-curdling screams as they all died. After doing all this, Fong Chun shook his wrist and put away the interspatial ring. Then, he turned to look at the boss's attack and grinned. He used the space-time true meaning and disappeared. Bang! The boss's attack missed. He roared loudly and then quickly chased after Fong Chun. "Kid, you're definitely going to die." The boss was a 7th-level Mystic King realm martial artist and was extremely fast. Although Fong Chun had the space-time true meaning, he was still slightly slower than the boss. After 15 minutes, the boss was getting closer and closer to Fong Chun. Swoosh! After a while, Fong Chun appeared in the boss's attack range. Then, the boss did not hesitate and exerted all his strength. A mace appeared in his hand, and he swung it fiercely. The mace turned into a red mist in the sky and enveloped Fong Chun. "Not good," Fong Chun shouted in his heart, and then performed the space-time meteorite annihilation. Swoosh! The void was torn apart as the meteorite-like attack smashed into the red mist. However, he did not manage to break through the red mist. The red mist made Fong Chun feel dizzy. His face was solemn as he quickly fled. As he fled, he attacked at the same time. Void Meteor Annihilation, Ice Secret Sword. Fong Chun's series of attacks were unable to force boss back. His mace. Finally, Fong Chun realized that something was wrong. Even if he wasn't a match for an ordinary 7th-level Profound King realm martial artist, he could still escape with ease. Yet, before that person's attack, he was actually unable to escape unscathed. The seemingly simple mace caused Fong Chun a lot of trouble with every attack. "No, I have to think of a way to shake him off," Fong Chun thought to himself. The true will of time and space was pushed to the extreme as he fled at top speed. 100 miles away from Fong Chun, there was a figure. Poochie the golden-clad Jin Yi-Dao killed a demonic beast with a single slash and collected its core. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly sensed an aura approaching. Someone is fighting. After saying that, Jin Yi-Dao stood in the sky and looked into the distance. Fong Chun. Jin Yi-Dao discovered Fong Chun and saw him fleeing in a sorry state. Humo is chasing after Fong Chun. Seeing this, Jin Yi-Dao sneered and rushed in the direction of Fong Chun. The fleeing Fong Chun also saw Jin Yi-Dao. He was overjoyed. Jin Yi-Dao might be able to save him. "Brother Jin," Fong Chun shouted. "Fong Chun, come to me," Jin Yi-Dao said. Crash. Fong Chun stopped in front of Jin Yi-Dao with a smile on his face. "Kid, why don't you run?" Humo's mocking laughter came from behind. However, when he stopped and prepared to kill Fong Chun, he discovered Jin Yi-Dao. "Jin Yi-Dao, are you trying to stop me?" asked Humo. Jin Yi-Dao didn't say anything. He only sneered. Seeing this, Humo's aura suddenly surged, and he quickly fled. Whoosh! In the sky, a resplendent saber light instantly slashed down. A resplendent saber light cut a large hole in the place where Humo had fled. Blood sprinkled down from the sky where Humo had fled. "He escaped," said Jin Yi-Dao as he put away his saber. "Brother Jin, thank you for helping me." Fong Chun felt very grateful. If Jin Yi-Dao hadn't helped him, it would have been very difficult for him to escape from this person. "Brother Fong, I've said it before. People from a mortal continent should help each other," said Jin Yi-Dao with a smile. In a certain dark area, a figure fell to the ground with a bang. Looking carefully, it was Humo. His body was covered in blood, and he was heavily injured. Especially his palm. It had directly exploded. Damnable Jin Yi-Dao. Humo was infuriated and roared. If it wasn't for the Spike Club, he would have already died at Jin Yi-Dao's hands. "I will definitely take revenge for this." Jin Yi-Dao was one of the 5 great experts. His cultivation had reached the 8th level of the profound king realm. His saber techniques had reached perfection. Even young Master Jianhen didn't have absolute confidence in being able to defeat Jin Yi-Dao. Facing Jin Yi-Dao, Humo could only flee. In Jin Yi-Dao's eyes, Humo was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, when Humo fled for his life, he did not chase after him after he slashed out with his saber. "Brother Fong, why were you being chased by Humo?" asked Jin Yi-Dao. Fong Chun told Jin Yi-Dao about the grudges between him and Humo. Hearing this, Jin Yi-Dao laughed loudly. "Good kill. Ha ha ha." After laughing, Jin Yi-Dao warned Fong Chun. "Fong Chun, there are still 2 more days. Be careful." After exchanging a few words with Jin Yi-Dao, the two separated. "I'm still a bit weak." After his battle with Humo, Fong Chun deeply understood that his strength was insufficient. He needed to increase his strength. Fong Chun counted the nadins he had obtained. The total number of nadins from 30 cultivators adds up to 170. Adding on the original 30, the total number had reached 200. A day's time quickly passed. At night, Fong Chun found a secluded place to cultivate. Late at night, Fong Chun was awakened by the roar of a beast. "There's a beast roar." Fong Chun was puzzled as he walked out of his secluded place. At this moment, on a mountain peak not far from Fong Chun, there was a group of demonic beasts attacking human cultivators. Young Master Jianhen and Dai Hongxian were standing back to back, killing demonic beasts. "Dai Hongxian, there are more and more demonic beasts. Can you do it?" asked young Master Jianhen as he killed a demonic beast that approached him. "Don't worry. I'll hold on for a bit longer," said Dai Hongxian. In the center of Dai Hongxuan's palm, there was a ball of black light that was condensing. The black light was emitting a destructive aura. The two of them were occupying a high vantage point, using the smell of blood to attract a large number of demonic beasts. As far as the eye could see, there were over 1,000 corpses of demonic beasts. They were all killed by young Master Jianhen and Dai Hongxian. Of course, these demonic beasts weren't too strong. Roar! More and more demonic beasts appeared. At a glance, the entire mountain peak was densely packed with demonic beasts. Young Master Jian Hen was gradually unable to hold on. But at this moment, the mountain peak suddenly shook. Roar! A deafening roar came from the distance. Young Master Jian Hen casually killed several demonic beasts and looked over. His eyes burned with desire. Dai Hongxian, it's appeared. Dai Hongshuan's lips curled into a wide grin. In his hand, the ball of black light had already formed. I've already finished my preparations. If this big guy comes up, it'll definitely die, said Dai Hongxian confidently. All right, I'll lure it up. Young Master Jian Hen tapped his foot and leaped onto the mountain peak. He killed demonic beasts along the way and arrived in front of the big guy. Whoosh! He slashed out with his sword and instantly attracted the big guy's attention. Then, young Master Jian Hen returned to the mountain peak. The big guy chased after him. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard is already here. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard was one of the overlords of the Sword Peak mountain range. Its strength was comparable to a 9th-level profound king realm martial artist. It was abnormally strong. Initially, with young Master Jian Hen's strength, he definitely wouldn't dare to target the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard. But Dai Hongxian found him and explained the plan. Chapter 9:59. Roar! The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard was 30 meters tall, and its body was huge. Its arrival made countless demonic beasts roar in joy. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard walked towards the peak, and the other demonic beasts made way for it. Dong! Every time the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard walked, the peak would shake. Our plan will succeed if we kill the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard. Jian Scar Young Master shouted excitedly. As he spoke, the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard charged towards them. Crash! The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard was covered in scales. Its claws suddenly clawed out, and the space seemed to be torn apart. There was a destructive black light on its claws, and an 8th-level profound king realm martial artist would not be able to block it. What a powerful attack! Jian Scar Young Master was a little worried when he saw the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard attacking. He turned to Dai Hongxian and asked, "How is it?" Dai Hongxian nodded. Then he waved his hand. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura of death spread out. The black light devoured the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard's attack and enveloped it. Success! The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard couldn't open its eyes as it was enveloped by the black light. The two people on the peak laughed. "Let's go and take a look," Dai Hongxian said. The two of them came before the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard and saw the destructive black light. Jian Scar Young Master couldn't help but sigh. Dai Hongxian, your trump card is really powerful. Of course. If it wasn't for first place, I wouldn't be willing to waste the Black Demon Light, Dai Hongxian said. He also felt the pain of using the Black Demon Light. However, it was worth it to kill the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard. Why is the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard still struggling? Jian Scar Young Master asked when he saw the black light wriggling. The black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard is comparable to a 9th-level profound king realm martial artist. It won't be able to break through the seal of the Black Demon Light with its strength. Dai Hongxian was confident in his trump card. Let's hurry up and kill it, Jian Scar Young Master urged. All right. Dai Hongxian nodded and waved his hand, preparing to control the Black Demon Light to kill the black-scaled, devil-scaled leopard. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Roar! On the mountainside, a dense horde of monster beasts rushed towards Hei Mogwang as if they had gone mad. Bang, 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 these demonic beasts disregarded life and death as they rammed into the black devil light. Crack, these demonic beasts rushed over in a frenzy, but they would die as soon as they came into contact with the black demon light. In the blink of an eye, the densely packed demonic beasts were all killed by the black demon light. Roughly estimating, there were at least 3,000 corpses of demonic beasts on the mountain. You're courting death, Dai Hongxian sneered. Not good. Cracks have appeared in the black demon light. Sword Scar Young Master noticed the crack on the black demon light, and his expression changed greatly. It doesn't matter. Everything is over, Dai Hongxian said. Dong, as soon as Dai Hongshuan's voice fell, a vast aura erupted from the black demon light. The earth quaked, and the mountains shook. The black demonic light collapsed and turned into countless fragments that disappeared into the void. Pucci, the black demon light shattered. The explosive power was extremely tyrannical, directly affecting Jianhen Prince and Dai Hongxian. Jianskar, young master, vomited blood on the spot. When he heard the beast roar, he realized that something was wrong. Run! Jianskar, young master, immediately made his decision. He dragged his injured body and fled far away. As for Dai Hongxian, he was incomparably miserable. When the black demon light shattered, his body suffered a backlash. Seeing the huge body of the black-scaled demonic leopard, Dai Hongxian was terrified. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Dai Hongxian escaped. Whoosh! After running for a full hour, Dai Hongxian finally stopped. His body was covered in blood. Jianskar, young master, stood in front of him with an ashen face. Dai Hongxian, this is the trump card you were talking about? Jianskar, young master, asked in a deep voice. His voice was filled with anger. After working hard for an entire night, he did not obtain thousands of demonic beast cores just to kill the black-scaled demonic leopard. However, he did not manage to kill the black-scaled demonic leopard and did not obtain the demonic beast cores. The two of them had almost died there. How could Jianskar, young master, not be furious? Dai Hongxuan's face turned pale when he heard this. Things had already reached this point. No matter what he said, he could not recover the loss. On the mountain peak, the black demon light's aura had completely dissipated. Looking at the corpse of the demonic beasts on the mountain peak, the black-scaled demonic leopard was furious. However, its life force was gradually dissipating. In just half an hour, it could no longer stand and could die at any time. Black demon light was too tyrannical. Although the black-scaled demonic leopard had broken through the seal, it was seriously injured and could not recover. After another quarter of an hour, the black-scaled demonic leopard's body fell to the ground. It was at this time that Feng Chun, who had rushed over from afar, appeared at the foot of the mountain. There seems to have been a great battle here. Seeing the sorry state of the mountain peak, Feng Chun guessed. Then, Feng Chun saw the corpses of demonic beasts all over the mountain. Yes, the demonic beast cores were not taken. Feng Chun's face was filled with joy, but he immediately calmed down. He carefully looked at the mountain peak and found that there was no one on the mountain peak. What's going on? So many demonic beasts died, but there's no one on the mountain peak. Feng Chun came to the mountain peak and found the corpse of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Could it be that the black-scaled demonic leopard and the human cultivator were both injured and the human cultivator escaped? The strength of the black-scaled demonic leopard was extremely tyrannical. To be able to kill it, the other party was at least at the level of the 5 great masters. Thinking of this, Feng Chun's eyes were burning. A windfall from the sky. Quick, quick, quick! Feng Chun pushed the true meaning of time and space to the extreme. He quickly collected the inner cores of the demonic beasts. After a quarter of an hour, the inner cores of more than 3,000 demonic beasts were all taken by Feng Chun. Finally, Feng Chun's gaze fell on the body of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Take it away. After thinking for a while, Feng Chun put the black-scaled demonic leopard into the interspatial ring and disappeared. An hour after Feng Chun left, 2 figures flew quickly from 2 directions. Fairy Qiyu, Han Luo said. There was a great battle here. Fairy Qiyu's eyes flickered as she asked. Looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts all over the mountain, Han Luo's face was gloomy. It must be the 3 of them. In a hidden place, Feng Chun sat cross-legged, checking the inner cores in the interspatial ring. I don't know who I took advantage of. The other party must be one of the 5 great experts, but Feng Chun couldn't be sure who it was. After cleaning up, Feng Chun found that the number of inner cores he had increased to 4,000. He was very excited. 4,000 inner cores, if it was just me alone, it would be impossible to do it in 3 days. With these 4,000 inner cores, Feng Chun's confidence grew even more. After checking the inner cores, Feng Chun's gaze shifted to the body of the black-scaled demonic leopard. Boss, this black-scaled demonic leopard should be the overlord of the Sword Peak mountain range. the little mouse appeared and said, "These scales are harder than the black-scaled demonic beasts we encountered before," Fang Chun said. The reason why he took away the body of the black-scaled demonic leopard was because Fang Chun already had a plan in mind. With the increase of his strength, the grade of the hidden star sword could no longer allow him to exert its full power. Therefore, he wanted to improve the grade of the hidden star sword, and this black-scaled demonic leopard scales were the first choice. If these scales are integrated into the hidden star sword, its hardness will definitely increase greatly, Fang Chun said. The grade of the hidden star sword was a Dao weapon. After integrating with the scales, it would definitely become a divine weapon. However, before that, I'll have to improve my weapon crafting skills. To the current Fang Chun, the art of refining weapons was not difficult. After all, the refining skills of the mortal continent were very weak compared to those of the outer realm. After spending an entire day, Fang Chun raised his refining skills to the divine level. Then, with the help of the little mouse, he removed all the scales from the black-scaled demonic leopard. Finally, he integrated the scales into the hidden star sword using a special method. Hiss! The hidden star sword flickered with brilliance, and a sacred aura spread out. The divine weapon was a success. Once upon a time, the divine weapon was an unattainable thing. And now, the divine weapon was in his hands. The divine weapon could absorb the spirit chi of heaven and earth to nourish itself. With continuous nourishment, it would gradually develop intelligence. 2 days had passed, and there was only 1 day left. This day was destined to be the most tragic day of the competition. Some people would succeed and become famous. Chapter 960. The last day was also the craziest day. On this day, many martial artists who had hopes of entering the top 1,000 launched a frenzied counterattack. As long as they could enter the top 1,000, they would have a chance to enter the top army. Fang Chun reappeared on this day, preparing to continue hunting demonic beasts and obtain their inner cores. A windfall fell from the sky as he obtained more than 3,000 inner cores. Now, his total number of inner cores had reached 4,000. However, these 4,000 inner cores were not enough for him to enter the top 1,000, so he had to work harder. Huff, the atmosphere in the Sword Peak mountain range was heavy. All the martial artists were crazily killing. Some of the martial artists formed groups, while others acted alone. As the martial artists crazily killed, the number of demonic beasts was constantly decreasing. After a short day of recovery, Dai Hongxian and Jianhen Prince had basically recovered. After all, the two of them were ranked among the top 5 experts. He had a lot of trump cards on him, so this injury was nothing to him. On the last day, the top 5 experts no longer killed the weak demonic beasts, but focused on the 8th level demonic beasts. They were not a match for the 9th level demonic beasts. It was more than enough to deal with the 8th level demonic beasts. Previously, the old man in charge of recruitment had also mentioned this before. The higher the level of the demonic beast, the more precious its inner core was. Of course, the lowest inner core a martial artist could obtain was the inner core of a 4th level Mystic King realm demonic beast. Inner cores below the 4th level Mystic King realm were considered invalid. Take the inner core of a 4th level Mystic King realm demonic beast as an example. A 5th level Mystic King realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 5 4th level Mystic King realm demonic beast's inner cores. A 6th level Mystic King realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 10 inner cores. A 7th level Mystic King realm demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 20 inner cores. An 8th level demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 30 inner cores. A 9th level demonic beast's inner core was equivalent to 100 inner cores. Hunting for the inner cores of high-level demonic beasts was a shortcut. Of course, this shortcut was also very dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast as he shuttled through the Sword Peak mountain range. With the space-time true intent, Fang Chun was not in any danger. If he encountered a weak demonic beast, he would kill it. If he encountered a demonic beast that he could not defeat, he would run away. Puchiin, just one morning, Fang Chun had killed more than 30 demonic beasts. At a certain moment, when Fang Chun killed a 6th-level profound king realm demon beast, he suddenly felt a ghastly aura. Someone is approaching, Fang Chun said softly. Just as he was thinking, a familiar figure appeared. After Humo recovered from his injuries, he had been searching for demonic beasts to hunt. Just a moment ago, he had sensed the aura of a battle. Soon after, he began to approach. He didn't expect to see Fang Chun. "Brat, it's actually you." Humo's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he uttered a roar. Seeing this, Fang Chun did not run away. Instead, he stared coldly at Humo. Previously, Humo had chased after him. If Genie Dao had not appeared, he did not know what would have happened to him. And now, his hidden star sword had reached the divine weapon realm. He did not fear Humo. At the very least, he could escape unscathed in front of Humo Dai. Humo did not give Fang Chun a chance to escape. The aura around him surged, and he immediately rushed towards Fang Chun. When Humo rushed over, a mace appeared in his hand, and he smashed it towards Fang Chun. Mace again. Seeing the mace, Fang Chun frowned and said in a low voice. He immediately performed the 3 revolutions radiance sword technique. The 3 sword lights in his chi merged into a holy sword light and pierced towards the mace. Bang! Bang! The holy sword light collided with the mace, producing a deafening sound. In an instant, a strange aura was emitted from the mace, and it actually devoured the holy sword light. Seeing this, Fang Chun was shocked. Immediately, he performed the Void Meteor Annihilation. Whoosh! A divine aura emerged from the hidden star sword. The void was torn apart, and a dazzling sword light suddenly swooped down. "Brat, no matter how you struggle, you will definitely die." Humo laughed sinisterly. He held the mace in his hand and smashed it towards the dazzling sword light. Dong! When the two collided, the entire ground shook. When the Void Meteor Annihilation was cultivated to the highest level, it could tear apart the void and deliver a destructive blow. Crack! Humo actually withstood the Void Meteor Annihilation. His mace made Fang Chun feel uneasy. What grade of weapon is the mace? Fang Chun thought to himself. Go to hell. In fact, Humo was also shocked. A guy at the 2nd level Profound King Realm could perform such a heaven-defying attack. In the entire Sky Sword Mansion, no martial artist at the same level could do it. This brat has incredible potential. He must die. Humo did not want to leave a threat behind. Therefore, he had already made up his mind to kill Fang Chun. Humo crazily activated the mace and released his strongest attack. In the sky, the mace emitted streaks of gray aura. The gray aura transformed into spiked maces one after another. Fang Chun knew that this was Humo's ultimate move. True meaning of space-time. Fang Chun activated the true meaning of space-time. His figure flickered as he approached Humo. When he was extremely close to Humo, he instantly imprisoned Humo Dong. Humo crazily controlled the mace and bombarded the space around him. In an instant, Fang Chun's imprisonment was broken. Then, countless mace blasted towards Fang Chun. Not good. Fang Chun cried out in his heart. Above him, countless spiked clubs, both real and illusory, smashed towards him. I have to find a real mace. Fang Chun was extremely anxious in his heart. Being targeted by the mace, his true meaning of space-time was also a little powerless. Kill! Fang Chun did not want to give up. He roared and activated the 7th grade sword true meaning. His body was filled with extremely dense sword chi, which then gathered into the star concealing sword. Finally, he slashed out. 3 revolution radiance sword technique, 3rd revolution revered. Fang Chun's frenzied attacks caused the golden heart to react abnormally. Dong! The beating of the golden heart filled Fang Chun with strength. Crack! The radiant sword light was directly destroyed by the mace. Just as the mace was about to hit Fang Chun, a bright golden light shot out from the latter's body. The golden heart's beating speed was raised to the extreme. 3rd level. Fang Chun's body was filled with violent power. His face was full of smiles. Under the strong pressure of the battle, he broke through to the third level of the profound king realm. Rumble. Reaching the third level of the profound king realm, Fang Chen's strength had increased in all aspects. Kill. Fang Chen shouted in a low voice and displayed the third revolution radiant sword technique. Above his head, countless radiant sword lights appeared in an instant, blocking the mace's descent. Then, Fang Chen displayed the void meteorite strike. How is this possible? While Hu Mo was blocking the void meteorite strike, Fang Chen silently displayed the secret ice sword technique. Whoosh! The extremely cold soul attack secret technique pierced into Hu Mo's mind. In an instant, Hu Mo's soul was shattered. No! Hu Mo screamed miserably. He frantically activated the spiritual qi in his body, wanting to shatter the secret ice sword technique. But he was shocked to find that his life force was flowing away. Crack! The spike clubs in the sky shattered into pieces. At this moment, Hu Mo's body fell to the ground. Bang! The real mace fell to the ground and became an ownerless object. Phew! Seeing that Hu Mo was dead, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had a breakthrough in his cultivation at the last moment. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After resting for a while, Fang Chen took Hu Mo's interspatial ring, picked up the mace, and turned to leave. After finding a safe place, Fang Chen checked Hu Mo's interspatial ring. When he checked, he was given a huge fright. 10,000 inner cores. There were actually 10,000 inner cores in Hu Mo's interspatial ring. This shocked Fang Chen. It seemed that Hu Mo had snatched many people's inner cores. After happily putting away the 10,000 inner cores, Fang Chen looked at the mace. There were complicated patterns on the mace, and it emitted a sacred aura. It's a divine weapon, said Fang Chen. Divine weapons were also divided into different grades. Fang Chen's hidden star sword was the lowest grade of divine weapon.